Hello, hello, can I hear myself on Twitch? I can I hear myself on YouTube? I can as well, which means that everything is working, which means that I can switch scenes to the Just Yapping scene, and apparently I can't speak, which is a great way to start the stream. The Just Yapping scene right now, there you go. Hello, hello, hello. Let me grab my stream manager, let me grab my chat, and everything is ready to go. Hello, 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 and hello, Ktosh. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Would Robin work with Castries? Not really. Kind of, but not exactly. Because Robin does give a big amount of crit damage, if I recall correctly. Let me check that. Robin does give crit damage, but she also gives attack. If I recall correctly, let me check her kit exactly, because I haven't actually looked at it for a while. Yeah, she does give a bit of crit damage indeed. She gives increased damage percent, but she also gives a lot of attack, and the attack is completely wasted on Castries. So yeah, it's not exactly the best synergy, but if you don't have anything else, the mere fact that Robin is so strong can be helpful. And hello, Timax. How are you? Good morning to you, apparently. Good morning indeed. Although for me it is the afternoon, but it is the morning for you. Did you just wake up? If so, I wish you a great coffee time. Is that something that people wish? Who knows, but I hope you're doing well. Would my day Castries and Lynx work then? With Bronya too, I guess. Um, Bronya has the same problem as Robin in the sense that she gives an attack buff that is wasted on Midamos and Castries both. Now, if you're playing Castries and Midamos together, and your only choices would be Bronya or Robin, then I would suggest going for Robin, because at least Robin's buffs are team-wide, whereas what do you call that? Whereas Bronya's buff is single target. I mean, I suppose technically speaking, she does have a team-wide buff with her, what do you call that? With her ultimate, but that is where she gives attack from, if I recall correctly. It will all depend on how you want to play your team. Do you want to play as Castries main DPS, and do you want to play as Midamos main DPS? Although in that configuration, I think Castries would be the main DPS if you had to choose between the two. So if one of them is your main DPS in the team and the other just serves as a support, and in this case, usually you would have Midamos being a support for Castries, support with huge quotation marks, just so you know. And no, I did not see that coming, actually. It kind of frightened me. But hello, Chip. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, you kind of scared me there. But to get back to Ktosh's question, you would want Castries to be your main DPS in that case. But in my opinion, it would be better to go with Robin so that she can buff both Midamos and Castries, because Midamos is not really a support. He just has that HP mechanic that is helpful to build up Castries' ultimate. But he does deal a significant amount of damage. So I would try to buff both, and in that case, I would recommend Robin over Bronya. But, you know, up to you, I suppose. About an hour ago. Okay, so it is indeed very much so the morning. And I suppose if you stay long enough on the stream, I will be able to say bon appetit to you when you go for lunch. I personally just had lunch. You know, I have that post-eating tiredness. I don't know really what to call it. So right now I'm a bit tired just because I ate not too long ago. I ate quite late, unfortunately. And hello, Galdera, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Now we are just yapping as we usually do at the start of the stream, but today we do have quite a lot to do in Reverse 1999, so our yapping session might be a tiny bit shorter than usual, just because of the fact that I have to go through 10 stages today, and usually I do 6, so yeah. The math isn't mathing for me, so I'm gonna have to speed things up, hopefully. Although I will still take my time to enjoy the story, I'm not going to rush through it. I started pulling on Castrace's banner because getting more Gallagher's and Pela won't hurt though. So in case I get her, I want to know the team. If you do get her, then the proper team, I would replace Lynx with Gallagher, for starters. And you could grab Pela, actually. You could use Pela instead of Robin or Bronya, because Pela's main gimmick is to shred the defense of the enemies. And it's a big defense shred. If you have Pela with resolution shines of Pearl of Sweat or in Pearls, it's something about resolution shining and pearls of sweat. Something along those lines. That's the name of the light code. Give that to Pela and put her in your team, because you can definitely use Pela with both Castries and Midemos. Neither of them will be missing out on any type of buff, because usually, you know, the other ones are the other buffs that you get from Robin and Bronya are attack percent, which is or flat attack for Robin, I believe. But it's not really that useful. Whereas with Pela, you lose nothing. You get the full value, and well, she is rather SP positive, but in the case of this team, you don't really need SP, to be fair. So good, bad news or good news? What do you mean, Chip? Do you have two news to announce, and one of them is bad and one of them is good? Let's start with the bad one and then go with the good one afterwards. That way we can finish on a positive note, perhaps. Let's try that, if I am understanding you correctly. But Lynx buffs HP though. Yeah, but Gallagher's what do you call that? Healing, his ability to heal is so much greater than Lynx's that he is much more worth it overall. And like Timex said, yeah, Gallagher is by far the best 4-star for Castries. And he's even better than most 5 stars. In some cases, you can... Like for Castries, the best 5-star support would probably be Luocha. But depending on what type of content and what type of enemy you're facing, Gallagher could even be better than Luocha. So Gallagher is without a doubt the best 4-star healer, sustainer, whatever you want to call him, in the game. So he will stomp on pretty much anyone. If you have a choice between Gallagher and someone, Gallagher will more likely than not be the pick. And I use Gallagher with Acheron. If that's the case, if you use Gallagher with Acheron, then going for Lynx in your Castries team would make sense, because Gallagher's debuff is useful for Acheron. So yeah, you should probably keep Lynx then, and keep Gallagher for Acheron, because Lynx doesn't bring anything to the table for Acheron. So okay, your choice then makes sense. But like I said, for your Midemos Castries team, I'd go either Robin or Pela. Probably Pela though, I think. Because both Midemos and Castries get a shit ton of damage percent bonus by themselves. They give self buff so much that they don't even need supports to give them more buffs. They do, of course, because that way they deal even more damage. But the advantage of Pela here is that she doesn't give damage percent. She reduces the defenses of the enemy. So it's another way of getting more damage. And the more damage percent you stack on your characters, the less good it becomes. There is something called diminishing returns on that. Bro, I use Pela with Acheron. Well, at some point, you're gonna have to expand your roster. Because yeah, if you're using Pela with Acheron, which is once again just like with Gallagher, a very valid choice because Acheron really needs her what do you call that? Her debuffs. If you're doing that, then I guess Robin would be my choice for a cast race my demo team. It's that being said, it is really not optimal. But you do what you can with what you have. Bad news is that you won't probably be getting back on Arknights due to how it's not voiced and farming sucks. Good news are Arknights Anime Season 3 has now a PV. Ah! And best of all, finally, an official PC client. Ah, this means no Google Play thing BS or emulators now. Holy shit, a PC client. How long has the game been out, man? Has it been... Wait, how long ago did Arknights come out? Wait. 2019. Okay, so it's only been 6 years. It's closing in on its 6th year anniversary. It will be next week, actually. Interesting. 3? What do you mean 3 years? Because, gosh, 2025 minus 2019, that's 6 years. And even chip confirmed from CN's 6th anniversary stream. There you go. I think, yeah, Ktosh, your math isn't mathing. I don't know, I was guessing. Oh, I see. No, Arknights has been there for quite a while. I mean, yeah, like you said, Chip, I'm probably not going to get back to Arknights, even if it does get a PC client. The lack of voice acting is really hurting, in my opinion, at least for me, right? If you don't mind having to read through everything, that's absolutely fine. But I do wish that we had the voice acting because, like I've said before, voice acting for me changes everything in terms of the experience of the story. Knowing how the character's tone is informs me on their attitude, on their feelings, on their overall character. It gives so much more detail to the character. Whereas when you don't have voice acting and only rely on reading yourself, then everything is opened up to interpretation. And while that can be nice, I personally prefer when there is voice acting. So that is one of my biggest gripe. But I see Timax talking about something that I, for one, was very keen on getting for Arknights, which is sweeps. Because yeah, the farming in Arknights is the main reason I decided to quit the game. It's because it took too much time. I did not have the time to farm that much because the very last day I played the game and tried to do my dailies, it took me almost an hour just to expand all of my stamina point thingy because the fights were lasting for so goddamn long. Because I guess it's partly because my characters are not really that strong, which is fair. But yeah, though, if they do get sweeps, that would be really nice. Is there a sweep system now? That's what the subreddit is saying. Ah, is that an official thing, or is it just people speculating? Because let's not be too hasty in our happiness. Not that I mind being happy, but you know, let's not expect things that might not come. And hello, Mihai, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to our little stream. Was apparently announced in the Arc Knight streams. Okay, so it is indeed official. Okay, good. Because, we've had so many people looking at leaks and being hyped up about things. I'm not talking specifically about Arknights, I'm talking about gacha games in general. But yeah, people looking at leaks, being all happy and giddy, and then the live stream announcement happens, and it's not at all what they expected. It's not at all what they had seen in leaks, and then, people get sad. And it's kind of stupid now. And oh god, hello, Jamie James, how are you? Hello, the Storm Arcanist, Almanus Vindictor Arcana, Anaxa Hater. Streamer, viewer, Arlen main, Castris main, Mighty main, Kakanya main, Placeholder main, Talid main, Zani main, Leilani main, Laurel main, Risley main, Sanadina main, Vermilion Knight, Eclipse, Himiko main, Evelyn main, Wise main, Zenla Zone 0 player, Wuthering Waves player, Reverse 1999 player, Ash Echoes player, AFK Journey player, Genshin Impact main, Honkai Impact 3rd main, luckiest streamer, and luckiest viewer. Fisherman, how's your day? It's a nice day for fishing, ain't it? I will reply the same thing since you always end up with the fisherman line. Yeah, it has been ingrained in me. The nice day for fishing, ain't it? But I'm doing well. Hello to you. I'm doing rather well. I hope you're doing well as well. But you will be able, I think, to remove Leilani main and Laurel main from my titles, because I don't think I will be able to keep up with Ash Echoes the game. Likewise, you will be able to remove Ash Echoes players as one of my titles, because I'm thinking of quitting the game just because I don't have the time. It's not that I don't like the game. The game is really good. I definitely like the gameplay. I like the bit of story that I had the time to go through. But yeah, given the fact that I'm playing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gacha games already. Is that all? I thought I played more. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, I'm already playing 6 gacha games, streaming 5 of them. I don't have the time for a 7th one, so yeah, I will probably have to remove to stop playing. Although in that case, you should also remove Honkai Impact 3rd player, because I haven't played the game in like a year or two, I think. But yeah, all titles, always titles. Will remove them if there is a replacement. How do you replace those things? And Ktosh, I read your message, which is basically a copy-pasted version of what Jamie James wrote, except you added a Hawkswa player at some point for some reason. But I guess that's just you. Anyways, enjoy the anime for now, especially Season 3 or the upcoming world-building guide of Arknights. What do you mean the upcoming world-building guide of Arknights? What is that? Is that like an official thing? Is that from some specific YouTuber or something like that? Because I really don't know what that is. As for the anime, yeah, I would probably watch... I would have to watch Season 2 first, because I didn't watch the second season. I watched only the first one, and to be fair, I wasn't all that focused when watching it. I barely remember much of anything about that first season, which is kind of a shame, because honestly, it was really well animated. And when I played the game, I noticed that the first chapter that we were doing was exactly the same thing as the first episode, or at least the first couple of episodes of the anime. And the thing is that in the game there is absolutely no animation. There are no cutscenes, no nothing. So I feel like they should have implemented their animation from the anime into cutscenes for the game, because the animation for the anime is really good. It's really good. The art style is really good. Everything is good. So they should reuse it. It is their own IP. So I don't think there would be a problem in doing that. Although, legally speaking, things are always very complicated, so maybe there is some kind of issue there. But I feel like they should. It's really a waste not to use it. I'm still in Ash Echoes. Oh, okay, good. Are you still enjoying Timax? Are you still enjoying? And did you find how to defeat those sparkly purple balls? I never got to find a defense against them, except for that barrier that I mentioned. But yeah, did you find a way to defend yourself against those sparkly balls? I haven't tried again for that. Okay, I see. Yeah, if I recall correctly, that was in the weekly thingy, and my god, I got trashed in there, because I went up to 204. No, I went up to 300% difficulty, or 290, somewhere along those lines, and my god, I got absolutely demolished in there. So I had to go back to 240% or 250, I think, something along those lines. And yeah, that was quite an experience. I guess my characters are not strong enough yet. Yeah, it gets tough. Yeah, definitely. Although I don't have enough time, so I'm a story skipper in that game. Same thing, I had to skip chapter half of chapter 2 and chapter 3 and the entirety of chapter 3 just because I wanted to unlock specific systems in the game. But at some point, I wanted to just go back and keep playing through the story because the story seemed interesting. I wanted to learn more about it, but yeah, lack of time will do that, unfortunately. It's an official book. I see. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably not going to to what do you call that? To read that. And July 4th is the release for third season, so you can catch up. Wait, already? July 4th? Damn, that announcement is rather late. Because usually when announcing an anime, although perhaps it's different because this is a game adaptation, but you know, usually they announce the season a year before, and then they get you get a PV close to the release. But perhaps they had announced it, but I just didn't know. But okay, I mean, yeah, by July 4th, technically speaking, I have time to catch up, but will I is the question. Will I catch up? I don't really know. And how is the anime timeline structured? Like, I know, like I said, that the first couple of episodes resemble the first chapter of the game, but does it just follow the story of the game, exactly how the game portrayed it, just with animation? Announcement was a few weeks ago after season 2 last aired around last year, if I recall correctly. Okay, so now that makes a bit more sense. So, what I wanted to say to imagine how much HSR I played today. Yesterday I was at 25 pity, today I'm at 57 pity for cast race, and I got 20 characters from my archive to level 50 from level 20, so I can get those 20 free standard pools, which I got a E1 Himiko with, and all this character upgrading was so that I can get 6 event pulls for Castris from all the 4 stars and the 5-star that I got. I see. I think you might have a problem. I think you might have a problem, Mihai. I think you're spending perhaps a bit too much time in your game. Not that I would judge it, because I've done that as well. I've spent countless hours in games, and especially when I was younger, I used to play sometimes 10, 12 hours straight. I would eat lunch while the game was still on, and then I would put my plate in the kitchen, get back, and start playing the game again. So I can't exactly judge you for it, and I'm not going to, but do be careful, please. Although that being said, that does show dedication, I suppose, and determination for you to actually get a cast race. I do hope that you get her because at this point, I think you deserve her. Now I'm doing the event with the waves that look like Herta's thing. The event with the waves that looks like Herta's thingy. The event with the waves? What are you talking about? Are you talking about pure fiction? If you're talking about wave type content, that's where you usually have waves of enemy coming at you. So that would be pure fiction. Otherwise, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Um, were mentioned, yeah. There are waves as well in Wuthering Waves. Of course, it's in the name. But and there is wave type content in Wuthering Waves as well. There is Whimpering Waste, but I don't think that's what he's talking about. I'm going through waves of monsters, and after every fight, I get buffs and all that. I assume you're talking about pure fiction. Is this the one of the end game content? Like we have pure fiction, apocalyptic shadows, and memory of chaos. By the way, where to unlock pure fiction? I didn't see it yet. Pure fiction is on the Xianzhou Law Fu. Is it just an event? Nope. No. Pure fiction is permanent. It's a permanent game mode with a reset every few days. I don't exactly remember how much time you have to complete these things. or exactly how the reset works, but it resets just like Memory of Chaos and Apocalyptic Shadows. And like I said, what do you call that? I think each has a month reset cycle. I think you're right. I do think you're right about that, Timax. But yeah, Pure Fiction is located in the central plaza of the Xianzhou Law Fu. I don't remember which layer of the map exactly, but it's like in the middle, on the side of a central plaza on the Luo Fu. Season 1, Chapter 0 to 3, Season 2, Chapter 4 and 6, up to 6. Haven't watched it yet. Please correct me if I'm wrong, chat. And Season 3, starting from Chapter 7. And how many chapters does the game have? Because given how long it's been out, I feel like it must have a lot of them, right? But thank you for the information. That's actually very interesting. And hello, Scarlet Bunny. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I started the event where you go in the Astral Express where Herta is. Herta? Herta is not on the Astral Express. Herta is only on the Herta space station in her office, I guess. As far as I know, unless you have the character the Herta or Mini Herta, then she could. Now, I don't think Mini Herta appears on the Astral Express, but yeah, right now I don't really know what you're talking about. I lost so much primos not unlocking it before. Yeah, of course. If you don't do the endgame content, then the resets happens and and you don't get anything, which is kind of sad. And by the way, there is an ongoing tiny event. It's not really an event in Honkai Star Rail, but you get to see your annual stats. And I have the great displeasure of telling you guys that apparently I'm an Aventurine main. Yeah, I am an Aventurine main. Because Aventurine apparently was the character that I used the most last year. And I mean, I guess it makes sense because he's a sustainer, so I could put him in plenty of teams. But yeah, he was the one I used the most last year. Although in terms of DPSs, the ones I used the most last year were let me check. If I recall correctly, it was either Fei Xiao or Acheron. And Fei Xiao is actually quite surprising given the fact that, we got her quite late compared to other characters. Let me see. There was an image. I took a screenshot of it. Where is it? Yeah, okay. Last year, I used Aventurine 2,285 times. Ah, well. The second character that I used the most was Acheron, 1,215 times. Although, no, she's not the second character I used the most. She's the character I used the most in the Nihility path, which makes sense, I suppose. Yeah, it makes sense, but it also means, that unfortunately, I kind of forgot about Kafka. But it is what it is. 14 on global and 15 on CN. Okay, so I guess we are going to get many more seasons of the anime chip. Where was I at? And hello, Baratek, even though I have a feeling that Baratek is just Tosh. But hello to you, welcome to the stream. For me, it was Yanqing. I used him 537 times. Holy hell, we have a Yanqing main on our hands. Although to be fair, you didn't have that many characters because you started fairly late, so it does make sense. Nothing wrong with that, being an Aventurine main? No, there is nothing wrong with it. It's just... on one hand, I wasn't expecting that. On the other hand, I should have been expecting that. That, Aventurine would be the most used character for me because I have put him in so many goddamn teams. Aside from the newer teams where you get... where you need some healer, for instance, or a Goliath team where you would want Huo for the energy regen, every other time I needed a sustainer, I just use Ventrine because he's so goddamn convenient, you know? So yeah, it actually just makes sense that he would be the one that I use the most. But other than that, what other stats did I see? Right, okay. They also had a breakdown of which character you've used the most, depending on the month. And for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months, I used Aventurine the most. For 1 month, on August 2024, during August 2024, my most used character was Huohuo. Surprisingly, what happened on August of last year? Who was the character that was that was released then? Because I don't really know. And on December and February, I used Sunday the most. And on March, I used Remembrance Trailblazer. Because to be fair, Remembrance Trailblazer is rather useful. My guess was a specific cycle of endgame content. Possibly, yeah. You're probably right. Because that's usually how things go. You use the characters depending on the cycles, which is kind of I mean, it is what it is, because usually, you know, the cycle tend to push the character that is being released. Although for the first time around, well, I think it's the first time that Genshin put a buff in the Spiral Abyss for a character that had yet to come out, because the current buff is geared towards Escoffier, who is not out yet. But it is what it is. The Owl is an Aventurine main and a Huohuo and Sunday an RMC main. Noted. Oh god. uh, I wouldn't consider myself an Aventurine main or a Huohuo main or a Sunday main or anything like that, in the sense that, yes, I use them because they're useful in plenty of teams. But no, but my favorite characters in Honkai Star Rail would probably be Aglaya, Kafka, and Himeko. In terms of personality and designs. But Himeko, I can only use her in pure fiction. She doesn't really work all that well in other game modes. Kafka, for now, you can't really use her. But literally, there is no point. You will not be able to clear any type of endgame with her. And who else did I mention? Aglaya. Yes. Aglaya, I have to admit, I'm not really using her anymore. Not because I don't like her, but it's just that I've got new toys. I've got Castries and Midamos. So I'm using them right now. And the good thing with Castries and Midamos is that I can play them together. So I can play with both of my new toys together. Whereas Aglaya, she requires a specific team, which, like, I can't put Midamos or Castries in Aglaya's team. It simply doesn't make sense. I started Pure Fiction thinking it was all going to be chill and relaxed, only to be shocked by my Midamos doing 2.5 million damage with the burst. Yeah, that's because you get the new grit mechanic. It didn't used to be that like that. And perhaps I think that the current cycle is still favoring HP scaling characters and HP manipulation characters. So yeah, you are going to deal more damage than the usual, but don't get too used to it, you know? Not him. My Mei Mei from Oh, Mem. Okay. Is she called Mei Mei in the Romanian translation? I mean, I thought you played the game in English, so yeah, no, it doesn't even make sense. But okay, I was kind of confused. Because yeah, like I said, her name is Mem. Sorry, because yeah, there is also May, but Raiden May, which is something else entirely. So yeah, kind of complicated. Turns out I had Pure Fiction, just forgot about it because I don't explore. I'm in the Express like 70% of the time. Uh, okay, and check Discord. What did you send me on Discord? I'm very much afraid. My last clear must have been crazy. Let's see. You have a Herta Himiko team on the first half, which makes sense. The second half, though, the second half, your team is not exactly the best. So yeah, must have been a crazy clear, I guess. I think yeah, she did 2.5 million damage with the burst. Right. Okay. I see what you mean, but like I said, you get the grid mechanic in Pure Fiction now, which they implemented to make the game mode a bit easier. Because when the game mode first came out, there was no grid mechanic. You wouldn't get these types of buff. There was the buff that you would select. There was the buff that was just the overall buff for the thing. But then they added the grid mechanic on top of that, which I don't really understand, in the sense that, yeah, sure, the grid mechanic helps you deal more damage or regen energy or stuff like that. But like at some point, we're going to end up dealing so much damage that it's not going to make sense anymore. Like from the statistics, that I was talking about that we could see, I saw something that kind of shocked me, which is, yeah, right. My singles highest, your highest single attack damage is 26,507,718. So yeah, apparently, somehow at some point, I don't exactly know where or when, but the most amount of damage in a single attack that I did last year was 26 million damage, and I'm like, how does that make sense? Like, that's way too much, and it's nice to see big numbers, but like I said, at some point, you're going to see such big numbers that nothing is going to make sense anymore. It kind of reminds me of AFK Journey, because in AFK Journey, you count damage in the billions, like hundreds of billions, not just 1 or 2 billions. Like for some bosses, you need to deal. Well, it's not that you need, but like the most amount of damage that some people do is around 130, 150 billion damage. Like, these numbers are way too big for me, in my opinion. You could shave off a 0 or 2 in there. Hello, the Storm Arcanist, Almanus Vindicte, Arcana, Anaxa Hater, Streamer, Viewer, Castrace main, Meta main, Kakanya main, Placeholder main. How am I a placeholder main? how, how do you main a placeholder? Because that doesn't really make sense. Aventurine main, Ho main, Sunday main, Remembrance, Trailblazer main, Agalaya main, Himiko main, Kafka main, Talene main, Zani main, Rinsley main, Sanadina main, Vermilion Night Eclipse, Himiko main, former main. You can add the former to Sanadina as well, since I no longer play those games. It's the same game, sorry. Evelyn main, Wise main, Zenless Zen 0 player, Wuthering Waves player, Reverse 1999 player, Ash Echoes player, AFK Journey player, Genshin Impact main, streamer and fisherman howdy. It's still a nice day for fishing, ain't it? Mine was 600k Lamau. I mean, yeah, but man, you've been playing the game for like 4 months, maybe something like that. So of course, you're not going to achieve the same results. And on top of that, you perhaps have not unlocked all the various types of end game content and stuff like that. Because like my 26 million damage, I feel like it's probably coming from the simulated universe. Because otherwise, I don't see how my characters could do so much damage. It just doesn't make a question. Okay, so the event I was doing wasn't Pure Fiction, but Divergent Universe. Ah, yeah, so now that makes much more sense. Yeah, because Divergent Universe is just a branch of Simulated Universe, and overall, in Simulated Universe, your characters are going to do a shit ton of damage. Like I said, usually my cast race, with the current Memory of Chaos or endgame buff, she can deal up to 1 million damage. Usually what I will see are something along between 300k and 600k, depending on the content. So that's my average number. We'll call it 300 or 600,000 damage, right? But in Simulated Universe, my cast race does 12 million damage per dragon puking. when it pukes and then explodes. It deals 12 million damage. But that is just the nature of simulated universe. It is not a good metric to judge your characters by, because you get so much buff from that. Placeholder is Arlen. You said he's a placeholder. Yes. Arlen is indeed a placeholder for me because someone has to be. And no, to be fair, it's just because he's the last on the list of characters, which means that I can find him very easily. I just have to go through the to the end of the list of characters and I can find him, and that means that, you know, I can find whatever relics in this game, relics I have placed on him, because I will do that. Like right now in Wuthering Waves, for instance, my placeholder is Chixia, because Chixia is at the tail end of the list, and I have my Zani echoes on my Chixia, because I'm still waiting for Zani to come out, which I am, by the way, very excited about still. Honestly, I can't wait for Tuesday. I wish she would come out already so I could pull for her and play with her. But I shall be a patient man. We have waited for 4 months. We can wait a couple more days. It will be fine. And Ktosh, I am sorry, but I will not fall for your joke, because you've done it so many goddamn times that at some point, you know, yeah, it's kind of hard. If I were to fall for your joke, it would be really like I would call myself stupid many times over. So ready for Zani. Yeah, man, she looks incredible. She looks incredible, and everything about her I absolutely love. So yeah. And on top of that, I made some. I did some math, and I said math like MATHS, right? Not METH. I don't do drugs. Don't do drug, kids. It's not good. No, I did some calculations, and by my account, I should be able to get at least S1R1, and if I'm lucky, I might get S2R1, because I have enough pulls to guarantee one copy of her. If I lose the 50-50, I can at least get one copy of her and one copy of her weapon, and I have enough whale dust, whatever it is called, astral coral, I think. I have enough of those to buy one of her sequences from the shop. And I think that the sequences cost 360 of those, that currency. And I am at 506, I think. So if I get enough 4-star characters and 4-star weapons that I already have, meaning that I would get more of that whale dust, I might be able to get up to 720 of that currency and thus be able to buy 2 sequences for her. Because I am going all in on her. I will spend everything that I have saved up until now. But yeah, I am fully prepared. I have a build for her. It's honestly rather decent. I would really like to get her sequence 3, if at all possible. Oh, never mind. Is it her sequence 2 or her sequence 3 that I wanted? I don't remember, because I think that one of them gives her crit rate. So that would be lovely. That way it will make it easier for me to build her. Although, to be fair, the Echo set on her actually also gives 20% crit rate. So you don't really need that much crit rate on her. I need to hold for the bard lady. Chiaconna. Yeah, understandable. Honestly, I really like her. When we met her, she was really adorable. And I don't know why, when I watched the live stream, the anniversary live stream, I really liked her even more. She felt to me like maybe the kind of stereotypical bard that you would see in MMORPGs or tabletop RPGs. And I don't know, there was some kind of nostalgic feeling to her, and she's just nice, you know. She's just nice, and cute and all of that. So I really like her more than I thought that I would. So I was genuinely surprised for that. But she happens to come by at the wrong time. She happens to come by at the wrong time because my love for Zani is much, much stronger. So maybe I'll try and get Yakona on a rerun, but yeah, this match, it's everything for Zani. The owl will get S6 Zani easily. Oh, I wish. I wish, but you know what? Eventually, I hope that I will. I will do just like I did with Kakanya. So for Kakanya, what I did, I had saved up for her release, and I got her to P3, I believe. And when she got a rerun on a scam banner, I managed to get her to P5. Now, I hope that Kuru Games is never going to implement a what do you call that? A scam banner, please. Please don't. But regardless, whenever Zani gets a rerun, I will try to get as many sequences as I can for her. And, hopefully we'll eventually manage to S6 her. Eventually. But yeah, I can't afford to S6 a character in one go. Skip Zani? I mean, if you want to skip Zani, feel free to do so, Ktosh. But me? No, I'm not skipping her. No way in hell. She's gonna be power crept by Mortefi. That makes no sense, but okay. I'm used to your sentences not really making any sense, Tosh, but this one is a new one, definitely. Already 62 pity on cast race so far, but you're on a guaranteed, right, Mihai? Because I do believe that you lost your 50-50, if I'm not mistaken. So you're on a guaranteed. Please do confirm or deny if I am wrong. Speaking of Kuro, PGR X DMC5 was the whole cuisine? What does that mean? I guess you mean they're cooking very much so. Are they cooking better than Escoffier? Are they cooking better than Escoffier? Is the question. But unfortunately, I don't play PGR. I did try it for a tiny bit, but it was too annoying on PC to play, unfortunately. Not too annoying, but it's just that the game was really not meant to be played on PC. It is meant to be played on a touchpad, or on a touch screen, right? Which is it is what it is, I guess. Freddy would skip Zani. Don't be like Freddy. True. Don't be like Freddy, indeed. But I suppose so. Yeah, Freddy would probably skip Zani. So, I mean, people who skip Zani, it's understandable. We all have our own preferences. So at the end of the day, you do you. But I cannot skip I cannot skip Zani. Sorry, I physically cannot. Yep, lost my 50-50 to Bailu at 89 pity. Right, I do remember that it was not the greatest thing. But goddamn, well, it seems that cast race is really, really making you wait. Because you lost at 89 and then you're already at 62, so she's really making you spend everything for her. Much better. But do you mean that you already know what exactly is going to happen? Because hasn't the PGRX DMC5 crossover or collaboration just been announced? Or do you actually know the details of exactly what is going to happen? Really wish I could bind my basic attack to my mouse in PGR, and that's the only thing keeping me away from fully maining PGR. Wait, you can't bind your basic attack to your mouse? I don't actually remember exactly how to play PGR. My recollection of the game is rather vague. It's just the feeling that I had was that it really wasn't convenient, especially to do the combos with the different colors and all of that. Now, granted, I had not mastered that mechanic, so of course I was extremely slow to do it. But yeah, it was really not convenient going for the numbers 0 through 1 through 9 or something like that on the keyboard. If I had the time, I would. If I had the time to add a gacha, I would add PGR. I would definitely like to add PGR, especially because I've heard that the story is really good. Well, just like with Wuthering Waves, Kuro kind of fumbled the start, but eventually it became really good. So I'm always in for a good story, you know. But yeah, passing, you have to accept the gameplay with it. And unfortunately for me, PGR not really working. Saw their announcements on CN, and my god, it's perfect. I mean, I guess you're a DMC fan, a Devil May Cry fan. Are you, Chip? But do you still play PGR, Chip? Because I think you used to, but I'm not sure if you're still playing. Black Beacon is on life support with me, just spending my energy and doing dailies currently. Really? Why is that? Is it not good? Uh, is there a problem with Black Beacon? Uh, like I said, after I understood that there was no PC client, I kind of gave up on the game. And after my pathetic tries at installing the game through an emulator, I completely gave up. 25k with skill is good though, no? In Honkai. Brother, you're gonna have to give us more details. 25k with whose skill? Which character are you using? Which character do you have in your team? And what type of content are you fighting against? What type of enemy? What type of buff is there in the content? Like, you're gonna have to give us a hell of a lot more detail if you want us to reply to that. I did play PGR, but as I've said, I can't play Bubble Pop whilst hack and slash. Right, okay, yeah, I do remember that you mentioned that. But I didn't remember if you stuck with it regardless. But I do remember the Bubble Pop hack and slash mix that you had mentioned. The story is quite good, combat is fun. I have too many games I care more about currently. Yeah, fair point. Fair point. It's kind of difficult to juggle too many gacha games at once, especially because you really do want to play through all the dailies and all of that. But yeah, it's kind of difficult to do that for several games. Path to Nowhere has become my third favorite gacha behind Reverse and Wuthering Waves. Interesting. I have not played Path to Nowhere. I think it's just that I don't really like the overall UI. I know it might sound stupid, but yeah, the UI for me is very important. And it doesn't have a PC port. Yeah, it doesn't. And I'm tired of, what do you call that? Of, shoot. Of emulators. Let me check. Yeah, okay. The UI, I mean, the UI in combat, it really reminds me of Arknights, and I'm not really fond of that. Because like the thing that I liked with Ash Echoes in comparison to Arknights, because both of them are tower defenses, kind of slightly different of course, but they are the same genre kind of. The thing I liked with Ash Echoes is that you had flashy animations, you had things to see, whereas in Arknights the only thing I saw was my characters auto attacking, and sometimes there were some particle effects around them. That was basically all that happened. So yeah, it wasn't really that interesting to watch. Normal boss, Acheron, Pela, Gallagher, Japad. The heck is Japad doing there? But okay, why not? And 25k skill. I guess it's probably good. I mean, yeah, I've told you this before, Tosh, but the problem is your character are not well built. They are not leveled up. They are not maxed out. So it's kind of hard to give you an accurate comment on what you're doing, because in order to draw a proper comparison, you need to have two things that are somewhat similar. But I can't compare my level 90 characters that I've worked on for 6 months against your characters that you've barely had for a month, or Akron, you've had her for like a week. So, you know, it's it's kind of difficult to compare anything. Yeah, everything is compared at to max level. Yeah, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Like, should we compare a level 1 Acheron against a level 50 Acheron against a level 90 Acheron? Of course, things are going to be extremely different. He can freeze enemies and it counts as a debuff. Yeah, but you have to use a skill point for that. So how do you manage all of that? Because if you want your Gallagher to inflict a debuff, you would want to skill with him. And on top of that, he would provide healing with that. But in order, you know, to get his ultimate up as fast as possible. Then with Pela, you can skill in you can basic attack instead of skill, so she is SP positive. I suppose technically speaking, you can play Gallagher as an SP positive character as well. But yeah, and also even if it's a debuff, it's not a nihility. True. I forgot about that. But yeah, you're missing a nihility character in there, because Acheron wants to have a second nihility character with her. Gweniphan or whatever needs to skill too. Yeah, but I think she's more consistent in her application of her debuff, isn't she? I don't remember exactly how Japard works or the raw numbers that he has. Now then, we are going to have an ad break. I'm going to keep yapping with you guys, but I am going to launch the game. Thank God I said that I would yap less today, so that we could go through more of the story. That definitely happened. You've already spent an hour yapping. God damn it. Well, it is what it is. Also, why Japard and Gallagher? Gallagher should be enough as a healer, so if you're shielded, you can't take damage, so Gallagher's healing goes to waste. True. Gweniphan is Nihility? Yes, she is. She is a dot character, which is part of the Nihility. We'll head into Lurk as I'm not done with the story yet. Okay. Well, happy lurking to you, and thank you for joining us for this very long yapping session. Oh boy. And the ads are going to start right now, just as I'm about to start the game. I will show you the game. I suppose I can show you the game, even though the ads are running, because but I'm not going to start the story until the ads are gone, of course. There you go. That way you can see Patutu and her immense mass of hair. Honestly, her hair looks like a nightmare to deal with, not gonna lie. Because I myself have long hair, and my hair is definitely not as long as hers. But I'm very happy because I can finally have a high ponytail. I can finally make that, which is nice. Because my hair is about as long. It drops to my shoulders, I guess, maybe a bit more. But that my hair is already really annoying to deal with. So I can't even imagine how annoying it is to deal with her hair, with all the accessories she has in there, the flowers and all of that. Good grief. 30 pulls in, still Yang less. Plus Winsong less. Oh god, poor chip. Good luck for your Liang Yue pulls, and there is no Winsong banner at the moment, is there? I thought she had a rerun recently. Oops. But I don't think she's still on banner, is she? Yeah, no, she's not. Okay. But so I think I mean, maybe you could lose your 50-50 on Liang Yue's banner to Winsong. That would still be a win, right? For you, I mean. Not that I wish you to lose. Of course I wish you to win. No, please. No. Okay, yeah. Okay, fine. Let's not talk about that possibility. Let's only think about the fact that you are absolutely going to win. Nah, I'd win this. Yeah, we believe. We believe, and Thanks to all the belief that there is in the world, you will actually get Liang Yue. I hope. I pray to God that I'm not mistaken.
Faraday's miracle. I say. Eliminate target.
I bet Fatutu gets stuck in her hair when she's sleeping. Hey, you know what?
Great. Now back to the salon.
Now that I think about it, maybe she can wrap herself inside of her own hair and maybe, you know, be like a self burrito. And it can serve as a blanket of some kind. I assume, because hair does keep you warm. Like, I know that I have long hair, and I've been I've had long hair for quite a few years now, but I used to have short hair, and I definitely noticed that since I have long hair now, it's hotter. The things are hotter. The time is much more hot. It's annoying. But I like having long hair, so I'm keeping them. But, you know... Oh god, what is this? The heck? Let's go with sticky rice balls, because it reminds me of Castrace, because I kept calling her rice ball. So let's go with rice balls. No idea what's going on here. Yay, thank you, I guess. Ah, they agree. Yay. What the hell is going on, man? I have no idea what's happening here. And hopefully, not gonna reach 70 pulls this time. I mean, that only happened in Black Beacon, right? It didn't happen in Wuthering Waves, in Reverse 1999, right? You've been luckier in Reverse, I think. Sometimes I wish my characters were doing more than 3k with alt. Well, you have to build them. You have to build them, brother. It takes time. You have to be patient with that. But eventually your characters will deal more and more damage. At first they deal 300, then they deal 3000, then they deal 30,000, etc, etc. Now then, the ads are gone, yay! So we can actually start the story. And I remember that I left you guys yesterday on a cliffhanger, but I don't actually remember what it was. So I guess we'll see. My rice ball was playing with glue. She's really sticky, so she's sticky. I had thoughts, but I do not wish to express the thoughts. I will move on. I have acknowledged what you said, Jamie. But I wish to not acknowledge what I thought, so I shall move on. I just saw that I can get a free 5-star light cone from Herta's shop. I'm keeping that for Castrace because I know I won't get her light cone. I don't remember if the shop light cone is all that good. I guess, yeah, probably. I just know that Castrace doesn't really have that many options for free-to-play friendly light cones, which is kind of disappointing. Also, read the daily news. Wait, there is daily news? What are you talking about? Here? No, it's sign in, I think. Where do you actually see it? Okay, can I not see it again? Game? No, game? Would you? Ah! It won't show me. I guess I tried. And wait, there was one more thing we had to check. There is the Liang thing below the date. The Liang thing below the date. What now? the what now? Below the date. Okay, so it had to be in sign-in. That's the only... Oh, it's the... Oh my god. Okay, thank you, Chip. Yeah, yeah. Liang Yue tried to tell the suitcase residents that just because you're Chinese, it doesn't automatically mean you know Kung Fu. Just look at Madame Z. I mean, we don't know if Madame Z can fight, you know? we don't know whether or not she can fight. We've never seen her in a fight, so it could be a thing. And I mean, yeah, it makes sense, you know, that just because you're Chinese doesn't mean that basically everyone in the suitcase are racist. Let's not call them racist. Perhaps they're ignorant, you know? Perhaps they just don't know any better. They don't know exactly what is part of Chinese culture or not. And, well, I guess... or I guess we can jump to the conclusion and say that they're all racist. And yes, we were also going to go in the Atlas for... Oh god, how... Jessica, here. Let me see. Where is it though? Is it in items? Where do you see if she's... Where does it say that she's beyond arcanist? Oh god, I did not mean to click that. Ah, well. Pinkish hat box. Oh, okay, you just... Okay, never mind. Wait, this is where I wanted to click. Wait, no, this is just the story, yeah? Okay. Psycube is just Psycubes, as expected. She's on the Beyond section. Oh, you're... Oh, okay. My god, why am I so... what do you call that? Blind today. I'm blind and I can't speak. So we have arcanist, we have mixed. What does mixed mean? The heck is that? The hell does that mean? Mixed? Infected? Okay, we only have Semmelweis as an infected, okay. And which one are these? Oh, humans. Mr. Duncan and... Not yet? You have not yet met them? Isn't that Krista? Oh, that's Ezra, right? Yeah, right. You mentioned that yesterday, Jimmy. Yeah. That is Ezra. I don't have Ezra. And these are Awakens. Yeah. Rum in the... Yeah, okay. Makes sense for the Awakened. Let me show... Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I already clicked on that. And these are natural ones, I guess. Druvis, yeah, makes sense. Yeah. That's Melania. That's Marcus, I think, here. Tremaine. I don't recognize that silhouette. That's Pathodia. The heck is that? What the fuck is that? What is that silhouette, man? Oh man, it looks like nothing. It doesn't have any kind of defining traits. It's Gutian? Holy shit. You really can't recognize him, man. I mean, there is nothing defining about his silhouette. Oh god. That's Argus. I wish I had Argus, but yeah. That's Willow, I assume. That's Barcarola. That's Lopera. And that is Noire, but she's yet... Yeah, I recognize the Mickey Mouse bit here. I don't know if you can see it. It's right next to my model, so you can see it, but barely. Loki thought it was Poltergeist. Yeah, same thing, Chip. I said... I know, I said Crystallo for Ezra, but yeah. I thought it was something else entirely, but no. Apparently not. It's Gutian, our bird boy. Who's that? Huh. I have to admit I don't recognize who that is. But at the very least, it shows you which characters I have and which characters I don't have. Sorry. Didn't really have time to mute myself. Wonder who that is. Well, I guess we'll never know. But yeah, you're right that Jessica is indeed in the Beyond section for some reason. And I assume this is Voyager, right? Nah, but like I said, I don't have her. Sometimes I wish I would go get ice cream. Well, I mean, if you wish to do it, then why not do it? What is bound volume? Is it just all the arcanists? Ah, and now you can... Okay, wait. Okay, it is indeed Gertian. It is indeed Gertian. Good. Argus. Joe. Oh, for some reason... Oh, Joe is probably in the human section? Or was he in the arcanist section? Okay, Lopera, Barcala. All of these are recognized. Okay. But there was one that I did not recognize, and I wonder who that was. It's Lorelei. Right, I did not recognize Lorelei because I don't have her. Like I said, I have not done anything in a series of Duskmen. And Barbara, I don't... Wait, I don't have Barbara? I thought I did. Oh, I guess I was wrong. Oh. Okay. Wait, you don't have Barbara? No, I don't. Apparently not. I mean, I think I wasn't pulling when Barbara came out. I think I was saving for my P5 Kekania. I think that was right before P5, before Kekania Scam Banner came back. I guess you're using that free selector now? Wait, where is the free selector? Have I already used it? Is it this? Ah, yes, okay. Select one of the following... Ah, shit, it doesn't tell me which one I have and which one I don't. Let me see. I know I have these girls. I have them as well. I have all of them, I think. I guess Barbara is the only one I don't have. Use the 13D. The hell is 13D? Oh, it's the bottle. Ah, wait, why do I have two of them? But what's going on? You only like Barbara? Okay. Character of my choice? Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I guess I might as well. Is Baby Blue good though? I know she was. In a specific type of team. I don't remember. I think she was good for mental type damage dealers, but it's been a long time. There we go. Now we can get our sheep person thing.
I'm Barbara, an editor at Atu magazine. It's an honor to join your team, Miss Vertin. May I take a look around?
I still refuse to call the magazine Atu. Yeah, no. I will keep calling it UTTU. I'm sorry. I just can't. Let me see. Barbara. 6th of April. There you go. And she's a 5-star, right? Yeah, she is. Yeah, but I should have. Anyway, we got our Barbara, and now she can gather dust in
Welcome to
in my roster. Like so many characters are gathering dust. And I see that I have plenty of clear drops to gather. I will do that at some point, but I'm a bit too lazy. Now, wait, we've delayed it long enough. It is time for us to finally start the story. Because otherwise we won't be done until 11 PM tonight. And I'd like not to stream for 8 hours straight, if at all possible. Because I don't think I can. I feel like she's Kokomi 2.0. A 2.0 Kokomi? Do you mean Baby Blue? Baby Blue is not a healer, she's a debuffer, as far as I can remember. So, no. But Barbara, maybe? Because she is a healer after all. Man, I wish I can refund those cacophonies I've used on Godrum and Pioneer. Why? Why do you wish that? Are they not good, unfortunately? Barbara is a shielder? What do you mean? Doesn't she heal as well? A tiny bit? Or does she only shield? I don't remember. I need a 5-star healer at least. In terms of 5-star healers, I don't actually remember who's good or not. to be fair, I'm not using any 5 stars anymore, more or less. So it's kind of I'm not sure. Anyway, like I said, we've delayed long enough. A project gone awry. Plans account for everything except the unexpected, which never fails to arrive. YNSA is good, Balloon Party is decent. I'd say YNSA is probably better than Balloon Party. That's what I replied to ShinyBot TV on Discord. I think that YNSA is better than Balloon Party.
What do you mean?
Because as far as I remember seeing on Pridewin that YNSA is a good character and all of that, but I also remember that with my personal experience of Balloon Party, I sometimes struggle to keep up with the healing when Balloon Party is the only healer in the team. So I think YNSA would be a better pick. Alright, I will go get ice cream, but I'm scared I have to walk to the kitchen. Why did you censor the word kitchen? And why would you be scared of walking there? Loggerhead turns to her friend, then to Pugdog, then back to Liang. She remains totally expressionless.
The truth was always there, hidden beneath the
Right.
lies and distractions. All you have to do is whittle them down, one by one.
Now I remember what the cliffhanger was yesterday. It was the revelation that Scott was the one who sold the tape to Pugdog, who is currently selling it to Noire.
The probable cause of the events in Chinatown is the reunion of the Three Swallows film reel, and apparently Miss Noah has a history with it.
And yet, the specifics of this history remain unclear. Liang glances at Noire, only to be met with her signature unreadable smile.
But Miss Noah doesn't have anything to do with the Foundation. There's no way she could sneak into the ACD and steal the film. The same goes for this gentleman or any other outsider.
Yeah, for some reason I doubt someone in a wheelchair can be a ninja. Just saying. If you are someone in a wheelchair and you are also a ninja, please let me know. Let me know how you do it. Because I have the strange feeling that it's kind of impossible, but who knows? Balloon Party has DPS alt, YNSA has a multi-target heal and shielding alt. Yeah, so the YNSA is more geared towards actual sustain, whereas Balloon Party has a bit of DPS in her, especially with her counter as well, because her DPS, her alt, that damage, is not really that strong, in my opinion. I raised Balloon Party since I don't have a decent healer that time, and now benched cause I find the healing so mid compared to my go-to DK. Fair point, yeah. I do remember because my first healers in the game were DK and Balloon Party, and I do agree that DK has better healing than Balloon Party. We'll check if I have YNSA, but I use P1 Balloon Party right now. I mean, you use what you can. Wait, DK is a healer? God, my memory sucks. Yeah, DK is indeed a healer, but she also deals a decent amount of damage, I'd say, especially with her ultimate. Her kid was a weird to call her a healer. Anyways, yeah, she's a special girl. Looking forward for DK Euphoria soon. Hope. I mean, maybe one day. It could happen. Likewise, Balloon Party would really need Euphoria in my opinion. Yeah, I have YNSA. I guess I will use her. I mean, I would recommend it personally.
So, the thief who wants Miss Latham to take the fall must work for the Foundation. In fact, since they stole the item without being noticed, they probably work for the ACD. And they must be close to Miss Latham to know enough about her amnesia to be able to take advantage of it.
Ah, Scott. Constance, I will call you by your first name. What have you done?
But lots of people at the ACD know about my condition. You can't pin it on Scott just from that.
For the first time, the ever-cheerful loggerhead takes on a harsh, indignant tone. She stamps her foot and turns to her friend.
That's way too harsh, right, Scott? Right?
Ah, no, it reminds me of the Star Wars meme with Anakin and Padme. It's not this, right? Right?
Scott? Say something, will you?
Oh no. No. Loggerhead is like Padme. Scott only stares at the floor as she tries to calm her quivering breath.
How long have you known?
Oh wow. For a second there I was like, what the hell is going on? Why is there no voice for some reason? Okay, no, she just took a very long pause. Can I send you an SS and you... Oh, a screenshot, I guess? And you can tell me what team I can make. I use Melania, Lilia, Barbara, Balloon Party in that order. Sure, I mean, you can send me a screenshot on Discord. It will make it easier. Because the team you're using right now doesn't really make sense. I mean, the characters between each other, they don't really have any kind of synergies, as far as I can tell. Let her cook? Do you want me to let Scott cook? But I barely know her. Is she an actual good cook, though? Scott has finally managed to force out a few words.
Since Miss Latham said you were good friends, with all due respect, your plan was far from perfect.
I knew it. You brought me along so this guy would call me out.
Ah. Well done, Liang, well done. After a long sigh, Scott lifts her head, speaking with a resigned kind of ease.
You're right. I messed up. My plan was far from perfect because, well, I couldn't stick to the so-called plan since the very beginning. I didn't know the Foundation was already investigating the theft until after I'd hidden the items in Loggerhead's room.
But why are you doing all of that?
Then I had no choice but to use this idiot as the scapegoat. I never thought she'd accidentally bring the film to LA, or that I'd be ordered to investigate the case.
Ah. Well. Scott, I do not like you anymore. Well, it's not like I liked you in the first place, to be honest. I was neutral, but now I'm in the negatives with you. Because she called Loggerhead an idiot, and that is really, really rude.
I got in touch with this guy a long time ago, and the trade site happened to be in LA too. So, my plan was to get the film back and sell it right afterwards.
Scott, fuck you. Log deserves better. Yeah, Loggerhead deserves better than this thing that is pretending to be a friend.
But things didn't go as smoothly as I thought. I shouldn't have gotten greedy, or been so nice to this dummy.
Holy shit, she's laying it on deep. Okay. Deep breath. Can I fucking slap her? Yeah, we definitely should. We should collectively slap her. Scott a baddie though, maybe dumb one, but baddie. Yeah, she's a bad person. To call Loggerhead an idiot and a dummy for whatever reason when Loggerhead has done absolutely nothing wrong. And on top of that, she's using another person as a scapegoat for her own crimes. So yeah, she's definitely a bad person. Let me ask Scott, I want to slap her. Maybe we'll get to fight her at some point again. And this time around, I won't mess with her. I will use... You know what? I will use Windsong. And I will ult with Windsong on her face. Because, you know Windsong's ultimate deals a shit ton of damage. So I will absolutely obliterate her. So I guess we have found our Freddy of this patch. Or our Toa of this patch. It's going to be Scott, the child that is annoying. She shoots a piercing glare at Loggerhead before quickly looking away. Whether out of disdain or avoidance is unclear.
But...
No, poor loggerhead. She's going to have her heart broken.
We're friends, aren't we?
Ah, well, Toa did nothing wrong, though. He didn't do anything wrong. It's his attitude that I didn't like. Because he was very hostile towards people that he barely knew anything about. And that kind of pissed me off. It was mostly his attitude. Otherwise, no, yeah, he didn't really do anything bad. And, I mean, yeah, no, he did one thing bad. He put on the mask. He did. So that was bad. But other than that, yeah, no, he wasn't a bad person per se. Check Discord. Yep, I will do that in just a second. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, you don't really have much in terms of characters, I mean. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. The best combination I can suggest would be Lilia, Sonetto, Barbara, and on the 4th slot... Oh, wait, Lilia, Sonetto, Yenisei, and on the 4th slot you can put... I guess you could put Lilia on the 4th slot as another DPS that you might need. But you don't have Euphoria Lilia. So maybe you should actually use Melania, Sonetto, and Yenisei then. Yeah, I guess Melania, Sonetto, Yenisei would be your core team, I guess. Because, yeah, you don't really have anything else at the moment. Kind of complicated to do something. What about the 4th one? Barbara? You could, but honestly, you don't really need her. Yenisei should be able to solo sustain fine. So I would try and grab either a... what do you call that? Another DPS or a... what do you call that? Support. Like a buffer. But you don't have either, from what I can see. Well, you don't have much. Yeah. Obvious for the buff. Does he buff? I don't remember exactly what he does. I thought he was a healer. Her voice is as fragile as brittle glass. Scott shatters it with a scoff. And you should post, because you sent me the screenshots on a personal DM, right? On a DM. You should post those screenshots on the Discord server. That way other people can look at it and perhaps help you with the team suggestions. Yeah, he heals too, but not that much. Okay. Never mind, he's a dispeller. Well, a dispeller could be useful in specific situations, depending on what type of enemy you have to face. Oh, I read that already.
Friends? Don't be ridiculous. I don't know how you can act like nothing's wrong when literally everyone is laughing at you. And the fact that they thought that I was one of your kind.
What do you mean, one of your kind? Are you a racist on top of being an asshole? Holy shit. Okay, Scott is... wow. Wow, okay, Scott is really getting up there, you know. On the... she's not receiving a present from Santa. I will say that much. There you go. Okay, Ktosh has indeed sent his... characters on the Discord server. If anyone can chime in, because I don't really know what else to give him as a piece of advice, because I don't know enough about the 4-star characters. I've never used any of them. The only ones I can really comment on would be the 6 stars and the 5 stars, and even then the 5 stars, it's been a while since I've used anyone. So if anyone has other suggestions for Ktosh, that would be lovely. Otherwise, yeah, I would say, Melania, Sonetto, Yenisei, and Lilia as the 4th. That way you get another DPS if you need to. So my friend managed to get me Rice Ball. What's her free-to-play light cone? She doesn't have one. No, I mean, most of the light cones that are good on Rice Ball are not free-to-play friendly. Because it's either her own light cone, of course, or let me check. Where is she? Cast race, build and teams. Yeah, there is the battle pass light cone, and then there is the time waits for no one. Do you have Bailu's light cone, Chip? Because Bailu's light cone is actually good on cast race, just because of the high HP, the base HP. Forced to pull for her light cone, I guess. Yeah, kind of. Either you pull for her light cone, or you use the battle pass light cone, or you use Bailu's light cone. And according to Pridewind, you can also use post-op conversation. Just because it's, once again, you just want a light cone with the most HP, base HP, basically. Let's see, the 5-star one. Yeah, the 5-star Bailu light cone. If you have that, you can give that to cast race. I know it's strange, but right, because basically the passive that you're losing, it doesn't really matter. What you really want is just base HP. Racist 1999 indeed. Yep. She's a bad person. She's horrible. I hate her. Justice for Loggerhead. Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Jamie. We should start a campaign against Cot and in favor of Loggerhead. We shall march in the street to express our discontent.
Ugh, what an insult. I only hung out with you because I had no choice.
And on top of that, you're friendless. I see. You don't even have friends. And you're calling someone else an idiot. I see what kind of person you are. Cast race can use the 4-star victory one. Right, yeah, she could use well, she can use it. It's not really great. But the problem with the Remembrance 4-star light cones is that the passives are usually not that great for her. They're not really good. And more importantly, they have low base HP. And since the base HP of your light cone is combined with the base HP of the character to then calculate all the other HP related calculations, you really want a high base HP light cone, whatever it may be. Which is why even Bailu's light cone, which is an abundance light cone, which means that you completely negate the use of the passive on that. You can't use the passive on cast race, but it doesn't matter. It's actually better just because it has so much base HP. Why Senator though? What does she do? She buffs and she can also debuff the enemy. She can prevent the enemy from attacking. And she does deal a bit of damage, but it's mostly for her buff, because you don't really have that many buffers in your roster, so that's the best I could go with. Can we throw Scott into the storm? Yes, you can. I guess I'm using Blade's light cone. Ah, that could work. I didn't see it in the suggestions in Pridewind, but I assume it could work, probably. Recommended planner and rope for her. If you're talking about substats, HP. Not substats, but even main stats. HP all the way, HP %. And the actual set, I don't remember the name of it, but it's the purple one. It's one of the latest one that released. And it does something when you have over 5,000 HP. That's the set for her. But yeah, we should definitely throw Scott into the storm and never see her again.
You're an idiot who forgets everything every 3 days. It's your own damn fault. Anyone looking for a scapegoat would immediately think of you.
How is it her own fault? She was born like that. Okay, yeah, Scott is really getting on my nerves now. Okay, she's definitely the Freddy Toa of this patch. So now we have Freddy, Toa, and Scott. I see.
Quit it. I don't want to hear any more of your BS.
Thank you, Poitier. Thank you. Scott scoffs once more, refusing to look at her friend for even a second. Although I do wonder if Scott is just putting on an act for some reason. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. But right now, she's pissing me off. She can disarm plus buff too. Yeah. That's the word I was looking for. Disarm for Sonetto. I just had a conversation with a 5-year-old and felt like I was losing brain cells by the second. Why are you having conversations with 5-year-olds though? Do you have a 5-year-old? Do you have a 5-year-old at home?
Hands up, Miss Scott. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Wait, you're still going to fight?
Guys, it is time. It is time. Let's go with star. And. Yeah, but yeah, shit. Okay, I'm going to try it, but I don't think it's going to work. Because she's probably going to die before I get my Winsong's ultimate. Which is quite unfortunate. Where is my Winsong? There you go. Yeah, she's probably going to die before that. And, no offense, but I'm going to change this.
I could use a sponsor like you.
Yeah, I'm probably going to change her, because it doesn't really look like Winsong to me. I feel like she looks better as a researcher, an on-field researcher. So I will keep that. The other, what do you call that? The other garment looks good, but you know, I do feel like this one is better for her. It feels more her. I wanted to ask, is Semmelweis Eternity a viable duo? I do believe so, yes, because they have that synergy of consuming HP. That being said, I don't know how good Eternity's Euphoria is. My nephew came over. This is what he said. I like Michael the Santa from Fortnite because I saw him on TikTok and in Skibidi Toilet. I have no idea who Michael the Santa is, and I don't think I want to know given the rest of the sentence. But I understand how you may have lost a few brain cells, unfortunately. Right after the carrier use a one-target counter ultimate, they get damage heal plus 10 for 2 rounds. The carrier riposte deal genesis damage. For who is this weapon? I have no idea. Who's on the what do you call that? Who's on the image of the Psycube? Or the who's on the image of the Psycube? That should give you a clue.
Keep the sample.
And hello, Payne. How are you? Welcome to the stream. And I fucked up, guys. I didn't pick the right this thing. I don't remember what it is called. Well, too bad. But how? She doesn't have the real anymore. How can she still summon these monsters? She's been deeply corrupted. The ghost plagues have latched onto her. She didn't summon them. They were always lurking within her. Get away! Stay back! This isn't over. I haven't made her acknowledge me. I still have a plan. I still... Her mind is starting to unravel already. Poitiers, we have to take her down. Okay, let me restart this. But with the proper thingy for Vertin, because I kind of fucked up on that one. That's my bad. Where is it? It's here. Yeah, unfinished times. Thank you very much. Now we can start.
Do you feel ready to discuss it?
He's the protagonist from GTA 5. Holy shit, I had completely forgotten about him. Oh wow. Yeah, but I do remember him now that you mention it. I do remember Michael, Trevor, and the yee-ass haircut. I can't remember. I'm blanking on his name. Yep, I read that already. And hello, Swavy as well. How are you? Welcome to the stream, where we are about to beat the shit out of this this little thing. Now wait. It is as I feared. It doesn't take it. Okay, I was trying to see how the keyboard shortcut works, and it is not taking into account the fact that I have a French keyboard. I will have to try and change the shortcut to see how it works exactly, but yeah, this is not going to work well for me. Too bad. Now then, no, I want to make this thing disappear. Perfect. And
Just another what I'm good at.
A new
There we go.
hypothesis.
These sheets are my wings.
No other study could show you this.
Ouch!
Don't
I
touch
don't
the
get it.
device.
can I get more? Yes, I can. 40, yep, for you. And then one target
another shift.
attack. Sure, I don't need more.
A good point. A new hypothesis.
And I guess wait, I might as well use a
A
buff
fragment
on
of
you.
truth.
What I'm good at.
A good point. A new hypothesis.
Ah shit,
be
I'm
right
going to
here.
lose one of the precasts.
Get
That's
out
my
with
bad.
you.
Taking another look.
No,
The
she's going to
benefits
die.
of field mapping.
Oh, she's still. No. See this. Oh wait. No. Where is your ultimate, Winsong? Winsong, where is your ultimate? No. I wanted to use Winsong's ultimate. You know what?
Don't worry.
I do not
Will be
care
safe.
about anything. Oh, and of course I don't have enough. Yeah, fine.
A fragment
Um,
of truth.
I will just do that. And who cares? There you go. I will use
Would you care
Winsong's
to lie
ultimate on her. I said I would. And I am going to... Oh shit. She almost died. No. No, Kakanya, please don't kill her. Okay. Where is my Winsong ultimate? Wait, where is my Winsong? She has 534 HP. Shit. Why can't I get my Winsong ultimate? An attack. Where is my Winsong ultimate? Why? What's going on? Do you guys know why I'm not getting Winsong's ultimate right now? Because I have enough Winsong bugged. Let me start over. I said I was going to use Winsong's ultimate on this little shit, and I'm going to max incantations. Okay, let me restart.
Oh, I got it now.
We are going to get this Winsong ultimate. No, don't. Ah, well, too late. Okay, wait. Now I
A
can
new
do this,
hypothesis.
Just another shift.
this, and that.
What I'm
Okay.
good at.
The benefits
But
of field
why are
mapping.
you saying no, Chip?
Laundry time.
I know it's because I restarted the fight,
That's it.
but I'm curious as to... Oh god, everything is already dead. Have you seen the 2.0 ZZZ characters? I'm only aware of... what's her name? Yi Xuan, I think? Probably? That's the only character I know of.
A good point. A new hypothesis.
And she looks good, not gonna lie, but
Just
other than
another
that, I don't really know much about her. I should use the buff
A
beforehand.
fragment of truth.
What I'm good at.
A good point. A
There
new
you go.
hypothesis.
Don't be afraid.
But now I don't know if
Get
I'll
out
have
with you.
enough.
Taking another look.
Yeah, come
No
on.
other study could show you this.
Don't die yet.
Hey!
I don't get it.
What to do? How am I supposed to get Winsong's ultimate? She's supposed to have it. And I'm kind of screwed here. Unless I do this. I can
A
use
good
one
point.
card. That's fine. And what the heck am I supposed to do here? Guess I'll do that. Why
The
not?
benefits of field mapping.
Don't die! Please don't die. Yes, I finally have Winsong's ultimate. Okay, good. Please don't die. Okay, she's not dead yet. She has 6 HP. But you will get what you deserve. Can't believe I'm doing this. You know what? Take a Winsong ultimate to the face. Take a Kakanya ultimate to the face. And I guess we can add Flutter Page's ultimate as well. But I just want... I know she's going to die with Winsong's ultimate. So this is fine.
Yes.
But yeah, take 3 ultimates to the face. That is what you deserve.
Infinite lines.
This is justice for oh god. This was justice for
That weren't even as tough as waking
Loggerhead.
up an old factory man.
There you. I hope I managed to satisfy all of your desires to slap the shit out of Scott. I've done the best I could. Oh boy. 40 damage. Damn, Scott is cooking. Yeah, no. There is a level difference between my characters and the enemies right now. At last, Scott gives up her resistance. Liang pushes her toward Poitier's patrol car, parked around the corner. Now, I am wondering if Scott's way of thinking and things that she was saying was maybe due to the corruption of the real. Because we know that the real can change the personalities of people. They will have outbursts of problems and stuff like that, right? Outbursts of rage, sorry. So maybe she's becoming a racist bitch because of the real. But for now she's a racist bitch. We might change our judgment later on. We'll see. As they are about to step out of the alley, Loggerhead calls out.
Wait, Scott!
Oh, poor Loggerhead.
I have to know, why did you steal from the Foundation?
Does it matter?
Yeah, kind of. It does, yeah. Scott turns back, laughing coldly in disbelief.
Would you feel better if I had a reason? Oh, please. Your ignorant, stupid little brain makes me sick.
Yeah. Never mind. I do not change my judgment. She's a racist little bitch.
It was for the money, of course. And to prove to the others that I'm not a bloody fool like you.
So your plan to prove to others that you're not a fool is to become a criminal and get caught, and thus proving that you're actually a fool. I see. You really are a 5-brain, aren't you?
Imagine the shock on their faces when they discovered that I did what none of them could. Those so-called unbreakable arcane security skills were easy to deal with as long as I...
Her words trail off, and a puzzled expression crosses her face.
You what? How did you bypass the Foundation security?
I don't remember. That's weird. How could I forget? All I remember is that an office lady talked to me in the corridor.
Was she manipulated from the start, perhaps? Did you know that Spider-Man once teamed up with the Transformers? No, I did not know. It's kind of a strange combination, but why not? As a fellow glass wearer, we don't see her as one of us. We reject her, even just as glass wearers. Where do I get a weapon for my character? In the shop. There is a shop in the bank where you can buy psi cubes for your characters. Otherwise, if you're talking about limited characters or limited psi cubes, those can also be bought in the shop, but for the specific event that is tied to the character. Usually, I do believe that these event psi cubes, if you haven't bought them, they will find their way to into the regular shop later on, I think. Scott, you weren't supposed to die. Well, she had 6 HP, and I dealt a 12,000 damage ultimate on her face. So yeah, she couldn't withstand the pain, I guess.
An office lady? When? What did you talk about?
She showed me something. It was a bit dazzling, but very beautiful. It was... Oh, right! It was a...
Wait, what? A razor-sharp silver needle slices through the air, cutting her off in an instant. Did she get beheaded? Because given the way the thing appeared, or is she okay? She's not okay. She raises a dazed hand, her fingertips touching the foreign object lodged in her throat. Not understanding why her voice has suddenly vanished. I think there is a more pressing concern than her voice. I'm afraid she's about to bleed out and die. Well, I did want her to be punished, but fucking deserved. I mean, at the very least now she can't be mean to Loggerhead anymore. But did she really deserve to have her throat slashed or whatever that thing happened, or pierced, I guess? I don't know. But justice for Loggerhead. Let's just keep chanting justice for Loggerhead. Not surviving a 12k ultimate while having 6 HP sounds like a skill issue. It sounds like Scott has a lot of skill issues, unfortunately. I don't think Scott deserved death. I would agree with you on that. She did not deserve death. She deserved to be slapped around some more. But she did not deserve to die. By the time she's realized she can no longer breathe, her eyes roll back and she falls to the ground. Silence falls in the starlit alley. Then another flash of silver whistles by. Wait, who got hit?
What?
A sharp pain blooms in her palm. She looks down to see a sharp silver needle pierced in it. The film slips from her grasp. Oh god! So Yang is also hit. It's just the hand, but still, you know. The reel rolls across the ground, clicking as it hurtles into the darkness, until a gloved hand picks it up and brushes it off.
Still intact. You've got no idea how long I've been looking for this.
Ah, so see, I knew she had something to do with this. You're someone whose name I forgot, but I remember you. I saw your silhouette and I knew your silhouette was that of the guilty party.
Hey there, kid. We meet again.
Right, her name is Kei Singh, but it's pronounced differently depending on the character. The once famous star smiles at Liang with an easy, friendly charm.
Scott! Scott!
No fucking way. Is she dead?
Not yet, but I doubt she can hold on much longer. I'll call an ambulance, and we're gonna need backup.
Is she C7 or C07? Yeah, she is. She was the actress that played Detective C07. You had the right letters and numbers, but you didn't have the right combination. The detective's name is C07. Firefly is dead? The heck are you talking about, Tosh? I'm starting the main story again. I'm rank 61, by the way. I've no idea what you're talking about, because earlier you were talking about Reverse, now you're talking about Fireflies, except Firefly is in Honkai Star Rail. So, yeah, I'm confused. The hell am I gonna team comp with Rice Ball? Good question. The ideal comp would be Remembrance Trailblazer, Tribby, and either Gallagher or Lorcha. That's her premium team at the moment. If you have those characters. If you don't have Tribby, she can be replaced with Ruan Mei. If you don't have Remembrance Trailblazer, then how the hell are you playing the game? Because you should have Remembrance Trailblazer. Tribby EE. What? What? And how do you spell that? You spell that Detective C07. I believe that was the name of the detective. Loggerhead's scream, Pugdog's cry, and Poitier's tense voice all ring in Liang's mind. I think now might be the time to summon the tiger, you know? Liang's rationality has already grasped the reality of the situation, but her emotions are refusing to let her shape the conclusion into clear words.
Why are you doing this?
When Loggerhead posed a similar question to Scott, Liang had questioned the inquiry. There is no need to ask why evil chooses to do evil. What's wrong is wrong. Evil must be eradicated. Ghost plagues must be purged. That was the doctrine drilled into Liang since childhood. But now she finds herself forced to ask the same question.
Tell me. I need a reason.
It's my old friend that you should be asking.
Liang watches as Hsing's smiles fades and her face turns steely.
Long time no see, Noire.
Yeah, it's been a while.
She sounds like she doesn't care. Yeah, it's been a while, but now can you go away, please?
The last time we saw each other was in front of her grave, if memory serves. We really should keep in touch more often.
Wow, Noire really is impassible. She's unfazed. A girl is bleeding to death, another one has her hand pierced, and she seems to really not care at all. The air in the alley is sharp as a needle. Noire continues to smile, but a wariness lurks behind her eyes.
But you've gone too far this time, my friend.
She glances at Scott's fallen body and gently shakes her head.
This isn't part of our story.
This isn't a set, Director. It's not your call.
She raises a hand, and a flash of silver pierces through the darkness.
Careful!
I really like her arcane skill, man. I really wish that she was a playable character. Wait, I have to snooze the ads. Don't interrupt us, ads. Not now. She leaps forward, deflects the needle, and stands firm in front of the wheelchair. Hsing shows no surprise. She narrows her eyes a little, as if she foresaw this outcome.
That's the spirit. This should be fun with you here, little Vigil.
Whose arcane skills you like? K-Sing? Chi-Sing? The villains. The villain girl. Detective CO7. I like her arcane skill. Gallagher, RMC, Tribi, Castrace, or My Day if you like. Can also be Runmei or Sunday. Yep. That would be the ideal team for now, because there aren't any good replacements for any of these characters as of now. Can I borrow characters in Reverse 1999 to farm? Yes, you can, I believe. I know you can borrow characters, I don't exactly know where and when. But I think that for farming purposes, yeah, you can. Who's, and I read that already. Keqing, yeah, not exactly, but close enough.
Let's all play our roles, shall we?
But this ain't a movie, girl. You're killing people right now. That's not great. Hyacinth is coming. She's good for Rice Ball from the beta test. Subject to change. Yeah, that's what I heard as well. Especially because, well, I mean, it makes sense. You know, usually Hoyoverse, they will release one character and the next one will happen to be good for them or something. So, yeah, makes sense. Now then, calculated maneuver. A random scrap of paper with intricate folds, a nod to its owner's boredom during a long meeting. A Vigil's correspondence. This letter was tucked inside a folder of interrogation records. It appears to have been exchanged silently between two Vigil's agents during an interrogation. The two distinct handwritings reflect their unspoken dialogue. She's tight-lipped about it, but she seems aware that we've already figured out everything. Fascinating, like a mouse in a lab experiment. Arrogant yet clueless. There is still one thing left to figure out. How exactly did she learn to crack the anti-theft arcane seal? All her lies and disguises fall apart under scrutiny, but she hasn't given up a single clue about this. Even our artificial somnambulism couldn't uncover anything. Could it be sheer dumb luck? Disappointing. I've taught you better. Never rely on million to one coincidences. Always consider the more plausible scenario. You mean she's being controlled by someone, and they've erased her memory, so she can't betray them? Exactly. That slippery merchant gave up Scott, but there is no way a minor employee could pull off something like this. Rejoice, we've hooked a big fish. So we're letting her go? Yes, but not without loosening her strings first. Understood. I will notify Mr. Pedra. I trust he'll ensure Miss Scott feels completely at ease after some subtle adjustments. Good. You're a reliable assistant, Billy. The second writer seemed about to reply but left only a hesitant pen stroke. Goddamn! So the Foundation knew all along. They knew everything and they chose to do to let all of this happen. You know what? I said it yesterday or the day before, I don't remember, but I said that the Foundation had a terrible track record with, you know, helping people, saving people, or preventing people from doing things that might injure them or kill them. And, well, look what just happened. Anyway, we are going to take a short ad break because that's just part of life, I guess. I don't really have a choice. But yeah, the ads are going to roll. You know what? I'm actually going to trigger them manually so we don't have to wait 20 seconds for no reason. There you go. And I'm going to just keep yapping for a bit. I'm not going to actually take a break this time around. Yeah, there you go. The ads are running. I am going to hydrate though, because I haven't hydrated in 2 hours. Holy shit. The hydration has been completed. But, where were we? Right, Hyacine. And who else is coming? Oh, right, Cypher. But I think Cypher is supposed to be some kind of follow-up character, probably. What's your favorite arcane skill of a character in reverse? Oh, shoot. That's a good question. Let me take a look at the roster of character. It will be easier for me to remember. Now, are you talking about actual skill in-game, like the gameplay, or just the lore part of the character? Because the lore and the gameplay is somewhat different, generally speaking. I think my answer, I mean, I am looking just for the sake of covering all of my bases. We'll call it that. But I think my answer will come at no one's surprise, probably. The arcane skill lore-wise of a character and your favorite to play. Well, yeah, this is probably not going to come as a surprise.
Welcome.
There you
There's
go.
no need to knock. I saw you, Suzumiya, at the door.
She's my favorite. There is a reason I P5'd her. I love the idea of being able to open or use the mirrors to get into the minds of people and using said power to help people deal with whatever mental health issues they may have. I myself have studied psychology and got a not so useful degree in it, but the point is it's a subject that I really like, and yeah, she is basically exactly like everything she does and tries to do is very similar to things that I personally like. And yeah, I feel like her arcane skill is extremely useful. It can be used to help so many people, and you can use it in so many diverse ways. You can use it for therapy for people, you know, for people like Isolde, who definitely need more therapy. Although I will mention that Kikanya should never have tried to treat Isolde. And that was a terrible idea from the start, because they knew each other, and that was really not a good idea. But regardless, in terms of, you know, you can help people like that. You could even, I don't know, help people in the police. There is an anime coming out this season that is currently airing, and it's called Your Forma. And the main character is a woman, and basically they have technology that allows you to see inside a person's mind. So it's kind of really similar. And they're using it to catch criminals, for instance, and understand what's going on and stuff like that. So yeah, her skill, Kakanya's skill, arcane skill, you can use it for so many different things. And, well, you could also use it for bad things as well, I suppose, but that's not really what I I want. But yeah, no, Kakanya would be my favorite one. And my favorite to play is also Kakanya. I guess, well, yeah, once again, I guess not a surprise either. But I love the fact that she does everything, man. She can buff other characters, she can heal other characters, she can tank damage for other characters, and she can dish out huge amount of damage through a big nuke. Like, she does everything. She does everything, which is why I absolutely love it. And I personally used to play as a tank when I played MMORPGs quite a lot. I kind of branched out of it at some point. I kind of stopped playing as a tank, but when I started playing video games when I was much younger, I used to play a lot as a tank. So yeah, she really has a lot of similarities with things that I like in general, which is why I like her so much. Truly unexpected. I cannot believe it. But her arcane skill is so interesting. It's amazing. Like, yeah, there is so much possibility with her arcane skill. It's really, I mean, yeah, like I said, there is a reason why I P5'd her. And it's not just design-wise or anything like that. It's because there is a whole lot that I really, really enjoy about this character. Then Ktosh went on to... I don't even know what you're writing, man. Sherlock Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, and Sherlock Holmes. You're a very strange person, Ktosh, but we still like you just the way you are, I think. A lit screen, lit eyes. An empty heart and a pair of longing eyes. Oh right, the ads are gone, which is why I'm... What? Why are we starting straight away with a fight? Oh well, I guess why not? Let's go with our mineral team. Sure, let's go.
The puppy wishes to come along.
Sherlock Holmes, my favorite detective. Yeah. Not written by Arthur Conan Doyle. It's written by someone else, I think. Good. Very good. I've been waiting for this moment. The time has come for you to uphold your duty, Miss Vigil. I won't hold back, Miss Singh, I think. Well, like she said, I am not holding back.
Here's another one. It's newly made this year. We're not afraid of you. Let's get it over quick. It's wrong. There they are.
Oh god. Wow. I guess we can finish things up with the puppy.
With your decision.
Especially since the puppy agreed with our decision. Oh god, yeah. Goodbye. Thank you, Pickles. No, wait. Don't let your guard down, kid. She's not down yet. What? This power. It doesn't look like it's hers. Heh.
Your first-hand experience is our best advertisement.
I didn't know how to read that line, so yeah, I just went with heh. Justice for killing Scott, Logger's friend, who was manipulated. Yes, yes indeed.
The hell? I thought movie stars were just empty suits.
Well, apparently not. I mean, obviously she must have used her arcane skill even in the movie. Eh, yes indeed, Ktosh. Eh. Oh god. I mean, wait, Jamie, Scott is not dead yet, I think. And I might change my judgment on her. But she did deserve a good slapping around for what she said. Now we'll see if she was manipulated about that as well or not. We don't know exactly what the manipulation entailed. So we should still reserve our judgment for now. The longer we go, the more Scott might die. That is true. But given how much I yap, I think Scott might she might die, you know. Another volley of silver needles streaks through the air, forcing Liang and Poitiers back. Qi Xing stands at the center of the alley, though seemingly trapped between Liang and Poitiers. She skillfully uses their positioning to her advantage. Neither officer can risk injuring the other by firing their gun or using an arcane skill, leaving the battle as a deadlock.
We're not going to last much longer. I have to do something. Poitiers, cover me!
So why don't we just stop doing the quest and let Scott live? We might as well play it. I mean, technically speaking, you have a point. If we stop the quest now, for now, Scott is still alive. So if we stop it now, she will remain alive. With a hole in her throat, but alive.
强梁既出，王有不为。
With the ritual vessel of Qiangliang in her hand, Liang recites the ancient incantation, each syllable clear and deliberate. No, not that music. Everything bad happens when that music is around. Qi Xing looks momentarily stunned. This is the beginning of an incantation. Liang knows that more silver needles could come flying at her at any moment.
斩杀凶旧。
For a brief moment, hesitation creeps over her. As a child, she sat before the screen and watched this figure over and over again, her eyes filled with admiration. She had mimicked her arcane skill countless times. But she never imagined that, one day, those dazzling silver needles would be aimed at her.
小姐不行。
Yay, the puppy comes along. Yet, she still speaks with the final words of the incantation. With these words, an ancient contract will be upheld, and the Qiandao beast will be called upon to devour all evil, as is her right as a descendant of the Liang family. At least, that's what's supposed to happen. Wait, what? What do you mean that's what's supposed to happen?
What?
Did the pet decide not to answer the call? The heck? But the alley remains as empty as it was before.
Hey! Rookie, watch out!
Ah! Well, I guess we lost another one. Someone pushes her aside. She hits the ground hard, a flash of silver, the sound of shouting. No, please don't tell me it's Poitiers now. Then blood. A body falling. A sticky sensation. Warmth. Chaos. I think it's Poitiers because on the main menu, I noticed that Poitiers' little figurine was on the ground for some reason, and I couldn't figure out why, and I didn't mention it, but I think that was it. Come on, no, not Poitiers. The events that follow are hazy in Liang's memory. Poitiers, are you there? Wait, what? Oh, are we getting a flashback now? Okay, fine. Fine game. Try to leave us in suspense like this. She might have problems eating, but she will live. Yeah, I mean, she can even eat twice as much because she will have her mouth to eat and the other hole. Yeah, never mind. That makes no sense. The bodies keep falling. Yeah, unfortunately. It seems like everybody's dying now. But before we what do you call that? Before we witness the death of everyone else, we'll get a flashback first. Rectal feeding, yes, very efficient. It's actually not very efficient, but no, I was talking about the fact that the girl Scott has a hole in her throat because she was pierced by a silver needle. So I was talking about her throat hole, I guess, if you want to call it that. I wasn't talking about rectal feeding, but it's certainly one idea, I guess. A sharp reprimand shatters her haze, pulling her back to focus.
That's...
Ah, the smoker hole. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, except she's not a smoker, and this was not made by a doctor. This was made by a former actress, now turned vigilante, I guess. Very efficient. I question the efficiency, but it still works, I guess. I think. Alright, I think level 40 on everyone will be enough for now, and I will start doing the new chapter. I don't remember what level you need for what chapter, but honestly, Reverse is a rather easy game, especially in the story version. And on top of that, they added, I don't know if it's available for every chapter, but they added a version of the fights for the story that is even easier than what it used to be. A familiar courtyard, a man with a familiar face. In front of him, a little girl stands in horse stance, sweat rolling down her forehead. Her legs are trembling. Yet, the man's ebony ruler comes down mercilessly on the girl's shoulder. Ah, yes, child abuse, the best way to teach a child. Yeah, great. So we are going to witness another awesome parent, aren't we?
不像样，和你讲了多少次，要沉肩坠肘，心静体松。
Well, I don't know if that's her father or her teacher, but either way. An Asian classic child abuse. Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of sad, but yeah. Two small heads peek over the courtyard wall, giggling and whispering to each other.
嘘，看，他就要撑不住了。嘿，活该，谁叫他向老师告密的？
The boy makes a goofy face at the girl holding the stance. The girl, already exhausted, finally loses her balance and collapses to the ground.
术于练功，三心二用，你看看你怠惰了多少！以这样的体魄，强梁又如何能服从你？继续站，我等一会儿过来检查。扎不稳马步，今天晚上就不要吃饭了。
The man, her father... okay, so it is the father indeed. I see. And hello, Deidara, how are you? Welcome to the stream. I'm late? Yeah. Or rather, it's because on Saturdays I start earlier. I thought I mentioned it yesterday. On Saturdays I start at 4 p.m. Central European Standard Time, which is 2 hours earlier than when I start on weekdays. So we start early on Saturday. That's it. But welcome to the stream, and know that everything has gone wrong, basically. We have advanced through the story a tiny bit. I think we just did one stage. Basically, you only missed one stage. But in that one stage, everything went wrong. And now we are inside a flashback from Liang Wei's past. The man, her father, shakes his head in disappointment and walks away, leaving the girl gasping for breath on the ground. Ah, yeah, the best way to treat a child. No problem. I was sleeping. Ah, well, good morning then, I think. Good morning to you.
走吧走吧，没意思，他又要站一天了。来，要不要去录像厅？
So we have more asshole children here with this girl and the other boy that were mocking Liang Wei. More characters to love, I see. Top 5 moments of Scott. Well, I guess right now it's most likely her top final moment, rather. They wanted a son, but got Liang Wei. Ah, damn, I completely forgot about that whole thing of not wanting daughters, but only sons. Ah, well, yeah.
好呀，去街角那家吧。今天他们家放神秘警探C07。
I shall not comment on that. The children hop down from the wall, laughing as they scurry off.
我也想去录像厅。
No one hears her voice. No one but herself.
I remember it now. I hated Qiangliang when I was little.
Okay, and is this why now we decided not to appear at the worst moment possible, not to appear? Is it because it remembered that when you were young, you hated him? And now the pet is vexed or something 15 years later?
Father was always trying to teach me something about the 12 Zhenzi, the master of Qiangliang, fighting the wicked and dispelling evil, fulfilling the duty of my inheritance. How the other kids hated me. I was a traitor, a class president who took the side of the adults and enforced the rules. They'd all hang out and have fun together, while I was left alone. I envied them.
Right, let me see what I missed. I was an only child. It was all too difficult for me to understand. I see. If I will need to, I guess I will just farm my DPS first to level 50, and then the healer. Yeah, that's probably a good strategy. Like I said, reverse is really not that difficult in story mode. Wanted to ask, what Psycube does Eternity and Semmelweis want? That's a good question. Do they not have signature Psycubes? Usually they do have signature Psycubes, right? Because... yeah... let me think. I think maybe Eternity might want a 5-star variant instead of the 6-star, but I'm not actually certain. I will take a look at my own Eternity afterwards, once we are out of the dialogue, because right now I can't remember per se. But I feel like, yeah, they probably use their own signature Psycube, right? What happened to Camera Woman? Well, to give you a brief summary, apparently Scott, Constance Scott, the other girl, set up Camera Woman to be the scapegoat. She was the one, Scott was the one who stole the items from the foundation, and she put all the blame on Loggerhead. and she called Loggerhead an idiot, and she basically just used her. But just like Jamie mentioned, Scott might have been manipulated by someone to do all of that. So, and right when all of those revelations were happening, Scott was about to reveal something important when Detective CO7's actress came along and pierced Scott's throat with a silver needle. So right now Scott is dying and Camera Woman is next to Scott. Camera Woman is fine for now. But yeah, everything's gone to shit, basically. So my team is Melania, Yenese, Sanito, Lilia, in that order. Yep, that would be fine, I think. Scott was manipulated and Scott could not remember. But she was actually about to remember what exactly happened to her and who talked to her in the first place. But just as she was about to say what she was thinking about and revealing to us who may be the actual culprit, a silver needle pierced her throat, and now she's bleeding out on the ground. So yeah, I see your reaction, Hidara, and yeah, that's yeah, like I said, everything's gone to shit. So we are now fighting, or rather, we just fought. No, technically speaking, we are still in the middle of fighting against Detective CO7, her actress, right? The actress who played her, Kei Singh. And Liang Yue wanted to call her tiger to help, and the tiger decided it went on a vacation. They decided not to answer the call. So right now we are seeing a flashback of Liang Yue's past, while everything else is still happening. Call a doctor? Well, we would if we could. Oh, and right, no, wait. Right before Liang Yue got into her flashback, she was about to get shot because the tiger didn't appear. Kit Singh fired her silver needles on Liang Yue, except Liang Yue was pushed, and the voice we heard at that moment was Poitier's voice. So I think Poitier may have been shot. So yeah, right now we have Scott dying and perhaps even Poitier dying as well. So yeah, everything's great. Everything's great. CO7 is a B word. I want to beat her up. A bad word, you mean? If the tiger didn't respond, maybe CO7 maybe isn't actually evil. I would understand that. It could be, you know, a good theory if we don't take into account the fact that she just pierced the throat of a young girl. I don't know what else you want to call it other than evil. Usually a good person would not go murdering young girls, right? So, I don't know. Technically speaking, your theory is interesting, but I can't see how it would be working here. Like, why would the tiger not consider this act as being evil, you know?
Their lives were simple. I wanted that.
一角、两角、五角。
Her piggy bank lies smashed on the ground as she picks through the shards to count every coin. Amidst the broken porcelain, half of a shattered face stared up at her innocently.
对不起，小猪。
Now, I don't think the piggy will mind. It's basically how they are meant to be used. You stuff them up and then you break them. Kind of like what we do with real pigs. We stuff them up and then slaughter them to eat them. Huh. That's kind of a horrible way of, yeah, never mind. Forget about what I just said. She gently brushes her fingers over its face in a gesture of comfort or farewell.
That day, I dissipate father, gathered up all my savings, and headed to the theater.
Wait, that's the theater? It's just a couple of benches in front of a TV? I see. That's not what I had in mind when she said theater in the first place, but okay.
That was the first time I watched Detective CO7. It was amazing, but I knew it was just fiction. Just an escape.
Yeah, that's kind of the point of fiction. It's escapism, you know. Theater is in Poland. Are theaters in Poland really like that? It's just a TV in basically a regular room. Semmelweis doesn't actually have a signature 6-star, I think. But does she have a 5-star then?
It wouldn't change anything in my real life. Once the movie was over, I'd have to go back to the same home I had just left. I didn't want to leave. So I stayed in my seat for the closing credits. But the lights didn't come on when the credits ended. Rather, the silver screen lit up again and played something. It was an interview with Miss Qixing.
Well, Miss Qixing, as Liang Yue says it, is very pretty, not gonna lie. I think she's very pretty. Why do evil people, why are they always hot? Like Arcana, she's evil, but she's hot. Why are evil people always hot? God damn it.
奇星小姐，有好多小朋友中意你嘅作品，將你視為佢哋嘅英雄。但另一方面，唔少成年觀眾覺得你所飾演嘅警探 C07每一次都可以擊敗壞人嘅結局太過理想化，缺乏真實感。
Well, that's how most stories go. The good guys win and the bad guys lose. Most stories go like that. I do admit that some stories don't go like that, and they can be good, but, you know, that's fine.
對於呢方面你有咩睇法呢？你覺得呢點係咪警探 C07系列嘅遺憾啊？
I mean, Detective CO7 definitely reminds me of just the James Bond film series, right? And James Bond pretty much always wins. I mean, he will make some sacrifices here and there, but at the end of the day, he always manages to save the day, I guess. And people still like James Bond movies, so yeah.
現實世界已經夠殘酷，所以我哋先會喺電影世界入面尋求一個圓滿嘅結局，一個善有善報、惡有惡報嘅理想世界。如果連喺大銀幕上面，我哋都唔可以相信正義同埋公理，咁我哋仲可以相信啲咩啊？
Chasing gazes into the camera, but also beyond it. Her smile carefree, her eyes shining even brighter than the stars.
C07係正義嘅代言人，係鋤強扶弱、匡扶正義嘅英雄。無論面對點樣嘅危機或者險境，佢都可以帶俾大家期望嘅圓滿結局。我希望我哋嘅電影同埋 C07呢個角色，可以帶俾銀幕前嘅觀眾力量同埋勇氣。或者唔係每個人都可以喺現實世界成為一個真正鋤強扶弱嘅戰士。畢竟呢一條路好難行。
Well, it's not just an incredibly difficult path to take, it's also a path that doesn't really exist. Because, you know, for instance, James Bond, yeah, spies don't really do things like James Bond. Honestly, James Bond is actually a horrible, a horrible spy, because everybody knows him. And, yeah, spy work actually doesn't really happen the same way as portrayed in James Bond. It is fiction. It is supposed to be entertainment and escapism, you know. Both Semmelweis, yeah. Wait, she has a 6-star side cube. it's I'm going insane. Sorry for the mistake. No worries. It happens. Like I said, it's because this is why I told you I would take a look at my characters later on, because I simply don't remember. So I understand the mistake. I myself did not remember whether they had 6 stars or 5-star signatures. Took me 13 rounds to defeat 3 normal enemies. Am I cooking or am I cooked? I think I'm afraid you're cooked. 13 rounds is a long ass time. Have you tried using other people's characters? You can use my P5 Kekanya if you want to. That is an option. Cantonese again. Interesting. So because earlier, well, not earlier today, but I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, you mentioned that some people or some of the characters spoke Mandarin. Never mind. Was it just the tourist? Well, I say tourist, but was it just one girl misinterpreting what was Cantonese, but she interpreted it as Mandarin? But most of the characters thus far have been speaking Mandarin, perhaps? Lloyd Forger Supremacy. I do love Lloyd. I love Spy X Family. It's an excellent anime in my opinion. But it's not exactly the most realistic one. I mean, you have a spy, you have an assassin, but more importantly, you have a psychic daughter, and you have even a prophetic dog. Like, seriously. You have a dog that can see the future. It's not exactly the most realistic show, but it's a very cute one. It's you know what? You know how I often say that I don't like children and all of that, but once again, Anya is a huge exception. I really love Anya from Spy X Family. Semmelweis signature is from the roguelike. So annoying. Well, I might not have her signature then. Because I assume you're talking about a series of Dusk. And yeah, let's not talk about a series of Dusk. It's the story thing. I'm not sure what you mean, Ktosh, by it's the story thing.
但係我希望可以通過我哋嘅電影同埋C07呢個角色，至少令大家成為喺生活中為自己身邊嘅人帶嚟圓滿結局嘅英雄。
It was just a short interview like any other. But I still remember every word she said. As the master of Qiangliang, you must use your power to fight the wicked and dispel evil. It is your duty to maintain the peace of the world. Qiangliang, the powerful being that had always been a blur to me, suddenly became clear. I realized that I could be more than just a hero who creates happy endings for herself and the people around her. I could be the hero who creates happy endings for everyone. Just like CO7. She was right. Not everyone can do that, but I could. Because I was Yue of the Liang family, the master of Qiangliang. On that day, the burden that had been crushing me suddenly became a blessing.
Okay, now can we get back to why your tiger did not come? Yeah, I think we're getting back to the actual situation that is not great, unfortunately. Who should I get from the wish bottle? The bottle of water? That's a good question. Problem is, I don't remember which characters were there. You should have asked me that when I hadn't used my bottle either. Because then I would have the actual list of characters there.
So, what went wrong?
Everything went wrong. A flashbang. The image fades as another silver flash brings her back to reality. Sirens, an ambulance, blood. Blood. Endless blood. It seeps through the fabric of her uniform, drenching her hands. But is it hers or is it Poitier's? Oh god, no, the music. I told you guys, I told you, when that music happens, it's not exactly the same, it's another one, but still, when those songs are playing, you know shit is about to go down and not in a good way. Ah, man. Not Poitiers too. God damn it. Don't you have a second one, though? I do. I kind of forgot about that. I will take a look at that later on. And wait, my... What's going on with my cable? Oh, there you go. No. There you go. Okay. I had a tiny bit of an issue with my cable. Shit is about to go down? Yeah. I mean, shit is already going down. She hears someone shouting.
Stay with me, Portia, please.
Ah. There you go.
Why? Why did you do that?
To save you. That's why.
I thought you hated me.
What? When did she ever say that she hated you?
People always hate me.
Ah, okay. She's just used to being hated, I guess. Now she can hear clearly. She realizes it's her own voice, hoarse with desperation. What did Poitiers say to her back then? Blood bubbles from her mouth and nose with each painful breath.
You could tell, huh? But that's... that's in the past. Forget it. We just didn't know you yet.
A blood-stained hand weakly pats Liang's cheek before falling limp.
Poitiers? No. No. Please, Poitiers!
Ugh, will you shut up? I'm not dead yet.
Wait, what? What's happening now? A thunderous smack, unbelievable from someone confined to a hospital bed, jerks Liang awake from her nightmare. Liang's head throbs. Dazed, she looks around, taking in the sterile white of the hospital room and the irritated face of her instructor.
The hell you doing sleeping on my thigh, huh? My leg's gone numb. And clean up the drool on your chin.
What? I'm sorry.
Just kidding, boo. You're not drooling.
But does that mean your leg hasn't gone numb as well?
All right, turn on the TV for me. I was bored out of my mind waiting for you to wake up.
Okay, so at least Poitiers is alive. God damn it, I had my teary eye on Bluepoch. I had no teary eye, but I did feel very sad, not gonna lie. But at the same time, all of my sadness has went away, because now she's alive. So apparently everything's fine. But Jamie is actually asking a very important question. What about Scott? Is Scott still alive? And what actually happened, you know? Did we lose more people? What about Camera Woman? Where is Loggerhead? Is she okay? Because we must protect Loggerhead. Syncing up. Welcome to the arcade restaurant. May I take your order? Place an order. What happened next? After I passed out, how'd you manage to drive off the night piercer? We didn't drive her off. She left when she heard the sirens from the reinforcements you called. Chief Alden arrived. Director Noire used arcane skills to control her puppets to guide them to you. That allowed the medics to reach you and Miss Scott in time to get you to the hospital. Okay. I think that Scott is okay. Sounds like we owe her a big thank you. Okay, I think, yeah, I think that Scott is alive, she's okay somehow. But, okay, so things are fine. Yeah, probably. I'm easy to break, huh? I mean, it's reverse 1999. They know how to make you cry, man. I have cried several times while playing this game. Sorry, Miss Poitier. I couldn't stop Miss Cheesing. She took the reunion of the three swallows. This is all my fault. Don't beat yourself up, kid. No one expected that night piercer to show up like that. How are Scott and Pugdog holding up? Wait, Pugdog is also injured? Is he okay? Pugdog's been caught and is in custody. Miss Scott is stable after emergency treatment, but she hasn't regained consciousness just yet. Okay, so as we see, Scott is fine. And I really hope that she was indeed really manipulated and that all the mean words that she used against Loggerhead were just part of the manipulation. Doctors believe her coma, like those other victims, were caused by reunion of the three swallows. The department has officers guarding her, but until the case is solved, we can't expect her to provide any useful information. As for Director Noire, sorry, I should have informed you earlier. She's the one who tipped me off about the illegal arcane artifact deal. Wait, she is? Though she participated in the deal, her honesty, cooperation, and her lawyer's efforts convinced the department not to pursue her case further. Typical of Hollywood. Director can go from criminal to collaborator with just a few words. We should talk to her again about Miss Shi-Sing and about that reel. Maybe there's more she hasn't told us. Oh, definitely. There is definitely more. Complete. Yay. How old is Apple? Asking for a friend? How old is it? I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. Oh, and you know what? It reminds me of two things. Number one, I can go and check Apple's age.
Are you here
You should be able
this
to.
Apple's
Nope.
expiration date?
Let me see. Exhibited in the 1960s for an unknown period. So that means he's at least 40 years old, because the first storm arrived in 1999, and when they say exhibited, I believe that's when they were born, right? I think. So he's at least 40 years old. There you go. Probably. And as for Jamie's question, where is my eternity?
It's always good to have you here, no matter if you found a bargain or suffered a loss.
Well. Yours be only 80%. I guess her signature is good. I don't know about Pavia's signature one, but I guess hers is as good as well. When the character is not afflicted with stats down, gain. Yeah, I guess her own signature one is good, probably. But yeah, it's been a long time since I've played Eternity, to be fair. So yeah. And you talked about Semmelweis, and she's here.
Oh, welcome.
Right.
You appear to have come in a hurry.
I gave
so there must
Can
be
I?
an emergency.
Yeah, there you go.
Am I right?
Oh, I have this. If the carrier's afflatus is mineral, they get damage reduction. Uses buff, they get attack plus 0.5%. That's not a whole lot. If one bar, the attack boost is doubled. Okay, so that's 1%. Wait, what? If it was a one-target buff incantation, if it was a one-target buff incantation, the attack boost is doubled. This effect can stack up to 10%. Upon reaching the maximum limit, the carrier gains an additional damage taken reduction 3%. I see, and that would be her best one according to the game? That's kind of strange. Anecdote side cubes are limited. Do you mean that you can't buy them after the anecdote is gone? How can Soneto disarm? With her attack incantation, when you level it up to rank 2, it switches from an attack incantation to a debuff incantation, and that's when she can disarm. Where is Soneto? Soneto, there you are.
Greetings.
This
Today
thing,
your
see?
shirt matches
You
the
have
color
this
of your
attack
eyes very
incantation,
well.
and here, when you have a 2-star version, when you rank it up, you get the disarm for 1 round. And then you wanted me to check the bottle thingy. Yeah, I can do that, but... let me see. Bottle thingy use. Let's see. Cornbloom is good. I don't know if she's still good, but in my opinion, Cornbloom is good. Does it work for bosses? I think it works on anyone who doesn't have immunity to control. Because some bosses and some enemies sometimes will have immunity to specific debuffs. So it will depend on the boss. She has a 6-star in the roguelike. Ah, yeah, well, I don't have that. I think that's why I gave her a random Psycube, probably. Likewise, just Semmelweis and Eternity are both characters that I don't really use anymore. Let's see. Yeah. I don't remember. Is Melania a mental character or a reality damage dealer? Because if she's reality based, then Cornbloom would be good for you. Because Cornbloom, she can seal enemy ultimate, and she can what do you call that? She can reduce reality defense. She's mental? Ah, shit. Beast? Yeah, no, I'm not talking about her her afflatus, Ktosh. I was talking about her damage type. Each character has an afflatus, like Beast, the thing that you mentioned, but they also have a damage type, either mental or reality. And according to Jamie, Melania is mental, so Cornbloom won't be really that helpful. In that case, wouldn't Baby Blue be useful? Doesn't Baby Blue reduce mental defense? I don't know, it's for every type of damage, I guess. Nightmare, cannot dispel. Okay, and she also inflicts nightmare, so why not? But I thought for a second that... when the caster takes mental damage... never mind. For some reason I thought she had something to do with mental damage. Oh. I guess she's more general than Cornbloom then. Because Cornbloom is only reality yeah, okay, she's only reality. I mean, she also has the plus 15% damage taken. But if your main damage dealer is a mental type, you might as well use a... what do you call that? A character that... support that will help with that. Otherwise... Yeah, I don't really have any other suggestions at the moment. You could get a portrait for the NSA, but at the same time, I think you should expand your roster. Yeah. The problem is, I don't know enough about the other characters, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I don't know enough about these other characters. So I can't really give you a proper...
See? Plappy is greeting you. Press this button and say hi to her.
A proper piece of advice here, yeah. I don't really know.
Will there be a guiding star in the suitcase? Watching over us every night too?
There are some chapters of Honkai Impact 3rd, so sad to keep on, but there was a case when I stopped playing just to recover. Understandable. I mean, Like I said, Reverse knows how to make you cry, but not gonna lie, Chapter 9 of Honkai Impact 3rd, man, that cutscene made me cry so much. So yeah, I suppose Honkai Impact 3rd also knows how to break you. Definitely. I will just have to save it until I'm sure. Yeah. If there is no timer on that little bottle you have, then you can just save it until later. And also, you have to take into account what character you plan to get. Because depending on what character you get as a 6-star, I mean, it might change things around. On top of that, while trying to get a 6-star, you will get 5 stars, which might also change things around. Now then, this just in, silence and stillness are already highest from... Oh my god, I can't read. Silence and stillness are already the highest form of alert. Now then, the good news is everybody's alive.
Tall officer, are you up? I got you guys Chinese food. You must be hungry.
Aww. Loggerhead is still adorable, but she still can't remember Poitier's name for some reason. The two officers are both staring intently at the television screen. The paper cups in their hands are crumpled tight. What's going on?
Almost 20 suspects in the holding cell were injured. Most were found unconscious at the scene and are now in critical condition at the hospital.
That's a lot of people.
The victims include arcane black market dealer Castor and Chicago gang leader Jason the Coyote, both of whom have since been acquitted of their crimes.
Behind the reporter, thick black smoke billows from the scene of a car accident. Flames lick at the oil spilled on the road, sending waves of searing heat into the air.
Cameras out of the way! Out of the way! The ambulance needs to come through! We need banana bags stat, or these people could go into shock. Ah, my skin! It burns! Help! Help!
Whoever you are who did this, just wait and see! I'll tear you apart, you asshole!
Medical personnel shove past the journalists as they hurry over with a stretcher. The cursing and wailing of the deranged man behind the reporter echo in the background. It sends a chill down their spines. Chapter 9 is the true welcome to the wonderful, heartwarming story. Yeah. You know, before Chapter 9, things are okay. And after Chapter 9, you feel that slowly but surely things will not be okay ever again. And yes, as you can see, Camera Woman is still fine. Out of the way or get blown away? I don't think paramedical staff can blow people away. I mean, they risk causing...
The fire is speculated to have been started by a victim of a night piercer attack who displayed signs of mental instability.
They risk creating more injuries or more injured people. And it was started by a victim of night piercer attack. Huh.
At the same time, similar incidents have occurred at the Lieber Street Detention Center and the Chinatown police station. The situations at both sites are similarly concerning.
The heck is going on?
It has been reported that the Division of Arcane Affairs is considering the potential connections between these incidents. The mysterious figure behind the unresolved night piercer attacks remains their top suspect.
Well, the mysterious figure is no longer so mysterious, I think. Did you just say gay or what? I have no idea what you're talking about.
As with the previous attacks attributed to the night piercer, the victims of these incidents are once again notorious criminals with extensive records. However, in light of the night piercer's escalating criminal activities, support for the figure is dwindling as concerns for safety rise.
It's not known to the public? Yeah, I know.
In response to ongoing skepticism regarding the lack of resolution of the night piercer case, Deputy Chief Eldon of the Division of Arcane Affairs stated during the press conference that
that the TV got cut off. Poitier slams the power button on the remote before flicking it aside. She yanks the IV needle from her hand and grabs her uniform from the bedside.
Fuck, I pass out for half a day and Qi Xing's already turned the city into her personal playground? Grab your stuff, rookie. We're hitting the road. Gotta find this bitch before she kills someone.
I think Poitier is, she might be a tiny bit pissed off. A tiny bit, right? When you read my comment instead of get, you said yeah. I don't think so, but if you say so, I guess, maybe.
What? Your feet stuck to the floor or something?
Poitier stops only when she notices Liang still sitting motionless. Liang purses her lips, struggling to speak under Poitier's skeptical gaze.
Deputy Chief Eldon took us off the case. It was an official order.
Ah, of course he would do that. And by the way, do you know why your tiger decided not to show up? Like, that's pretty relevant. That's pretty important to know. I guess she doesn't want to answer my question. A few hours earlier, the LA office for the Division of Arcane Affairs fell into an eerie silence.
Early this morning, Constance Scott, a staff member of the Foundation's Arcanum Containment Department, was assaulted during an illegal arcane object trade. She's still in critical condition.
Real name, Qi Xing, female, 29. Ah, she's 29 years old. Nice. Born in Hong Kong, retired film actress. Seriously, retired at the age of 29? Damn. Star of the Detective CO7 series. Constance Scott, St. Pavlov Foundation, Arcanum Containment Department, Latham, St. Pavlov Foundation, Arcanum Containment Department, and Awakened Arcanist. And there is nothing else I can actually read.
Forensic Services has confirmed that the arcane skill traces found at the scene of the attack match those left by the suspect in the ongoing Nightpiercer case. Thanks to Noire and our Vigils cadet Liang Yue, who are both at the scene of the attack, we've been able to confirm the identity of the Nightpiercer. Name's Qi Xing, a 29-year-old former movie actress from Hong Kong. She played the lead role in the Detective CO7 series, where she gained a reasonable amount of fame. She was in a few more movies after that, but no big hits. She officially retired from acting a few years ago.
Ah, so her career actually fell off after her CO7 movies?
The BAU's come to the conclusion that she's confused herself with her movie character, possibly a result of a mental imbalance caused by the setbacks in her career. She thinks she's the real-life CO7, the hero who fights evil and cares for the weak. In short, we have a vigilante on our hands.
She didn't really seem that way when we talked to her, honestly.
Thanks to a minor mistake from the Foundation's Arcanum Containment Department, we also have a dangerous arcane item. A cursed film reel called Reunion of the Three Swallows, somewhere in the city. Liang has confirmed that Constance Scott, the staff member who was assaulted by Qi Xing yesterday, is the perpetrator of the theft. As you're all aware, there's been an explosion in mental disorders in Chinatown. We now know that their source is the cursed film reel.
Maybe she retired due to some events? Perhaps, yeah. As of right now, we unfortunately don't know. Maybe we'll actually learn about it later on.
It's currently in Qi Xing's possession, which makes her even more dangerous.
So now not only can she kill people, she can also make them crazy. Which I guess means that more people are going to die.
Having learned about the history behind this arcane film, we have reason to believe that obtaining it was one of her motives. Since the film's been in her possession, there have been multiple assaults around the city, all matching the patterns of the Nightpiercer. But there's one key difference. This time, the victims all showed the same mental disorder as the victims of the film. We believe that the suspect is able to control the film's power to some extent.
Oh.
And she's using it to commit escalating crimes at a much higher frequency.
Well, I see. That's bad. That's very bad. I didn't think of the fact that she could control that power.
We need to act before the situation gets out of control.
Yeah, that would be best. If they're crazy, they can kill. If they kill, they go more crazy. Yeah, it seems that way. Yeah, so things are not great in Los Angeles. So let it be known, do not travel to LA. Apparently, there are some issues there.
Reinforcements from the Foundation and the Vigils Bureau are already on the way. We will do whatever we can to protect our city before they arrive.
Oh, before they arrive. Because I was going to say, I wonder who from the Foundation is going to show up. He pauses for a moment as he sweeps his gaze over the officers before him.
James, Carter, I'm putting you on the case. You'll be taking direct orders from me. The rest of you, stick to your posts.
Excuse me, Deputy Chief Alden. I need to ask you something.
I already know what it is.
Before Liang can speak, Alden cuts her off. His tone is calmer than she expected.
You and Poitier saw that something was going on in Chinatown and started an investigation yourselves. You found the culprit behind the ACD theft and stopped an assault that could have ended much worse. You've done a great job.
Oh, nice. But then his tone shifts.
But there's one key thing you failed to do. You had a chance to apprehend the Night Piercer right then and there, but somehow she slipped through your fingers.
Well, I mean, there were two police officers on the scene. One of them was bleeding to death, and the other one, he wanted to use her tiger, but the tiger didn't show up, so, you know, kind of complicated situation.
According to your report and the witnesses' statements, you failed to summon your legendary beast when you confronted the suspect.
I don't think she failed. You know what? Actually, that's an interesting point of view. Because I was under the assumption that the tiger didn't respond. But maybe it's actually her who failed for some reason. Because they did mention that she hesitated before doing the summoning thingy. Because she used to admire Qixing, right? Huh. So maybe it is indeed all her fault. If she can control it, can she just take away people's sanity and make them go crazy as the film takes away some of that person away? I think that's exactly what she's doing. I think she's using the film to take away parts of people's soul to make them go crazy, and by going crazy they go and kill people and stuff, I think.
As a result, not only did the suspect get away, but your partner sustained an avoidable injury. I need my best, most reliable officers on this case.
After a brief pause, he delivers his final verdict.
Sorry, Liang, but you don't make the cut. The two of you will be excluded from the operation.
I mean, excluding Poitier makes sense because she's injured. She's not supposed to be working right now after having blood bubbles in her mouth like a day ago, you know? So excluding Poitier, I understand. I don't understand why exclude Liang. I mean, yeah, she did fail to manifest her summon, or she failed to summon her pet, but she's still a capable officer. I mean, case in point, she unraveled the entire case that you had been struggling with for weeks, if not longer, I don't know. So she's still valuable. That hurts. Yeah, I guess it does hurt. He's not one to mince his word, I'd say. Which is, you know, not very diplomatic of him.
This is bullshit! He can't cut us out! This is our case! No, we're doing this!
Calm down, Miss
Potty, even if you feel fine, the doctor said you had to stay in bed for at least a few days.
Did she really just call her Miss Potty? Oh my god, Loggerhead. I mean, at least it's an improvement. You know, she tried instead of just calling her tall officer. But good grief, man. Breaking news, Nouvellette power crab by Siege Ween. I think you have strange dreams, Tosh.
The name's Poitier, and I'm fine, okay? Stop trying to...
Not so fine after all, are you? Facts speak louder than words. Liang gently leads Poitier back onto the bed. This time, Poitier doesn't resist.
Damn it. So what went wrong? How come your friend, Tang Leng was it, didn't show up?
It's not Tang Lang, but I guess no one here can remember names, apparently. Miss Potty Pants, yeah, apparently Miss Potty Pants can't remember a name either, so, you know. I see a trend here.
Must have sensed my hesitation and refused my summon. You see, if its master can overcome their selfish desires with an unwavering heart, it can turn on them. Father used to warn me about it.
Okay, so it is indeed because of her hesitation. I see. You know Tang Tang? I'm not sure I'm even pronouncing that right, and no, I don't.
But that won't happen again. I promise.
Poitier narrows her eyes as she studies Liang for a moment.
If you say so. What are you gonna do now?
Liang takes a deep breath.
I'll continue with the investigation. I need to find Qixing.
What? But that angry grandpa already pulled you off the case.
Angry grandpa.
I have
God.
to do this.
The lack of respect.
What for? Because of your duty to fight evil as the master of Xiangliang?
Hey, she said the right name. Poitier furrows her brow, but to her surprise, Liang shakes her head.
I've always had two things guiding me. My duty as a member of the Liang family, and the spirit of CO7. But now, Qianliang has ignored my summon, and Qixing has turned out to be anything but a hero. They were once the beacons of my life, but not anymore.
Well, I mean, you could probably summon Qiangliang again, if you calm down with that hesitation of yours.
This could be a setback, yes. Or it could be an opportunity.
An opportunity for what? For growth? Ah, shit! Some ads. I've been snoozing them so that they wouldn't interrupt us, but I guess now they're here. My bad. I will wait. You will wait as well until we can hear about this opportunity of hers. But yeah, a tiny bit of an ad break. I will use that ad break to actually go to the restroom because I have finished everything that I had to drink, and I need to, well. And thank you for the hydrate, the redeem of the hydrate and the stretch chip. I will go do just that. But like I said, I just finished everything I had to drink, so I need to serve myself some more, I guess. And also I need to evacuate what has already been drunk. So I will leave you with a bit of music. I don't remember which music I chose for today, but you guys can tell me. Anyway, I shall be right back. And I am back. Let me switch scenes. There you go. Now, where is my chat? My chat is here. I have hydrated myself, I have stretched, I have dehydrated myself, and everything is ready to go. Let us start back with this story. The owl returned, Pog. Yes, I have returned. Just like the Revenge of the Sith, or the King from Lord of the Rings, whichever reference you prefer. Anyway, let's get back to the story. What is this opportunity of yours, Liang Yue? I assume it might be an opportunity for growth, you know? Not, what do you call that? Not relying on either the so-called CO7 hero or her tiger pet to help her. Although, to be fair, she's kind of confusing two things, because she says that Detective CO7 is her inspiration for what she has become, right? But, now that Qixing is doing evil stuff, Liang Wei kind of lost that inspiration and motivation and stuff like that. But the thing is, Qixing, or Kaising, however you want to pronounce her name, she's not Detective CO7. She portrayed the character, but she's just an actress, right? So the character itself doesn't change that, I think. I guess she was also inspired by the interview of said actress. So that could be a thing, I suppose. Well, I have 2.4k points. Guess what? He's gonna spam redeems? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what Ktosh has in mind. His mind works in mysterious ways.
For the first time in my life, I can think about what I really want without having to consider anything else.
Okay, so growth, I guess. After a brief moment of surprise, Poitier lets out a laugh.
You know what, Rookie? It always grinds my gears when you talk about your duty and all that stuff.
62k points, goddamn Swivy. Oh wow, I see. 26.3k for Chip. Although, to be fair, I do believe that Chip uses his points more often than Swivy. So there is that to take into account. 62k points. Goddamn, I'm going to have to find some redeem thingy that can go up to can be used to spend all of these points that you have. You know what? I just had a stupid thought, but maybe you can what do you call that? When you have enough points, you can. Well, it depends on what game we're talking about, but I just thought back to the fact that Swivy has, his M6 trigger. Maybe you can M6 or S6 or C6, whatever you want to call it, me as an owl. What exactly does that mean? I have no idea. But yeah, perhaps I should draw some artwork of owls. And just like the Mindscape, you unlock one each time you use your point. Who knows? I have no idea why I came up with this right now. I have no idea how to actually even make it happen. But yeah, never mind. That's a terrible idea because it requires me to draw things. And I'm still not done with the emotes that Chip mentioned. I'm still trying to find a way to rework the designs of them. So no, let's not go with something about what do you call that? About drawing. 1,000 points redeem with 1% to pull an owl. Yeah, exactly. That could be a thing. I don't exactly know how I would give you 1% to pull an owl. I don't exactly know how you're supposed to get the owl, but it could be a thing. Gamba points, easiest way to cut down point inflation. Right, but I saw that I could do something with points, but in Stream Elements, but they don't use the same points as the ones from the channel, I think. So I'm kind of confused. I will try to look into it so that maybe you guys can gamble with your points if you want to. But yeah, that would definitely be a way to cut down on inflation. I mean, to be fair, you're talking about inflation, but the redeemable things on my channel are not that expensive. So inflation has not hit us yet on this channel. Do you draw? Kind of. Not really. I draw just for the sake of Twitch, basically, because I can't have custom emotes on YouTube, but I can have custom emotes on Twitch. So I decided to draw them myself. And the little owl that you see on my model's shoulder, that is what I drew. I drew that. The model itself is not mine. I found it online for free. But the little owl is my own drawing. And I have a few emotes that I've drawn for Twitch. And that's about it. So, do I draw? Yes. Am I good at it? No. That's an important distinction to make.
But what you're saying now, I like it.
Aren't you going to stop me?
I can't remember if YouTube have emotes, or if members can have emotes. I think they can, but I don't have access to members' things because I don't have a YouTube partnership. I do believe that you need to be a partner to offer membership potential to people on YouTube as well, right? So yeah, I don't have access to anything on YouTube, so I can't really do much, unfortunately. I like to drama too. I think your autocorrection kind of messed up there. I guess you wanted to say I like to draw too. Drawing is fun, but it does require patience and dedication and a lot of time, to really become good at it. And since I haven't devoted a lot of time to that, I'm not really good at it. But eventually, hopefully, after drawing God knows how many emotes, maybe one day I'll be good at drawing too. Have you been drawing for long? And Ktosh is so funny and nonchalant. Yeah, Bartek or Ktosh, I guess I can call you that. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? And just so you guys know on Twitch, because you can't see the YouTube chat, Ktosh has decided to write some messages on YouTube as well. But don't ask me why, man. Don't ask me. Never question why Ktosh does something. It's kind of a lost cause, I think, at this point.
Why would I? It's our case, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with doing our job.
And he says, just glazing myself. I see. Do you really need to do that?
If Eldon bitches about it, just tell him you bumped into the crook when you were strolling around the city.
Seriously?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, is there? So what's the game plan, huh? What are you gonna do?
Nah, I guess we don't get to know what she's going to do.
This scene again? I must have done a dozen takes already, right?
Arcane Affairs Officer 1. Oh, right, she was one of the characters that we saw at the very beginning in Stage 1. She was talking with Poitiers and another dude, I think. Yeah, I have like 780 hours of drawing and still a long road. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with artwork. Generally, there is no destination, it's just a journey. And you can always improve over time. But having drawn for 780 hours, that's kind of a lot, man. I have no idea how much time I've spent drawing. Especially because I've drawn things and then erased them and then drawn them again. So what do I count exactly? But I'm probably extremely far from 780 hours. But yeah, I assume that means you're pretty decent, pretty good, right? Probably. I have no idea how to judge how the relationship between time spent and actual talent matches. But as long as you're having fun, as long as you like what you're drawing, I feel like that's the most important part. Right, and I also drew not just an owl, but as I drew the baby. I drew a crocodile burrito. Yeah, don't ask why.
Yeah, I'm no movie expert, but even I can tell the actor's nervous as hell.
Of course he is. Anyone would be nervous if they knew a wanted criminal could show up at any time and mess you up with Arcanum. Eldon tried to keep the details of the case a secret, but that director from Hong Kong told her crew about it as soon as she came back.
Ah, so Noire spilled the beans. Couldn't Eldon just order her not to speak? I mean, right? No? Maybe? The two uninformed figures stand in a narrow alleyway in Chinatown. They came to protect the potential target of an attack, Noire, but were politely turned away on the grounds of disrupting filming. Now they can only confirm the situation inside the set by peering through the slightly ajar door.
I mean, I guess they have the right to know. And to run. Half of the extras got the hell out as fast as they could. And look at the other half. They're too nervous to work.
I know. Hey, that's the Vigil's cadet, isn't it? What's she doing here?
Hello? Ah, goodbye. Okay.
The officers said you're here to help, is that right?
But is she here to help with the movie or to protect you?
Excellent. We could really use a hand right now. Come, let's get you in costume.
Noire greets her guest with her usual amiable smile. Having reached an agreement with Liang to cooperate in an arrest, Noire has not been charged for her illegal trading of arcane objects. After being released from custody this morning, she immediately returned to filming.
I'm more than happy to help. But first, I have something important to ask you.
Noire pauses.
Right to the point this time. I see.
I don't think there's any need to tiptoe around each other anymore. Could you answer me directly this time? What happened between you, Qixing, and He Rijun, the creator of Reunion of the Three Swallows?
He Rijun. It feels like she pronounces it He Rijun. But it's the R part, like the RI, is very fast, which is why I struggle with it so much. Anyway.
How did she die? Why do you and Miss Qixing both want that film? And why is she doing this?
Noire looks at Liang, her usual smile fading slightly.
What do you plan to do with my answers?
To Qixing, I'm probably just another fan.
Yeah, but you're also supposed to be a police officer, so maybe that should take precedence. Maybe that should be more important.
But to me, she and her character means something. I need to know why. I have to arrest her and find out the truth.
I mean, I get the curiosity, the personal curiosity about it all, because it is indeed important to her, but I still kind of feel like, yeah, you have to arrest her, but that's not just because you need to find the truth. It's because she's doing bad stuff and you're a cop. It's literally your job.
Maybe I can still fix things, but Miss Noah, I need your help if I'm going to do it.
No, you can't really fix anything. I mean, she's made several attempts at murder on many people. So The only fixing is putting her in jail. Yeah. This time, Liang says exactly what she's thinking. She holds her breath as she awaits Noire's response.
You mean you want to know more about her?
I personally want to know more about you.
To peek behind the scenes, learn what really happened behind all the movie magic. I told you it's not a good idea.
That's fine. I just want to learn more about you, my dear Noire. Because she might be in her 40s, but she do be looking good.
We create works not just to express ourselves, but to entertain. And when we release them to the public, we open ourselves to all kinds of commentary, whether they be sweet or bitter. But the people behind the characters, behind the production, they are not for entertainment. Their lives are not fiction.
Sorry, I've been distracted by what this little puppet has been doing. Because at some point it grabbed the cut board thingy. I don't really know what to call that thing. And then she slid down like, the hell is she doing? And since she's supposed to be a puppet, doesn't that mean that Noire is controlling her? I don't know, maybe she's somewhat sentient. Yeah, she's been distracting me. Teach you something in French? Shit. Do you really need to learn that? I mean, why not? Shit in French is said merde. M-E-R-D-E. Let me write that down for you. There you go. That's how you say shit in French. Merde. So it's not really an easy word to pronounce for non-French speakers because there is an R in the middle of it. But yeah, merde. I'll tell you much more than that. Hope that was useful. Not nerd, no. That's not the same. I mean, it's not the same language either.
Is that a no?
I haven't finished.
She raises an eyebrow, a hint of mischief growing behind her smile. She does seem, Noire, I mean, she does seem a bit playful in the way she speaks.
Though I don't advocate trying to cross the line between on and off screen, if we cast aside your relationship as fan and actress and treat you simply as individuals, saying, I want to know more about you sounds rather beautiful. It's touching, really.
Well, that's exactly what I said about you. I want to know more about you. Now, are you touched? Do you find this beautiful? Well, if you could, that would be lovely, because that means that maybe you will come home early when I potentially pull for you in the second phase of this patch.
I'll answer your questions, Miss Liang. Follow me.
Because, not gonna lie, the more time passes, the more I want to pull for Noire when she comes out. And you guys told me that I can play her with 6 and Tuesday, right? I think that was what you guys told me about. And that would be lovely. Now then, LA efficiency. News reports, same old faces, same old work. Guidelines from the Vigils Bureau on recent arcane violence. Based on the latest Vigils Bureau guidelines on recent Arcanum-related violence, modifications and updates have been made to warrants and related enforcement departments. Details are as follows. Wanted, Shi Xing, codename Night Piercer. Threat level raised to A. Last seen in Los Angeles and surrounding areas. Any local institutions encountering this individual must notify the Vigils Bureau immediately. Guys? Wanted Arcana. Leader of Manus Vindictae. Threat level maximum. Any arcanist who encounters this individual must avoid engagement and immediately report to the Foundation and request military assistance. Revoked. Confirmed deceased. For now. I still believe that she will return to us, our beautiful Arcana. Euphoria, NNLE, 6 Tuesday, J, or any major debuffer. Right, Euphoria NNLE. Is she out yet? Is she one of the Euphorias that came out today? Well, not today, but with this patch. I could Euphoria my NNLE. I mean, I used to like playing her, so why not? Could be a thing. Wanted, Kimberly, or Miss Kimberly, threat level B. Capture and detain upon encounter, then await Vigil's Bureau report. Revoked. Yes, because she's part of us now. I mean, she joined us. She's out yet? Okay, cool. Then I guess I might as well try and Euphoria her. I should have plenty of materials, because the only Euphorias I've done are Lilia, Miss New Babel, Sotheby, and I think that's it. Probably. The music kind of fire. Yeah, the music's really good. The music in reverse is usually really good. Wanted, Forget-Me-Not, Officer of Manus Vindicte. He's just regarded as an officer? I would have called him at least a top officer, but apparently not. Threat level A+. I love the grading system here. Capture and detain upon encounter, then immediately contact the Vigil's Bureau for support. Additionally, submit a report to the local Foundation office when reporting to the Bureau. I see. But Arcana, my beloved, she was mentioned. Now then, the question should be asked, Arcana playable when? Before the spotlight. Years later, all they remember is that empty stage.
'Our story began 11 years ago. Life was tough, as it is for all young artists.
Does an arcanist need to be inside 3 to be euphoria'd? I don't remember. Because all the arcanists all the characters that I tried to euphoria were already inside 3, so yeah, maybe? I think they need to be at least resonance 10, but as for the insight, I'm not sure. And I don't remember the exact relationship between insight and resonance. I don't remember if resonance level can be locked behind insights or not. We're finishing this event today. I hope. That's what I'm trying, at least.
But, like the beginning of many stories, there was a kind of beauty in it. "就一新浪潮導演處女作亮相，胡圖雖然底子極佳，但由於大膽創新過度，導致內容詭異顛覆。即使業內有讚，但大眾實在難以欣賞，最終票房慘淡收場，實屬糊塗。咁我仲有咩好講啊？冇 taste 就係冇 taste。
Do I need to say anything? Noire do be looking good once again. And she's not even in her 40s anymore. Or, well, yet, I guess. Can we get this skin as well, please? She casually tosses the newspaper onto the table, the loud thud drawing surprised glances from the nearby diners.
OK， 要叫好又叫座，有時係要妥協嘅。但係問題係我一向最唔擅長，亦都最唔中意妥協咯。
Noire？係咪 Noire？估唔到會咁啱喺度見到你，好耐冇見，見返你真係好開心啊！
Hey, Teresa is looking good as well. And yes, I prefer calling her Teresa because it's much easier to pronounce for me. But Hurry June, she do be looking good as well. God damn it! Why all three of them are good looking women, whether it is Chi Sing or Heri Jun or even Noire. They're all looking good, you know. Now you're doomed. Yes, I am. Why do I like every character? I mean, to be fair, only one of them is playable, so there is that. But I would love it if all three of them became playable. That would be nice. Was it told how Teresa died? Yeah, she burned in a fire, if I recall correctly. She burned in the fire, and all that was left was the film reel. That's the only thing that survived the fire.
你係 Teresa？ 你點解喺度嘅？你幾時返香港㗎？
But I think there is still mystery surrounding the exact circumstances. The demons got her? Maybe. We don't really know. There is a lot of mystery behind that incident as well. Especially because the police officers mentioned that Noire and Teresa actually fought right before, well, perhaps not right before, but close in time to the day Teresa died.
Teresa, or as you know her by He Jun.
He Jun, I think, probably. I'm still trying. I don't know why I keep trying, but I'm still trying.
Was a dear friend of mine, the scriptwriter of Detective C07 and the creator of the cursed film Reunion of the Three Swallows.
This is a pretty good script. Interesting.
Day 2 of waiting until Nivelette is gonna be paragraphhed by Hydro MC, by the way. Well, I hope that you're patient.
Teresa and I met while we were studying abroad at the Film Academy. We took the same scriptwriting class. We didn't talk much at first. She always sat in the corner on her own. I only got to know her after our teacher showed a script to the class as an example of excellent work.
The writer's name. Teresa.
Her stories could strike a balance between the details and the big picture. They were engaging, light-hearted, and warm.
The story sounds too nice. I feel like something is going to grow. I mean, obviously something went wrong. I mean, one of them died, one of them was crippled, and the other one became a murderer. So, yeah, obviously something went wrong. I want to draw my wife Vil V for her birthday on May 5th, but I can't find a fitting reference to begin with. Is it that difficult to find Vil V images on Google? Because she's been out for a while, so I would think that there would be plenty of images, wouldn't there?
So, in that moment, when we met again at the restaurant, I realized she was the one I'd been looking for. At that time, she was an editor at a small press. I invited her to join my studio, and 3 months later, she put the first edition of Detective C07 on my table.
Wait, you already had a studio? Never mind. I assume this was later, after their studies were done, right? I gotta go right now. I'll be back in an hour, though. I assume you're going to eat, so bon appétit to you, Klosh.
所以你覺得點啊？你覺得邊度唔夠好嘅話，我都可以改㗎。
我諗緊主角要揀邊個？哦，你個劇本寫得好好，比我想象中仲要好。我哋就用你個劇本。
So we had the script, but we couldn't decide who would play the heroine. We held endless auditions, even considered some famous actresses, but none of them fit. Until that night.
頭先嗰幾個你覺得點啊？ 我覺得最後嗰個好似都 OK。
唔得，佢唔夠 sharp，你都睇得出㗎。既然睇得出，就唔好焗住自己揀，我唔想將就。
但係，萬一現實生活裏面根本唔存在呢個完全符合我哋想象嘅完美人選呢？萬一佢只係我哋諗出嚟嘅，咁點算啊？
咁我就會一直揾，直到喺現實世界揾到為止。
Well, you might have to be extremely patient for that.
哎呀，你喐手腳做咩啊？
我就係喐手喐腳啊！點啊？死鹹豬手，呢度唔歡迎你哋啊！仲唔快啲啦？
你睇住嚟啊！我唔會放過你㗎。
After throwing out a few uninspired threats, the hooligans flee in disgrace. Behind the door, a worried face peeks out.
哎呀，大鑊啦！今次嗰兩個古惑仔附近出晒名，佢哋肯定會翻嚟報仇噶。我知你睇唔慣佢哋對個靚女鹹豬手，但係人哋都唔出聲啦，你嬲咩啫？你咁搞法之後，我點做生意啊？唉，今鋪真係俾你累死啊，阿星。
Ah, Sing? Did she change her name?
得啦，事頭，我走。佢哋再嚟就叫佢哋嚟搵我。
Holy! I see. Well, when is she becoming playable? Damn it, Bluepoch. Please, give her to me. She has an awesome arcane skill, and she looks that good, and you won't make her playable? How dare you? How dare you? God damn it, their character design is too good.
嗱，鋪頭鎖匙啊！你記得早啲嚟開門啊，唔係啲熟客等到戇居居。
And I think she looks better with shorter hair.
阿星，你，哎呀！
The restaurant owner resigns to taking the key in silence. Without a backward glance, the girl steps down from the door, only to be quickly stopped.
睇嚟你啱啱失業喎。
邊位啊？關你咩事啊？
Well, she has a job to offer you.
我有份工介紹俾你，你對做戲有冇興趣啊？ Ah-Sing was surprised when I made the offer. She said she needed to think about it, so Teresa gave her a copy of the script.
Okay, so now she's calling her Ah-Sing instead of Chi-Sing. Does that... Oh, right. The first part is actually her last name, so perhaps she changed her last name, perhaps she got married or something?
The next day, she knocked on our door and took the offer. Later, we learned that Ah-Sing was born into a poor family. Her father was in prison, and her mother had mental issues. She'd been the breadwinner for the family since she was a kid. Her father's reputation would often get her into trouble, so usually she was either on the way to a job or to a fight.
As memories surface, Noire lets out a sentimental smile.
The CO7 you saw always had a confident smile on her face, but in actual fact, Ah-Sing almost never smiled at the beginning. An actor should learn to commit to the moment in front of the camera and come back to reality behind it. But Ah-Sing didn't. She didn't come back to reality. She's never once stopped playing the role of CO7 since then. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She started to smile the way CO7 smiled. She went from brash and reckless to sly and methodical, just like CO7. The deputy chief and the BAU made a mistake. Ah-Sing has not confused herself with her character. After all these years in the movie industry, I've seen a lot of actors get carried away by the glitz and glamour of their characters. But Ah Sing is different. She values CO7 even more than herself. So much so that, ultimately, it eclipsed her own consciousness. Miss Liang, you asked me which rumors about CO7 and the three of us were true. Now I can give you an answer. Most of them were.
Wait, I don't remember. What were the rumors again? Noire maneuvers her wheelchair to the desk, pulls out a file from the bottom drawer, and hands it to Liang. She's so tragic? Yeah. Man, why? Why is it always like that with Bluepoch? Why do people have sad lives all the time? I guess it's because in reality, we also have sad lives as well. Never mind. The file is heavy. Liang opens it up to find an aged photograph.
Is this...
Oh, they look adorable. I'm grabbing a screenshot of that. Yay. And why is she drinking? What is she drinking? Does she think I can't see that drink in her hand? I guess they were celebrating. Because they got an award, I assume. But they look adorable, all of them. 3 women pose together. Their identities are obvious.
We drew a lot of attention after the release of CO7. Put a magnifying glass up to anyone, and you'll always find imperfections. We were no exception. Ah Sing was as stubborn and uncompromising as I was. When we disagreed, it would blow up into a huge argument, neither one of us giving in to the other. Poor Teresa was always caught in the middle. I was too young, too bullheaded, to realize the consequences that this might cause. I tore a path forward, often ignoring the people around me. Teresa, on the other hand, was kind-hearted, perhaps too much so. She never got angry, no matter what people said. She just bottled it up inside and let it eat away at her.
I don't like that last sentence. Noire gazes at the smiling faces in the photo, her expression tinged with nostalgia and the faintest hint of sorrow.
She didn't like taking photos. She was self-conscious about her appearance, so we only have a few together. This one was taken when we were shooting CO7 too. We were so close back then. Of course, we knew we'd have to part ways eventually, but we didn't concern ourselves with that.
I mean, yeah, you might not work together forever, but you could still stay friends, I think.
Even then, our shortcomings had started to hurt our relationship. But by the time we realized it, the damage had been done.
唔得，呢個結局太離譜啦！司靈真唔會咁做㗎。
When we were making CO7-3, Ah Sing was up in arms about the ending. In the sequence, CO7 tracks a criminal through a Shehua parade, hoping to finish him off herself. But when she finds him sitting at home with his family, she changes her mind. Ah Sing didn't like it. She said that CO7 would punish the villain for what he's done, that she would never change her mind. We had countless arguments over this ending, and of course, we never reached a conclusion.
Well, I mean, if CO7 really wants to punish the villain, perhaps she can wait until he's not with his family in order to not murder him in front of his family, you know? So, that's just my thought on it.
得啦得啦，到此為止。我哋咁嘈落去都冇意義。我有個提議。
So I cheated.
What?
Were I in the same position now, I'd solve the problem more delicately.
What do you mean you cheated? What does that mean? How?
But I was a jerk back then. The only thing that mattered was the movie. I couldn't care less about what people thought, including my heroine. I asked Teresa to write an alternative ending, and told Ah-Sing that we'd shoot both endings and pick the better one together. She agreed.
But you didn't keep your word. You released the movie with the original ending.
It turned out to be very popular, but Ah-Sing saw it as a betrayal. At the premiere, she announced she was quitting the new art company that the three of us had founded together.
I mean, it's kind of understandable.
I didn't stop her.
I don't think there was anything you could have done to stop her, to be
Teresa
fair.
tried to mend our relationship, like she always did.
我寫咗個新劇本，唔係407續作，係全新嘅故仔啊！如果你哋覺得有意思嘅話，我哋下一部戲可以拍佢啊！我自己拍咗部片花，雖然好簡單，可能拍得唔係幾好，但係可以嘅話，我哋一齊睇啊！
It was her proof of concept for reunion of the Three Swallows.
Oh, is that the movie that makes people crazy? The heck did she do with that?
I knew Teresa had always wanted to put an end to the CO7 series and write something she was really passionate about. Perhaps she thought a new story would help Ah-Sing move away from CO7 and become herself again. Unfortunately, when she came to show us the script, Ah-Sing and I were in the middle of a fight.
Ah.
唔使啦，我唔會再同你哋拍戲。
阿星，等陣啊
Ah-Sing had always been kind to Teresa, but on that day, she pushed her out of the doorway and stormed off. While well, as I said, I was a jerk. I flipped through her script, and a flurry of harsh words left my mouth. 點解仲係上次嗰個類型㗎？我咪講咗咯，呢種故事唔啱你寫啊！
The script, along with the reel, is shoved back into Harujin's hands and what?
In the end, neither Ah-Sing nor I cared enough to watch Teresa's sizzle reel, even though she tried so hard to present it to us.
Oh, come on. Let me see. Without a second glance, that's what I missed. But, okay, so Ah-Sing and Noire were fighting, and Teresa was just collateral damage, basically. Oh, God. It probably became an arcane object after the fire. Could be, well, yeah, maybe it's because, you know, when she died, she felt some powerful emotions and it was imbued into the reel. But I do wonder, like, what kind of emotion she was feeling that would make the reel curse that way. Did she just snap and was angry at Noire and Ah-Sing, or Chi-Sing, however you want to say her name? Or was it something else?
That was the last time we saw Teresa.
That fire.
Yes, that's why I'd pay any price to get that film. Her script was burned to ashes in the fire. I need to know what story she was trying to tell. I suppose Ah-Sing feels the same.
Really? Because right now she's just using it as a tool to make people go crazy. Noire gestures towards the file.
This is what you wanted to see last time you and your officer friend visited me.
You mean the threatening letter?
It's not a letter, actually.
Liang sets down the photo and pulls out the remaining contents of the file. It's an aged script. It's covered yellow by time. As she flips through, familiar lines of dialogue meets her eyes. In an instant, she understands the significance of what she's holding.
It's the script of Detective 071.
The original. The one Teresa handed to us all those years ago.
Liang never imagined that one day she would be holding the origin of the very film that inspired her as a child. There is no doubt Shixing must have returned it to Noire, but why? What does this mean? She continues to flip through until her fingers meet an object tucked between the pages.
Is this a poster of the Shihua parade? Oh, right. It's almost time for the Dushuo festival. With everything going on these days, I almost forgot.
Liang's expression suddenly shifts.
Wait, is Miss Qixing going to...
Your guess is as good as mine.
What is she going to... I mean, I assume she's about to do something during the Shihua parade thing, right? Especially because it is kind of a poetic way to do stuff, because that was the ending of CO7. But what exactly is she going to do? Is she going to make everyone at the parade crazy so that they murder each other? Or they exchange a glance, then both turn their gaze to the image of the Shihua parade printed on the poster in front of them. To be continued. So, I guess now we can all cry because things are turning really, really sad. Just as I say that, the title of this thing is The Joy of Dushuo. Well, I would very much like some joy in my life right now. Chinese TV news clips featuring the warm-up for the Chinatown Shihua parade. Our reporter brings you an exclusive frontline update. Oh, I forgot to read the title. Chinese TV news segment, Shihua parade. Anyway, our reporter brings you an exclusive frontline update. As the Dushuo festival begins, Los Angeles' Chinatown is once again alive with the excitement of the Shihua parade. Humans and arcanists will soon come together to pray for a year of peace and prosperity. We are currently at the Chinatown Community Center, which houses 12 sacred arcane idols, marking the starting point of the parade. We are fortunate to be interviewing Principal Huang, who is this year's summoning official. Principal Huang, could you tell us about your role in the festival? The summoning official is responsible for reciting the summoning rites and invite the idols. After launch, the rotating god of Shiti Xixia. Come on, game, please help me with those things. Will be placed on the palanquin. This is, I think, an English word, and I don't even know that one. God damn it! What is this sentence? Some of the parade members have already gathered outside. That's right, we can see people carrying lanterns and flags preparing for the parade. Principal Huang, what's that large animal lantern over there? That's a Le Shu, a Xiangrui. Oh right, these are the things that, what's her name? Junyang Zhe. She loved these things. She used to turn people into, Le Shu, I think, if I recall correctly, but that was in 1.6, so it was a while back. Later, it will join the Beast Lantern team. The parade will be held by the 5 colored banners and the the troop. The troop will do something, followed by the Xiandao beasts and Xiangrui creatures. Quite the spectacle. The Xiandao beasts? Are those these legendary creatures said to ward off evil plagues? Exactly. During the plague banishing segment, General Xianmo will shout the command, and 3 young men wearing Xiandao beasts masks will sing the plague banishing song, imitating the beasts to drive out evil. The musicians will accompany them with gongs and drums. The parade will go on until late at night. Quite the festivity. Thank you, Principal Huang. Though the parade has yet to start, we can see crowds waiting already. Stay tuned as we bring you live coverage of the Shehuo Festival Parade. I see. Watchers, protectors, defenders. The fire they held high lit up the children's faces. Oh, Anna Lee's there. Finally. Finally, she's going to make an appearance. I've been wondering, it's been 16 stages and we still haven't even seen her face. We've heard about her, I think. And, never mind, maybe I was wrong. Oh no, they did mention it was an exorcist that was asking questions about things that were happening in Chinatown. So we did indeed hear about Anna Lee, but we still haven't seen her. Oh damn, finally. I am genuinely curious about meeting her in the actual story because she's been a 1.0 character if I'm not mistaken. And I know nothing about her. I've played her, I've used her in gameplay, but I know nothing about that character. So finally we are going to meet her. But I am going to leave you with a tiny bit of suspense because there is an ad break coming and I need to go to the restroom again for some reason. Why am I going to the restroom every hour? I had the same problem yesterday. Am I okay? I don't know. You probably don't know either. Not the pose. It's the hard part. Yeah, I know. But unfortunately, nature calls and the capitalistic nature of our world calls as well. So I try to group them up so that it's not, we don't have too many interruptions, but yeah. Unfortunately, we do have to take a tiny break, but it will only last for 3 minutes. So I think that's an okay time. And you guys should also take a break, you know, stretch a bit, move around a bit. Because, well, for me personally, I've been streaming for 4 hours, and sitting around for 4 hours straight, that's not a good idea. So stretching and getting a drink or something is always a good thing to do, not just for me, but for you as well. Anyway, on that note, I shall be right back, and let me switch scenes. There you go. And I am back right with the end of the ads, which is perfect. That means we can get right into the story straight away. Perfect timing. Now then, like I mentioned, Ann Lee is finally making an appearance, which is great, because I was starting to get sad with a couple of previous stages, man. Honestly. Because all three of the women, Chi or Ah Sing or Chi Sing, whichever is her name, Noire and Jin, they're all three of them. They're very adorable. They were cute. They even though they butted heads and all of that, they seemed to be close, to be happy, and all of that, until it devolved into what happened, you know. So yeah, hopefully Ann Lee can inject some happiness here, because at least from the voice lines that she has in gameplay and in combat, she seems like a very positive, cheerful person. So hopefully, yeah, she can make us a bit happy. And let's see this. What is this about holding up a light in the children's faces? As long as the children don't burn, that would be nice, because we know that Vertin actually died in a fire. So yeah, let's hope that nobody else dies.
Wow! Look at all these people! Oh, we should have come earlier. I can hardly see a thing from here.
Why is this man called Enraged Man? He seems happy. He doesn't seem enraged.
And whose fault is that? You are the one who took ages to get ready. Anyway, at least we haven't missed much. Looks like it just started. I heard there's a new event this year. I wonder what it is.
Not an event. A film crew's shooting a scene during the parade. Apparently, they already talked to Mr. Shao and said they wouldn't cause any trouble. Let's go check it out. Maybe we can get into one of the shots.
This is the busiest time of year in Chinatown. The streets are filled to the brim. But for those with keen eyes, some outliers can be spotted among the crowd.
This is C2. All clear.
Copy. Group C, all clear. No sign of target. All units, stay in position. Wonder how the Vigil Girl and Eldon are doing.
Having ended the transmission, the officer glances toward a Chinese restaurant at the street corner. Despite the bustling crowd, the sign on its door reads, "Closed." That is suspicious. Why are they wearing disguises?
Do I really have to go outside like this?
Deputy Chief Eldon stands awkwardly in front of the mirror as he stares at the brightly colored traditional outfit he's adorned in. The man across him sneers, shattering his last shred of hope to be saved from it.
No, you need to paint your face too. I'm not gonna let you join the parade looking like a weirdo. You're the one who said that the parade needed guards in case there was an attack. Have you changed your mind? I'd be more than happy to kick you out here. Sorry, but your profiling and BAU report seemed like a load of crap to me. If someone does attack the parade, I'm sure we can handle it ourselves.
This guy is not someone I'm going to like either. I mean, from the few scenes that we've seen, I did not like him already, but yeah, never mind.
Listen, I won't pretend to understand the meaning behind all this. But what I do understand is that this is one of the most important events of the year for the people of Chinatown. The target could strike at any time, so we need to be prepared. No one wants to see a celebration turn into a nightmare.
Why didn't you say that to your men? They are the ones who've ignored the Chinatown all this time.
Yeah, but now is not exactly the time to talk about this.
What a hypocrite.
He glares at the officers with clear distrust in his eyes. But before tensions can rise anymore, the girl beside him cuts in with a smile.
哎呀 ，Uncle
Zhao, today's our big day. That sour face of yours is gonna scare this guy straight off.
Hello, Ann Lee. Nice to meet you.
Leave the past in the past lah. They are doing this for the right reasons. What we've got to lose.
I don't know why, I love the way she speaks.
Besides, we could really use a hand right now. They can make up for our manpower shortage. Now, give me a big smile lah, before your long face scares off our good fortune.
She's exactly as I thought she would be. Very cheerful, very positive it feels like.
Hey you, with a sweet talker, aren't you, eh?
Wait, how do you pronounce that? A? Is the... What? Have I been mispronouncing her name this whole time? It's been 2 years, or a year and a half, I guess. Good grief. He huffs and glares, but eventually waves it off.
Fine, but you've got to look the part if you're gonna be in the parade. I don't care what your mission is. Oh, you, Blondie! Tighten your belt, or your pants will fall down when you dance. And the big guy over there, the lining should be under your coat.
The famed Chinatown investigator yells corrections to the officer as they do their best to don the traditional attire. His tone is sharp but surprisingly patient. Seeing his old friend, much mellowed from before, Eldon removes his garish headpiece and turns to Ann.
Thanks for all your help, Miss Lee. We never would have been able to join the parade unnoticed if you hadn't persuaded the residents to cooperate with us.
Okay, I'm going to do the same thing as Deputy Chief Eldon. I'm going to call her Miss Lee. At least then I know I'm not mispronouncing it, right?
You are welcome lah, sir. Even though I only came here a few months ago, I've already gotten pretty close to the residents. So, it was pretty easy to convince everyone. Don't worry about it lah.
Okay, I guess they really do be adding la at the end of every sentence. Well, her specifically.
Besides, the Shehuo parade is for everyone, whether they're here to watch or dance. We are always happy to have more people join the celebration. Uncle Zhou might be a little stubborn, but you know gala, that's just what he's like. Don't take it personally.
Wait, this is different. What is the difference between just la and gala? What is the difference? Is there a difference? She turns her head, gesturing toward a few unfamiliar faces at the other end of the restaurant.
These guys are arcane detectives and influential people around Chinatown. I told them to all keep an eye out too. There's a saying in Hong Kong, as stupid as the god of longevity who hangs himself. That will be Night Piercer if she comes anywhere near Chinatown.
As stupid as the god of longevity who hangs himself. I assume that's because the god of longevity is immortal, so even if he hangs himself, he can't die. Eldon nods before gently shaking his head with a complex expression.
I know everyone here will be grateful if Night Piercer doesn't show up, but then we'll still have a dangerous criminal with an equally dangerous arcane item on the loose. Nothing's more dangerous than an unexploded bomb. I want to eliminate the threat once and for all. The question is, will she come? Was the little vigil right?
Late last night, Liang knocked on Eldon's office door. She has returned from her morning rejection with renewed determination.
The Shehuo parade, sir.
At that time, the Division of Arcane Affairs was still brightly lit, with most officers racking their brains to track down Qi Xing without success. That was when Liang had stormed in with her important collaborator, ignoring the puzzled glances from her colleagues, and slammed a thick stack of reports onto his desk.
Miss Noah isn't like any of Qixing's previous targets. She's much more important. Miss Qixing still can't accept the way Miss Noah ended Detective CO73. That's her motive. The ending consists of two major elements, the Shehuo parade and the villain who should have been punished. She now sees Noire as that villain, and she's going to attack her at the coming Shouhua parade. That will be our chance to arrest her.
I mean, yeah, but what if Noire doesn't show up at the Shouhua parade? Because then Chasing has no one to attack, right? I mean, she could still attack other people, sure, but how would Chasing ensure that Noire would show up at the parade? I mean, I guess maybe that's why she sent her the document, like the flyer for the Shouhua parade, and also with the the Detective CO7 script. But even then, she couldn't guarantee that Noire would actually show up. So how does that work? And where am I at? What classifies as a built unit for the Choose My Team redeem? Every unit that I have built. All the units that are for Reverse 1999 specifically, it would be only the units that I have at least at Inside 3, basically, because all the units that I have at least Inside 3 are, I consider them built in the sense that I can use them. But if they're under Inside 3, they're probably just Inside 1 or no Inside at all, which I don't consider built, and thus it's kind of pointless to take them out. Like taking a level 1 character into a fight doesn't really make sense. So that's why I prefer to say build characters. And bonsoir, I said how are you? J'ai craqué, j'ai acheté des skins. Ça se comprend, ça se comprend. Les skins sont très jolis. T'as acheté lesquels par contre? Telle est la question. Personnellement, là, avec la nouvelle mise à jour, j'ai pu acheter le skin d'Isolde parce que j'ai déjà celui de Kakania, donc je voulais acheter les deux, je voulais qu'elles puissent aller ensemble.
The Shouhua parade. Do you have any idea what you're suggesting?
The sheer thickness of the report is intimidating. Alden skims through it before casting a questioning look at the unexpected visitor Liang had dragged in. Is it Noire? The visitor nods.
Don't worry, sir.
It is her indeed.
I'd be happy to cooperate. As bait.
Ah, that's not usually something you would want to do, but okay. Please tell me my wheelchair waifu will be fine.
Will come. I promise.
And Jamie, you redeem the "Hello, Owl Fisherman, how are you?" and you want me to teach you that in French. Wait a second. Just give me a second. Hello, Owl Fisherman, how are you? Because Owl Fisherman doesn't really mean anything, so it's kind of a strange thing to what do you call that, to translate, I guess. Let me see. Let me write it down. I guess it would be bonjour, hibou pêcheur. Yeah, I guess so. Hibou pêcheur. Yeah. Is it really hibou? Like I said, that part I'm not entirely sure because it doesn't really mean anything. Bonjour hibou pêcheur, comment vas-tu? You know what? I will tell you this one. Comment allez-vous? Because that's the more formal way of saying it. There you go. I've written it. So it is bonjour hibou pêcheur, comment allez-vous? Bonjour means hello. Hibou means owl. Pêcheur is fisherman. And how are you is comment allez-vous? Although the comment allez-vous is the more formal way of addressing someone. If you wanted the less formal way, the more casual way of talking to someone, you would say comment vas-tu? I can write it down. Comment vas-tu? There you go. So the first one is formal, the second one is casual, and then Ibu pêcheur, well, the Ibu is just owl and fisherman is pêcheur. I can't really translate it better than that, I think. So yeah. Bonjour Ibu pêcheur, comment allez-vous? Noted. We'll use that to greet you. Sure, why not? Surtout Isolde, Geo Eternity que je n'ai pas et j'attends pour Druvis. Attends, t'as acheté un skin pour Eternity, mais tu ne l'as pas. Du coup, tu peux pas utiliser le skin. Tu vas faire comment pour l'avoir du coup? Parce que soit tu perds ton 50-50, soit est-ce qu'il y a une bannière sur laquelle on peut l'obtenir plus facilement? Parce que sinon, ça risque d'être un peu compliqué. The sound of the back door opening breaks Alden's thoughts. He looks up to see Poitiers pushing Noire's wheelchair inside, Loggerhead following closely behind.
As far as I can remember, she's never been late to anything.
Peep, why aren't you dressed up? I've been looking forward to it all day.
Wow, so many people. I'll make sure I capture some great memories of this.
Yeah, I don't think the chief wants you to to capture these memories. Noire remains her usual unruffled self, while Poitiers teases her colleagues and Loggerhead eagerly looks around. Alden sighs and rubs his forehead.
I understand that the festival atmosphere is exciting, but you ladies need to remember that we're not here to celebrate. There's a tough fight ahead of us.
By the way, what the hell is Loggerhead doing here? Because I understand Poitiers and Liang Yue, they are both police officers, and this is a police operation. Noire is the bait, so she has to be there. But Loggerhead, she's a civilian. She should not be here. I mean, unless she's just there to enjoy the parade, but then why would she be at the restaurant where the police is, you know? By the way, is the roguelike hard? I have no idea. I've only done it once. I didn't really pay attention to anything. I didn't really read anything either, so I have no idea if it is difficult or not. I'm sorry, I can't help you with that. It's probably the only game mode that I have not touched. Never mind, there is also 3 doors. I did the first installment of 3 doors and then I gave up. Well, it's not that I gave up, I just wasn't fond of that gameplay. The roguelike seems nice, but it just took too much time. That being said, apparently with this update, the one that we just got, they are shortening the time that is required to go through each run. So maybe I will try my hand at that at some point. She likes to tag along. I guess so, and I guess she doesn't really have anything better to do. I mean, she could stay with Scott, her friend, who is in a coma. She could stay with her, but otherwise, yeah, she doesn't really have anything better to do.
Poitiers, you sure you're healed up?
I sincerely doubt it, since it's only been like 1 day, but, you know. Wanted to grind Semmelweis's Psycube. Ah, understandable. I actually want to do the a series of dossiers as well. I mean, getting Semmelweis's Psycube is why not, but I mostly wanted to do it because you get a free background change for the, what do you call that, for the suitcase, right? The main menu suitcase thing will change. You can get that through the roguelike, and I really wanted that, but yeah, so far I've been too lazy, and I was actually waiting for this update because I knew that the change was coming, that they would make it so we didn't have to, or rather the runs would be shorter. So now I don't really have any excuse. How long was the run when you did, since you did it once? I have no idea. It's been It's been at least 6 months, and like I said, I wasn't really paying attention. I was just clicking away to get shit done, basically. So yeah, I really couldn't tell you. I don't really have a memory of it. But I would assume I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm really trying to think and remember, but I unfortunately don't. But back then it was long enough for me to decide that I didn't have the time to do it, basically. But to be fair, since it is a roguelite mode, you know, you will get some buffs and debuffs and whatnot. And the thing is, you have to read through all of that, because the first time around when you do it, you don't know any of the buffs. Whereas, for instance, in Simulated Universe in Honkai Star Rail, I don't read anything anymore because I more or less remember which thing does what, right? Whereas here in Reverse, I had to read everything and it was a pain. So at some point I decided to stop reading, just click through things and get it done. Anyway, once again, I can't really answer your question. There is very little knowledge that I have about a series of Dusk, I'm afraid.
Of course, Chief. You've approved my participation in this operation. It's too late to take it back now.
Eldon looks her over. Clearly, she's alive and well, but he still carries concern on his face. Eventually, he sighs and nods. Though, I'm glad we see Poitiers again, but honestly, for someone who just got shot like a day ago, I wouldn't... Oh, never mind. I don't know how long it's been between the day she was shot and the day of the parade. But it's not been that long, so I feel like this is really premature.
What about Miss Latham? You've been proven innocent, and I heard the Foundation told you to await orders. There's no reason for you to be here.
Ah, okay, so I'm not the only one questioning her presence here. Eldon's words draw everyone's attention to Loggerhead. Her head twitches slightly.
Yeah, but it'd be weird to stay in my room alone when everyone's out here. Don't you think?
Is that really your only reason?
Anyway, I'm waiting for Scott to wake up from her coma. I want to ask her why she stole from the Foundation and pinned it on me. I need to know what she thinks about me and our friendship. If I let you guys do all the work while I just wait in my room, I won't be able to question her without feeling insecure.
Aw, poor Loggerhead.
I know I might not be all that helpful, but I'll do everything I can.
The camera lens almost seems to flash with something resembling a plea.
Miss Latham's being modest. As a staff member of the Arcanum Containment Department, she knows how to deal with that film reel better than any of us. She may forget things, but she still has a wealth of knowledge. Her experience might just make the difference between failure and success.
Hey, you know what? Noire actually has a point there, because, there is probably a proper procedure as to how to deal with the reel.
Alright, you've got a point. Miss Latham, thanks for lending us your expertise.
And by the way, can I ask, where the hell is Matilda? We saw her for half a second and then she disappeared. God damn it. Eldon finally nods. Loggerhead lights up.
Great! Just leave it to me. I can deal with the film. I've rewatched all my related memories so I remember every detail, even down to the scratches on its surface.
With Loggerhead officially permitted to join, the final member of the operation team is the last to arrive.
There you are.
Ah, she's all dressed up. Matilda had to leave. She's pretty busy, don't you know? Busy with what, man? I mean, I know she's always kind of busy, but the hell is she actually busy with? What is she doing?
Everyone was gone when I left the changing room. I thought something was...
And where the hell is her mother? How is her mother? What happened to her mother? So many questions.
What's wrong?
Wow, the costume fits you so well. Fancy, whoa. It doesn't even look like a costume. Much fancier than that. You are like the best parade dancer I've ever seen. There's no way the night piercer will spot you. Look at her, Uncle Zhao. So cool, huh?
The Chinatown investigator scrutinizes Liang from head to toe before letting out a derisive snort.
Is that the Liang's family ritual dress? Let me see. Good. You're wearing it right. Nice to know that at least some kids remember their traditions. You better not dishonor your family wearing this, kid.
See, can't you just give out a compliment instead of just being an asshole? Come on.
My thoughts exactly.
You too, Eldon.
Everything's in place. You sure you can perform this time, Vigil? I don't want a repeat of last time. The alley out back's empty. Show us what you got.
He gestures to the officers, mentioning them to line up before Liang. Each officer stands tall and imposing, forming what feels like a solid wall before Liang. Refusing to shy away, she squares her shoulders and meets their gaze head-on.
Yes, sir. I will prove myself to you.
Is it a time to fight? Ah, yes, and are we actually fighting the, Oh, okay. Wait, we're fighting Poitiers as well? Okay. Did not expect that. And then a random dude, okay. Well, I guess we'll go at it with this
wishes
theme.
to come along.
Yes, Pumpy, I know you wish to come along. I didn't bring any tissues, Princess, so if you start crying, you'll have to wipe your nose on your new uniform. Alright, let's see if I'm up against a powerless little girl or a real challenger. Understood, sir. I will go easy on you. Why are we fighting him? I think it's to prove that she can fight, because the last time, you know, when she was fighting against Night Piercer, when she was fighting against Chi Xing, she couldn't summon her magical beast tiger thing, Qiang Yang, right? And they want proof that she can actually manifest him again. But since I don't have her, I can't do that, so I'm going to summon the power of drinking alcohol from Jin Youngja. That's all I got.
Another it's newly made this year. We stand together. Got you. Let's get it over quick.
And I'd like to say the power of alcohol seems to work very well.
The puppy.
Well, there you go. It worked. Check Poitiers cards? Ah, well, I guess I can still check it later on. No, I'll check it afterwards. Oh, alright, stop. Wait, or at least I acknowledge you now. Not bad. Good. Looks like she wasn't a soul talk. Sorry, I did my best to restrain myself. Phew. If this had kept up, we would have been exhausted before the real suspect even showed up.
Your first-hand experience is our best advertisement.
Yeah. Stop trying to to exploit me, Miss Newbabble. After several rounds of trials, Liang remained standing, her expression firm and determined, her gaze burning with resolve. Satisfied, Eldon nods.
Looks like I've got nothing to worry about. You ready, kid?
He rolls up his sleeves and checks the time on his watch.
Parade's starting soon. I'll go get dressed. The rest of you...
I need to talk to Miss Liang. Could you give us a moment?
No.
Don't be late.
Poitier glances at them before following the others back inside. The alley suddenly feels empty. Liang waits quietly for Noire to speak, but she never does. She simply stares at the distant lights, as if the revelry and noise belong to another world. Eventually, Liang can wait no longer.
Why me, Miss Noah?
No game, no. Come on. Of course you would. To be continued. Fine, be that way. And okay, I can return there into the fight. Yep. And you wanted me to look at her cards. What is this? Mass attack, deal 300% reality damage if this unit is in extra action damage up when performing it. Okay. Status, cast an additional efficient execution 1 time. Mass attack deals 120 damage, reality damage to 2 enemies. If this attack is an extra action, gain an additional moxie. Okay. Self buff grants cure, that I did notice, to self for 1 round. At the start of the round, recovers own HP. After, grants damage heal plus 10% to self. There you go. That was her incantations, I guess. Or, well, we can't really call them incantations since she's not actually a resonator. God damn it, Wuthering Waves. What are you doing here? No, she's not an arcanist. Is there something else you wanted to see? Guess I can read his. It grants 3 stacks of extra to other allies. So they pair well together. Engagement protocol. Will make an ally cast a random own basic incantation. Oh, that's actually an interesting thing, the gameplay kit, I guess. Sergeant's orders. After this unit takes an action, makes a random ally cast one of their incantations once again. Showing this unit takes an action, makes... Damn, these are actually, really interesting kits. Why aren't they playable? She feels like an actual character. She has a really cool kit, synergistic with her allies. Yeah, definitely. And this dude, I don't think he does anything specific. Yeah, I know. But the synergy between Poitier and Eldon, it really works. Interesting. It would have been nice if we were able to pull for them and play them together, The law of causation. The fruit taken must be returned to their branches. And who do we see? No one? Really? No one else? Okay, so there is just Liang and Eldon, I suppose. The cheers and laughter of the Shehua parade echo through the alley, muffled and distant.
You could have just told Eldon about what happened between the 3 of you. You could have shown him the threatening letter. Maybe then he wouldn't have made the order to shoot the target if necessary. Yes, Miss Qixing has committed multiple assaults, but she hasn't killed anyone.
Well, okay, yeah, fair point. She hasn't killed anyone, but had things gone on longer during your fight against her, Scott would have died. Generally speaking, people with a silver needle in the throat don't tend to survive for long.
I don't think she deserves to die. So, as I promised, I will do my best to catch her alive.
I do agree. I don't think she deserves to die either, especially because she's hot. But that's, another problem entirely. She has nearly committed murder and attacked an officer. Yeah, and that's just the fight that we witnessed. But before that, there were plenty of assault cases where she used her silver needles to poke around at criminals. They might have been criminals, but that doesn't give her the right to do that. So, yeah. And assault is assault regardless. So yeah, even if she's hot, okay, she's hot, so she doesn't deserve to die. But regardless of whether or not she's hot, she still should go to prison, right? I think that makes sense. Probably, not really.
That being said, if
She takes a deep breath.
If drastic measures have to be taken, I will not hesitate.
And by the way, we still don't know exactly how or why Herujin died. We still don't know exactly the details of the circumstances of her death. Likewise, we don't really know anything about the circumstances surrounding Noire's car accident, right? There is a lot we still don't know. Liang's final words are anything but polite. She holds her breath as she awaits Noire's response. After a brief silence, Noire speaks.
Ah Sing was a good actress.
Liang anticipated all kinds of responses from Noire, but not this one.
Huh?
Yes. She was a skilled martial artist with remarkable control over her arcane skill. But that's not what makes a successful actress. Before we'd even start shooting, she'd have everything memorized. Her lines, her movements, even the details of her expression. She'd take as many shots as were necessary to get the scene right. As you know, I was a perfectionist, always taking it too far. Many of my crew quit halfway through my projects. Even Teresa struggled sometimes. She told me more than once that she couldn't do it anymore. Only Ah Sing could keep up with my pace. In fact, she'd often be a few steps ahead. Because she shared my vision, that drive for something better, no matter the cost. She was a good actress indeed. I know that we'll probably never be partners again, but I still don't want her to be treated like this.
In Liang's memories, Noire was always smiling. Sometimes friendly, sometimes distant, with the mischievousness of a child or the cunning and unyielding pride of a woman totally in control. But at this moment, when she turns her head, there is no smile. What burns quietly in her eyes is something akin to rage.
You said you were going to figure out the truth. Well, it seems you and I agree that things aren't as simple as they appear. The Arcanum Containment Department's security system should be almost unbreakable. So how is it that Miss Scott, a regular staff member with no special skills, managed to break through it?
An excellent question. I want them to reunite. But have you forgotten what game we are playing, my man? Have you forgotten we are playing Reverse 1999? You know that there will be no reunion. At least not the happy reunion that we want them to have. You know, I wanted a happy reunion between Kakanya and Isolde. And I think you know that that's not exactly what happened, right? Well, that didn't happen at all. Because there wasn't even a reunion since, you know, Isolde was completely out of it. I do want a reunion as well, JB, but I don't think that's ever going to happen.
And why was she selected to go after Miss Latham? What was she about to say before that needle pierced her neck?
The question of why is interesting, but we do know who. The Foundation decided to do things that way. But it is indeed interesting as to why. Why would they do that?
Ah Sing's actions don't make sense either. After all these years, why has she decided to take revenge now? Is it because she found the film? There are simply far too many coincidences. If one of my writers wrote a script like this, they'd be fired on the spot.
You mean there's something else going on behind all this?
Probably. Does this have anything to do with Mana's Vendetta? Because we haven't seen them at all during this story, so I'm a bit suspicious. Noire gives a look of approval.
The scene has been staged. I can feel it. The lights, the cameras, the cast, they're all in position. And when the clapperboard claps, the movie will begin. And this time, I'm not sitting behind the camera, but in front of it.
Maybe due to CO7's connection to Teresa is the reason she can control it? Control the film? Could be. Could be. Honestly, I have no idea. But doesn't that mean that maybe Noire could control it as well? Because she does have a connection to Teresa. So, well, Noire, would you like to try, please? We have a theory with Jamie. we would like you to perform an experiment.
Miss Liang, I've been holding back. I apologize for that. I hadn't figured out which role you'd play in this movie.
If you're saying this to try to get me to talk about the behind the scenes of my life, I'm afraid you're a bit disappointed.
No, of course not. You got me wrong.
She waves a hand dismissively, her expression light but her eyes still blazing.
I'm a director. I don't act in movies made by others.
Noire didn't really get her hands on it, she only watched it and it got taken away. Yeah, I know. She hasn't tried to control it, but maybe if she tried, maybe she could. That was my hypothesis, I guess. If Teresa can... no, if CO7 or Jixing can control the real because of her connection, it would stand to reason that Noire would have the same ability. It's just that she didn't really have an opportunity to try it, and perhaps didn't even consider it.
Sing, Miss Latham, Miss Scott. The camera's focused on them too. But none of us know where the story will go.
Something stirs in Liang's chest.
You mean Miss Qixing's being manipulated? I've considered that possibility, but who's the one behind the camera? What do they want?
That would be an excellent question. I mean, not to to get back to Manus Vindicte, but Manus Vindicte definitely likes chaos, so it would make sense.
All I know is that if Sing continues down this path, there will be no happy ending for her.
I feel like this is foreshadowing. I feel like there will indeed be no happy ending for her.
I understand that she's trying to reach something she's always strived for. But whoever's orchestrating this won't let her get it. I've done that to her before, and it was a huge mistake. I won't let that happen again.
What are you going to do?
Noire smiles.
Since coming to Hollywood, there's one thing I found difficult to accept. The producers always stick to the script. They're obsessed with it. Changes are incredibly rare, but that's not how we do it in Hong Kong. The script's finished, and so what? Things will always come up during shooting. You have to be flexible if you want to make truly great art.
Maybe Manus Vindicte is behind this, trying to cause chaos and insanity. Yeah, that was my theory as well, because they do enjoy... Well, it's not just that they enjoy chaos, but usually chaos hastens the arrival of the storm, and usually Manus Vindicte has been trying to make the storm happen faster than it is supposed to happen. On top of that, amidst the chaos, you often have desperate people, and that is also another way Manus Vindicte could try to recruit people. So yeah, there is a lot of connections that we can draw between Manus Vindicte and this whole thing, but right now we don't really have any evidence, which is kind of strange, I feel like, because we do often see Manus Vindicte being behind something. Either Manus Vindicte or the Order of Enlightenment, which is just a branch of Manus and Vindicte, you know. But yeah, they're always the bad guys. So where is my bad guy? I need proof.
If a moment of inspiration were to strike me and I weren't allowed to add it to the movie, then you may as well just kill me there.
I'd rather not. Liang takes a moment to understand all of this.
You want to change the script?
How so?
Precisely. But we have a small issue.
Noire gestures to her legs resting on the wheelchair. The fact that you can't move your legs? I don't think we can really help with that.
As you can see, I'm not exactly ready to jump to my feet and into the action. I'm better at working behind the camera than I am in front of it. So, I need a protagonist. One who's as eager as I am to change the script and find that perfect ending. Are you interested?
Wait, I'm drinking. She reaches a hand out to Liang.
It would be an honor.
And Liang takes it in her own. Okay, but what exactly are you trying to achieve?
Attention, please. Noire will be shooting a movie during the Showdown parade as planned. Let's go over the plan one more time. Group A will hide among the cast. Group B, cameramen. And Group C, you're in the crowd. Once Xixing appears, close in and arrest her as soon as possible. Ready? They're all set too. Good. Everyone, take your positions.
Aha. And now all we have to do is wait. Oh, wait.
All right, Noire. The time has come. This will be our final scene.
The hell?
Huh? What's going on? That light's so bright.
Whoa. I'm feeling kinda dizzy.
Mummy, I'm scared.
That arcane fluctuation. It's from reunion of the Three Swallows. But how does she...
There you go. Okay. Yeah, once again I had to artificially increase the sound of or the volume of the game for the stream, which is why I was very focused. Now then, oh, hey, come on. Okay, fine. What to do? I mean, I guess since they are spirits, I will use Lucy, because it's been a while. Mercuria and Kakanya, because she's great like that. And who else should we take? I guess Fatutu, because why not? Although she doesn't really matter here. Anyway.
Embrace rather than resist.
What are those twisted shadows? Ah, they're all swarming here. Don't be afraid, child. Here, stand behind me. Stay calm, everyone. This is just a new parade performance. I don't know what to say here. Okay. Let us buff. And then murder everything on our path.
Regaining control of our bodies.
Eliminate target.
Well, that was easy. Yes, exactly, Jamie. At least all of that. I can feel it. The source of these malevolent spirits is nearby. Wait, is that Xixing?
Now, to preserve this memory in our dreams.
We have achieved a victory. Ah, no, never mind, not yet. The lights on either side of the street blur, polluting the night sky, turning it into a swirling mess. It's as if everything inside has been tossed into a painter's palette and smeared and blended. All definitions have been lost. This sounds and looks like the storm. The storm does weird shit just like that.
What's happening?
Is this part of the parade? How'd they do that?
Yeah, part of the parade, of course. La, 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 la.
Wait! What's this?
Stand back.
A young officer rushes forward, positioning herself between the unknown monster and the Chinatown residents. Ah shit, I'm an idiot. I should have used Anna Lee.
Easy.
Thank you. They teach you that in Hong Kong?
That thing's nothing like the critter you're used to dealing with. What were you thinking rushing like that? You're totally out of your league.
Does he have to be an asshole to everyone, including Anna Lee now?
I was about to attack. What else was I supposed to do?
Oh, never mind. Including the arcane officer, whatever. He swallows whatever snarky remark he had planned, instead looking around at the eerie figures shifting in the shadows. And I mean, she's right. What was she supposed to do? Just allow the monster to attack an innocent civilian? It's literally her job to protect people.
They look like ghosts, but there's something different about them. So, little ghost hunter, can that machine of yours tell us what they are?
1 second, Uncle Zhao. Lily's working on it.
Okay, what the hell is Lily, by the way? It's the thing that she has in her containing thingy there. And I remember in the trailer we saw that being puking some paper, I think, or printing it, kind of like a printing machine. So, the hell is that? Under the bewildered gazes of the officers, the young ghost hunter's human-headed Lily lets out a chilling, eerie laugh. Anand's expression changes.
What? You mean that was a living man's soul?
The heck? Oh. Because we know that the film reel can absorb and take away part of people's soul. Can it reconstruct it into this monster then? Ah, well, I guess. Never mind.
Just got confirmation that this thing's covering the whole of Chinatown. Comms are down, and we can't seem to leave either.
Arcane humanoids spotted in all directions. Don't seem to be critters of the Beyond. Must be some kind of arcane creation.
Ah, the Beyond has been mentioned. Is Jessica coming to our rescue?
They're everywhere and immune to regular bullets. Arcane skills and specialized bullets break them apart for a while, but then their bodies just morph back together.
That's a problem.
No casualties so far, but people are panicking. What do we do, Chief?
Sorry, not my type.
The specialized bullets successfully repel the shadowy beings, but their supply is limited. Eldon has to fall back, yelling into his chameleon comm as he does so.
Everyone keep calm. Groups A and C, protecting the public is your top priority. These things seem to follow anything that moves. Lure them away!
Does that mean that if we order the civilians not to move, everything will be fine?
Miss Lee, Mr. Zhou! Gather as many civilians as you can and guide them to a safe place.
He expected the private investigator to fire back with his usual sarcasm, but to his surprise, his response is immediate and to the point.
No problem. They know us. I'm sure we'll be able to calm them down. I'll tell them they are special effects. They all know that a movie was being shot here. That should help. At least long enough to get them to safety.
Hopefully.
That means you guys are gonna have to figure this out yourselves. Show me what you've got, Arcane Affairs.
We won't let you down.
He takes another deep breath, filling his body with renewed strength.
Group B, hold your positions. Target's probably trying to distract us with these monsters. What's your status? Report immediately.
This is Fortier. Same thing's happening at the rear of the parade. Noire's fine, though.
For a second there, I thought there would be just silence and something would have happened, but no. Okay, good.
Keep it that way. The rest of you keep your eyes peeled. The target could appear at any time. Camerahead, any idea what's going on?
She has a name, god damn it. Why does no one respect Loggerhead? The Arcanum Containment Department employee is the person most likely to understand the current anomaly.
I think Chinatown's been sealed inside an arcane barrier created by the film. There's nothing in the records about this, but these arcane fluctuations are definitely from the film.
What about those ghost things? I don't remember the file saying it could spawn spirits out of thin air.
You call her Latham and not Loggerhead? Well, I thought that Loggerhead was kind of a pet name, you know, a kind of a cute nickname that Scott decided to give her. If we are assuming that Scott is still actually her friend and was actually just manipulated, which is why I keep calling her Loggerhead, and it's also because, you know, the game keeps calling her Loggerhead, and that's what's written here. But we can call her Latham if that's what you prefer.
Well, I don't know. Reunion of the Three Swallows can play and record, that's for sure. But even if its power has been enhanced somehow, it probably wouldn't develop a completely unrelated ability.
And yet, we saw that everything happened because when, everything started to change when Chasing was holding that reel in her hand. So, does that mean the reel itself changed? Or probably was changed? Latham is her real name, respect her. Yeah, but which one does she actually prefer to go by? Does she prefer to go by Latham or by Loggerhead? Because I don't think she said anything, personally. Because plenty of the arcanists that we have in our roster, their names are not their names. Like Kakanya. Kakanya is not her actual name. Kakanya's name is actually Clara Wingler, right? And yet, her name in game is Kakanya, so yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Does she prefer Latham or not?
You are right, because it's not unrelated.
And kind of like, you know, Lucy. Lucy's name, I mean, I guess, I don't know if Lucy is actually her real name, because Latham comes from what she is, right? Because apparently she's part of a mechanism called the Latham strip. And Lucy, she's a part as well of a mechanism for the steam engine. But is Lucy her actual name, or is it something else? The naming convention in Reverse 1999 is rather difficult to follow. Anan's voice crackles through the communicator. Even the usually carefree ghost hunter sounds a little tense.
Remember the film's victims? Part of them was taken away by its recall ability. What they lost was part of their spiritual energy and memories. They are Sawan Tapa, or Free Souls and Seven Spirits. These monsters are actually the Sawan Tapa of the victims.
They're the victim's spiritual energy? But how did the film do that?
The chilling appearance of the phantoms make it difficult to connect with them. To connect them with what Anan Lee has declared them to be.
I'm not sure, but Lily's never wrong. So, let's not try to eliminate these things.
Ah.
Or the victims will never get their Sawan Tapak back.
Ah. Anan's voice transmitted through the DAA communicator reaches Liang's ears.
Essentially, she's holding everyone in Chinatown hostage. We certainly weren't expecting that.
Yeah, no. Oh, well, there she is. Liang looks at the figure standing just a few meters ahead. The frightened crowd clings to their family and friends, frantic and scared. and those who are alone gather with others near the dim glow of the shop fronts and wait, I have to snooze the ads. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Okay, and the ads have been snoozed. Where was I? Search of the shop fronts in search of any semblance of warmth and reassurance. They have no way of knowing that the one responsible for all of this is standing just a few steps away.
I didn't want it to come to this. This was between me and Noire, but you just couldn't leave it alone, could you? So here we are.
This was never just between you and Noire, otherwise you wouldn't have involved so many other people. You are the one who involved other people by attacking them. The heck are you talking about?
Sounds like you already know what this film reel is capable of. Good. Saves me the trouble of explaining it. Now, bring me Noire.
To be continued. Well, shit, I kind of wasted my snooze there. Because, like I said, I have a limited number of snoozes, but it is what it is. Never mind. I will read this thing and enjoy the snooze for the 3 minutes and 48 seconds that it afforded me. Truthful exchange. People just can't resist sharing their hearts with strangers. You know, I've shared so many of my stories with you. Why don't you tell me some of yours? Directors are always on the lookout for good material. I'm curious about your past. They say you are a once-in-a-generation talent. The one who summoned Xiangliang, the Xiandao beast, sorry, that hadn't answered the Liang family's call in 300 years. That was all just a misunderstanding. Oh? The day I summoned Xiangliang, I learned its name and glimpsed its memories. Centuries ago, Xiangliang was gravely injured during its last summoning and had been recovering ever since. That's why it hasn't answered the Liang family's calls. Oh. Wait, it had to recover for 300 years? Damn, that must have been one hell of an injury. I just happened to summon it when it was finally healed. My family thought Xiangliang chose me, so they placed high expectations on me. But I'm no chosen one. I was just lucky. Does your family know about this? No, I never told them. I didn't want to disappoint them. End of dialogue. Interesting. I like the fact that for once, you know, we don't have a chosen one. We just have a, what do you call that? A random passerby, basically. But, you know, generally, oftentimes with protagonists, they have a destiny. They are the chosen one by gods or whatnot. Whereas here it's just a girl. She did a thing, and it happened to work out in her favor. Which is, you know, a breath of fresh air, I guess. Anyway, some ads are going to run in 1 minute and 50 seconds, but I'm going to trigger them manually. I will take a break myself once again, because I have nothing to drink anymore. Since I've been yapping for 5 hours and 20 minutes, I keep drinking to hydrate my vocal cords, but at some point I no longer have anything to drink. So, I will leave you with, you know what, since this music, the music of this, what do you call that, of this event is quite, how would you describe it? Energetic, I guess. I will switch to a more energetic song, which is the one I used yesterday, I think. But still a song from Reverse 1999. Now then, let me transition to my taking a break scene and I shall be right back. And I am back, transitioning to the scene of the game and grabbing my stream manager and my chat, and we are ready to go. For the false dilemma, we are nearing the end of the story because if I recall correctly, there are 22 stages, so we have 3 to go. False dilemma between what people see and what they judge. Now, hopefully, no one is going to die, right? Right, Chasing? You're not going to die.
Target spotted. I repeat, target spotted.
Within moments of the plainclothes officer's words, the arriving police evacuate the crowd and seal off the street. The officers form an impenetrable barrier, trapping both the target and Liang inside. They stand in a face-off.
What's going on? Who are they?
The bystanders erupt into fervent speculation. Deputy Chief Alden steps into the containment zone.
Impressive, Night Piercer. This is a whole new level, even for you. Tell me, what did you pull to take control of that film reel?
I didn't pull anything, officer.
But how did you do it, though?
It chose to fulfill my wish. That's all.
Meaning? Without warning, an excruciatingly sharp noise tears through her skull, sending waves of vertigo crashing over her. For several agonizing seconds, she can hear nothing but the distant groans of the officers and bystanders suffering alongside her. It's a fight just to stay upright. When the assault on her senses finally subsides, the first thing she registers is a voice coming from her communicator.
Something bad's happening.
The urgency in the officer's voice sets Liang's nerves on edge, but then her tone shifts.
Wait, maybe it's good. Those things, they stopped moving. They're not attacking anymore.
But why?
You kidding?
Liang and Alden exchange a puzzled glance before scanning their surroundings. The shifting shadows have indeed stopped moving, and the reason is obvious. Is it? Because I have no idea what's going on. Their wary gazes turn to their target. She's standing calmly in the middle of the street, unfazed by the array of loaded firearms aimed directly at her.
I never wanted to get innocent people involved. As I said before, this is between me and Noire. Now, may I see my dear old friend? If you're worried about her safety, the little vigil can tag along.
If you really wanted to talk to your friend, you could have just given her a call, right? Liang and Alden exchange a look.
It's too dangerous. We've already put Noire at considerable risk, but pushing her right into the hands of a criminal, I don't think so. We can't put a civilian in danger like that. Besides, why would Xing let you go with her? You're walking right into a trap.
I would kind of agree with Alden here.
Trap or not, I'm afraid we don't have much choice.
Yeah, well, she does have a point, sure. Her voice isn't loud, but in this high-tension standoff, its slow and measured cadence feels completely out of place. Poitier pushes Noire's wheelchair forward, placing her squarely in the spotlight.
Poitier, what are you doing? I told you to hold position.
Noire raises a hand, smiling as she cuts off Alden's rising fury.
Please don't blame Officer Poitier, sir. I forced her to bring me here.
How exactly did you force her?
What? What the hell are you thinking?
It's time I put an end to all of this.
Wait. For a second there, I thought that maybe, Xing would be the one to die, but please don't tell me Noire is about to die.
No need to worry, officer. Our reliable vigil will keep me safe, isn't that right?
Yeah, but she will try her best.
Yes, of course. I will ensure Miss Noah's safety, Chief. Leave it to me.
Alden studies Liang's face for a moment before shifting his gaze to Qixing. At last, he relents.
Keep the target in check, Liang.
Keeping his eyes on the target, he leans in close to Liang's ear and issues a low warning.
James and the others are working on how to break this barrier we're in. Camerahead and that ghost hunter are helping them. Stay calm. We want to resolve this peacefully if possible. Haven't forgotten what you learned in negotiation class, have you?
Of course not, sir. I got straight A's.
Poitier takes Liang's other side and rests a firm hand on her shoulder.
Guard up, rookie, and straighten your back. I get why you want to wear this outfit, but you can get things done with or without it. Isn't that right, partner?
Right, ma'am. I won't fail.
Before pulling away, Poitier gives Liang her usual rough pat on the back, but somehow it causes Liang's stiffness to melt away. Taking a steadying breath, she moves to Noire's side.
Let's go, Director. Time for the final scene.
I hope it's not too final, right? Accompanied by Liang, Noire wheels into the distorted world before them. It's as if a surreal nightmare is unfolding before their eyes.
Look around you, Noire. Look at what we've done.
Qixing's gaze wanders over the bleeding lights and flickering shadows around her as she scrutinizes the cracks and distortions in this twisted realm unleashed by the cursed film reel. But her expression holds no trace of admiration.
This is what her film, the very last work of our dearest friend, looks like now. Tainted, twisted, and wicked. All this is proof of our guilt. The blood on our hands.
So, what are you going to do about it? Teresa's never coming back. She's dead.
Noire doesn't shy away from the word, though a note of sorrow lingers in her tone. She says it with a certain cold detachment.
And you, playing hero, punishing those you deem evil. Does that make you feel better? You kill me and then what? Kill yourself? That's how you'll atone for your failures? Forgive my bluntness, but how laughably naive you are.
Okay. Noire is not holding back. Noire's voice has an uncharacteristic sharpness to it, but Qixing shows no sign of wavering under her scrutiny. Instead, she smiles.
Atone for my failures? You're way off. You're right about one thing, though. She is gone. The person who cared for me more than anyone in the world. Dead. When she gave me a shoulder to lean on, I pushed her away. I left her to die alone and in pain. How could I ever atone for that? How could I ever expect her to forgive me? How selfish of me to even ask for that.
Liang furrows her brow in suspicion.
Then why can't you let it go? CO7 is the hero who brings the happy ending, no matter what she's faced with. What you are doing now is anything but that.
The hero who brings a happy ending, no matter what she's faced with. That's what I said in the behind-the-scenes interview of CO7 too. I'm surprised you even remember that.
After a brief pause, she smiles again.
But there'll be no happy ending for me.
Ah, so does that mean she's resolved to die? Maybe?
You probably heard that. After she died, I starred in a few movies with other directors, but they all went south. Not because they weren't commercially successful or popular, but because I couldn't shake that feeling of disgust. I'd never felt that playing CO7. The cameras, the boom mics, the spotlights. The sight of them made me want to throw up. Scream. Do anything to run away from it all. Eventually, I retired from acting. But that sense of disgust never left me. It haunted me wherever I went, whatever I did. I kept asking myself, why is this happening to me? Why can't I just act? Why?
Because you didn't properly resolve your feeling about your friend's death?
Day and night, I wrestled with these questions. Until one day, I found the answer.
Her gaze burns with intensity, and yet it carries a bone-chilling coldness. It is fixed firmly upon Noire.
It all began with a dire mistake. One that needs to be corrected.
Ah. Silver needles streak through the air in a sudden downpour.
Miss Noah, get back!
Time for a fight. Ah, shoot. Balanced mode? Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I guess we'll go at it with this team, because why not? I mean, at least he's not exactly the best with single target, so maybe that's not exactly the brightest idea I've ever had. Let me see. I guess I can take, yeah, Anjo. Nala will work rather well for Tutu as well. And who else can I grab? Flutter Page, because why not? Yeah, that will be plenty of follow-up attacks and all of that. Sure, let's go.
I wasn't wrong about you after all. All our countless choices have led up to this moment. But not all of those choices were made willingly. No. Some of us had no choice but to fight over scraps in the dark corners of society. This time, though, it is my choice. My own will. And I'm fortunate to have you playing opposite me. I can see it in your eyes. You're not playing the role of a hero or an officer. You're yourself, and nothing less.
Well, at least that's good news. That means Liang actually, you know, what would you call that? She developed. She had some character development. That's what I'll say.
What about you? Is playing the role of a murderous villain really what you want?
Ah, so she wants to play the role of the villain, and in this case, Liang would be CO7, I guess.
The answer to that is yours to find out, little Vigil.
Which of these darlings shall we attend to first?
Nala, please attend to the enemy. That would be lovely. Let's see what to do. I guess I can cast this first. And then I'd like to cast as many of these as I can.
These sheets are my wings! Please, allow me.
NG shot? What the hell is that? Maybe I should have read what the enemy does.
Stay back, I say!
I mean...
Word of warning.
Oh.
Don't leave your friends stranded. Their lives are in your hands.
But what is this? NG shot. At the end of the round, if the wrap-up progress gauge is full, cast NG shot 1 time. The heck is NG shot? Is it this? This? No. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm way too lazy to read all of this. Holy shit. Yeah, no. I mean, I've seen worse, but... Pre-shoot focus... NG shot at the end of the round if... Yeah, but what is it, game? What is NG shot? I'm too lazy. Let's just beat the boss up with whatever we can. Let's see... I do this... This. that.
Shall I, Master?
If I do this,
should
I
do.
I do get Flutter Page's ultimate next round.
Oh,
I guess I can
here's
cast this
another
as well, why not?
Laundry time.
Journey through the cosmos.
Feel my dark embrace.
Ah. Yeah, about that. Ah.
I've been waiting for this.
I don't like this music. I mean, I like it, but there is something sad about it.
Get the camera rolling, Noire. At last I'll get the ending I always wanted.
Looks like there's no stopping you. In that case, I'll make you stop.
I am the waves in the ocean and the stars in the sky.
Sweet dreams.
$37k, not bad. Plus the 10 plus K from Mercuria. We doing good. Let me switch these cards. We can keep on channeling, yes, I suppose. Let's cast Flutter Page's thingy first.
I got
Her
this.
burst first, I
I
mean.
can do it.
Then channel,
Perfectly understood.
then bath. And then I wish I had more cards from Mercuria, but I suppose this will do. Sure,
card
let's
should do.
heal, because why not? And debuff, well, yeah, I don't really have anything better to do. And if I recall correctly, Flutter Page is actually going to use her own cards herself.
Do have a little faith in me, Master.
This'll help.
Stay back, I say. We stand together.
Yeah, I think we've won. Unless there is a third phase. That doesn't seem...
This, Xixi.
Ah? Yeah, no, there doesn't seem to be a third phase, is there?
Stop this feudal resistance and face reality. No matter how hard you try, you can't change the past.
No, Little Vigil. This isn't my curtain call. Not yet.
Never mind, maybe there is a third phase.
Watch out, Liang.
That
Never
wasn't even
mind.
as tough as waking up an old factory man.
Ammo's running low, sir. They must be gaining power from this area we're in.
Oh, dang.
I hate you, Noire. You were born with a silver spoon and exceptional talent. You took everything for granted. You looked down on everyone else. I've always hated you.
Miss Noah, hold on!
That was
Okay.
close.
Yeah, too close.
Miss Xixi, is this really what you want to do? Are you really going to kill Miss Noah? You have to stop! This is completely meaningless!
Meaningless? No. This is exactly what needs to happen. Every story must have an ending after all. The past has held me prisoner for far too long. I need an ending, a conclusion, so I can finally leave it behind me. Only then can I reach my perfect grand finale. Qiangliang, impossible. You didn't chant the incantation.
This time, I won't hesitate. You're my inspiration, Miss Xixi. Like the countless kids who were once lost. I found myself in CO7, and that's exactly why I have to stop you. 强梁既出，王有不韦，斩杀兄舅，消劫不祥。
Wait, she summoned him after he already got there? How did that work? Let me reduce the sound, the volume. There you go. Okay. And I can't count actually because this was... Okay, I said earlier that we had 3 stages left, but actually we now have 3 stages left. Oh god. Inside the film, a newly born consciousness formed from fragments within a chaotic sea of thoughts. Real once in 24 shot 9 take 3. Newborn consciousness. Writer He Rujin, I think, yeah. Scene description. An old house contested by sworn sisters is reduced to ruins in a fire. Sorry. Covered in ash, the 3 lie amidst the rubble, drinking beer bought from a convenience store and gazing out at the sunshine. I must finish this film. This film must be finished. Only then can I be whole. Added scene. An old woman drops her cane, crying tears of joy. I'm cured. My family won't need to spend money anymore. A classic technique, blending social issues with sentimentality. Added scene. A man kneels, crying out, I'll kill that corn artist. I'll avenge my mother. A perfect emotional outburst for the film's midpoint. Added scene. A woman paces in her room after watching the film's teaser. She mutters, This isn't your usual work. The real has absorbed your hatred. It reeks of malice. I'm not like the others. I believe sinners must be punished. This time I'll ensure your film has a perfect ending. Purging sin with death, that's perfect. Just right for the finale. Not sure what that was all about though. I'm a bit confused by that. Until the light fades, the final spark in their eyes fading slowly. Does that mean that my hot evil lady has passed away? A brilliant flash splits the darkened sky in two, and a thunderous roar scatters the shadows. All fear and unease are forgotten in an instant. Every head turns to the place where the lightning struck to see a colossal beast standing in solemn majesty. The crowd falls silent. Then, a single young voice cries out,
Mummy, look! It's Qiangliang!
The child raises a lantern excitedly. Yeah, this thing does not exactly look as fierce as the actual beast, but it's cute.
It's just like the painting on my lantern!
The paper-crafted beast bears little resemblance to the mighty guardian towering in the distance. Yet something in its stern, round-eyed face carries something of its righteous spirit. As the crowd shifts their gaze between the small paper lanterns and the guardian, their voices finally return.
You're right! It's the legendary Sandal beast! Look! It has the tail of a snake and the head of a tiger! Just like the illustrations!
You have 2-part lens. Oh, and hello. Oh, crapping on the cabinets. I remember you. Hello and welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I have 2-part left on top of the one that I'm doing right now, right? Because I think I saw that there were 22 parts and I'm doing the 20th now. So we still have 21 and then 22, which means 3. But 2 if you don't count the one that I'm doing currently. Yes, there is 22 parts. Okay, yeah. So we are closing in on the end, slowly but surely.
Has the legendary Qiangliang come to save us? Does that mean that girl is this Zhangzi?
What are you two yapping about? Xiandao Beast? Zhengzi? Those are just fairy tales. Didn't Mr. Zhou say this was all part of a film shoot?
And how exactly do you explain a magic... yeah, I was going to say how do you explain a magic beast appearing out of nowhere? Magic. There are arcane arts. An illusion, perhaps, there are explanations in this world, I suppose.
That's right. I told you this was all for a movie. Why don't you guys believe me?
Oh, come on! You're always full of hot air. That said, there's no way this is real. It must just be some fancy special effects. So, I'll believe you this once.
Wait, so all those things were fake? Oh, I almost freaked out when those ghosts came out. Their costumes and makeup were so real-looking. Man, am I glad I came to Chinatown. This parade's been insane. I gotta take more photos.
The fear that once filled their hearts gradually fades. Those who understand the truth exchange knowing smiles.
Wow, that's Changliang, huh? Looks totally awesome. I heard that a descendant of the 12th Zhenzi joined the Fiju's bureau, but this is the first time I've ever seen Changliang in action.
Oh, looks like they got that actor lady under control.
Okay, so she's not dead, right?
Now all we need to do is grab that cursed film reel and break the barrier. And the victims will be sane again. It'll be happily ever after for everyone.
Before she can finish speaking, her optimistic prediction is ruthlessly overturned. Of course it had to be.
What, boy? This again?
What's going on? Didn't they finish the job?
An anomaly even greater than the last crashes down upon them. Startled cries rise from the crowd.
Look! iPhone! Something's wrong with it!
Something is very wrong indeed. What was assumed to be a mere optical distortion is now starting to seep into tangible reality. It is undeniably interfering with the physical world.
Is that archway melting?
It kinda looks like a burning piece of film.
They look at each other, finding the same alarm in each other's faces.
Wait! The barrier was created by that spooky film reel, right? Then, this means
It's falling apart. We need to get out of here.
Ah.
Get everyone away from the edges of the barrier. The further they are from those twisting buildings, the better.
Yeah, but if the buildings keep burning and twisting, doesn't that mean that you guys are trapped?
Understood. But what the hell is going on? I thought you had the target locked down.
We do, but clearly this isn't over yet. Miss Latham, anything you can do?
Yes, sir, but I'll need a few of your men. I can use the containment incantation they taught me at work, but I don't think it'll hold for long.
Just do your best. In the meantime, we'll eliminate the problem at the source.
Meaning? Alden's furious gaze land on Qixing.
All right, Qixing. Whatever you're doing with the reel, stop it now! Or I'll make you stop it!
I'm not doing anything.
I see black goo on her. And you know what black goo means? Manus Vindictae must have been somewhere. She stands, her hat a few feet away, her body slumped against the wall behind her as she barely manages to stay upright. She forces a crooked grin.
It's the film reel. It's reached its limit.
From her coat, she pulls out the object responsible for all this chaos. Had Liang not once held the film reel herself, she might not have recognized it at all.
The reunion of the three swallows. What's happening to it? Wait, there's something else here.
no doubt about it. Evil spirits. An insane number of them.
Anan shoves through the crowd, rushing to Qixing's side. With just one glance at the film reel, her face goes pale. Upon hearing Anan's words, Liang's expression darkens.
So you think so too? We had a similar encounter at the city hall not long ago.
If they're all evil spirits, and Qiangliang is supposed to eradicate all evil spirits, can we feed the film reel to Qiangliang? Kind of like a tasty snack for him? Maybe?
Mr. Wang must have lost some of his spiritual energy to the film reel, leaving his body open to wandering evil spirits. Since then, I've suspected that.
The uneasy speculation lodges in her throat, but Anan voices it for her.
Of course! I should have realized earlier!
The ghost hunter lets out a long, frustrated sigh, then furrows her brows in thought, her expression growing increasingly grim.
Obviously, evil spirits would be attracted to the film reel. It's like leaving a pot of honey in front of a wasp's nest. A living soul is a wandering spirit's favorite meal. So with the number of souls scattered in the film reel, it's like a total feast. All that evil spiritual energy must have the film reel bursting at the seams.
Anan scans her surroundings, alarm in her eyes. The collapse is approaching fast. It's as if reality itself is about to be swallowed whole. Yet neither Liang nor Anan can see a single wandering spirit or evil spirit. A sudden realization strikes Liang. Her gaze snaps to Qixing. But upon seeing her, her eyes widen in shock.
Miss Qixing, your hand!
I must admit.
Deep, jagged cracks have spread across the entire film reel and climbed up Qixing's hand and arm like sinister veins.
The film reel isn't the only thing at its limit. I can't hold on much longer.
No, not my hot villainous waifu. Come on. The vessel containing Qiangliang strapped around Liang's waist starts to shudder. To Qiangliang, the malevolent energy emanating from Qixing must be eradicated. Ah, so my hot villainous waifu is going to turn into a snack for the tiger pet. I see.
What does that mean?
A thought flashes through Liang's mind.
Could it be that the film reel has been out of control since the beginning?
That depends on how you define the beginning.
Even though Qixing avoids answering, Liang knows she's right. Scattered pieces of the puzzle find their place, and finally the picture begins to form a whole.
Since the moment Miss Latham played the cursed film, people have started to suffer from mental disorders. But if you think about it, the sequence of events doesn't make sense. There were only 5 victims of the film incident in Hong Kong 8 years ago. But this time, the number of victims was growing rapidly. That was until you got involved, Miss Qixing. Ever since you took possession of the film reel, only a small number of specific people have been targeted. We thought you were exploiting the reel's power to carry out your vigilantism, but in truth, you were trying to control the reel by limiting its victims to those you deemed as villains.
Though disbelief still colors her voice, her words are not a question. Eldon and the others stare, caught between shock and suspicion, as they turn toward the woman they assumed was the true culprit.
Is that true?
But that means that does beg the question as well, who is the true culprit then?
You flatter me, little Vigil. I simply didn't want her legacy to become a tool of evil. That was never her intention.
So, my hot waifu is not villainous, I guess? But she's still dying.
So that's why you did all this? You wanted us all at the parade because you were losing control of the reel? But isn't your goal to kill Miss Noire? Was that also a setup? If the film reel wasn't part of your plan, then what was?
A conclusion she herself once stated resurfaces in her mind, and she realizes she made a critical error.
Miss Qixing still can't accept the way Miss Noire ended Detective 073. That's her motive. The ending consists of two major elements, the Shehua parade and the villain who should have been punished. She now sees Noire as that villain.
Noire isn't the villain, is she? In your perfect grand finale, the villain you intend to kill at the parade is none other than yourself.
Ah, so yeah, my non-villainous hot waifu is still going to die. I see.
It's a good ending for everyone. The big bad finally gets her comeuppance.
No, it's not a good ending for me. I'm going to be sad.
And who better fits the role than me?
This is the grand finale you want to have? But why does it have to end like this?
Because this is the way it has to be.
That's not an answer.
When a drop of ink falls onto paper, no matter how hard you wipe, it can never be spotless again. People say that every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. What garbage. Some mistakes can never be forgiven.
What was your mistake?
What happened to He Rijun was an accident. You shouldn't blame yourself for her death. It wasn't your fault.
But it was my fault. It was my stubbornness, my selfishness, that pushed my dear friend, who really, truly cared for me, toward the cliff.
Wait.
How can someone like me carry the title of CO7? I don't deserve to stand in the spotlight ever again. Punishing those equally despicable pieces of scum made me feel better for a while, but it didn't last.
But does that mean that your friend killed herself?
That sickening feeling inside, that disgust in myself, it wouldn't stop. I looked everywhere for a way to heal it. But then I realized that the biggest piece of scum was me.
Qixing looks up at the sky and lets out a long breath. For the first time, her expression softens, as if she has finally released a burden, and within her eyes, something new flickers. Hope.
The answer was so simple. I can hardly believe it took me so long to see it. And now, it's time to put an end to this nauseating nightmare.
Liang cannot understand it.
No, you're being too harsh on yourself.
I agree.
He Rijun doesn't blame you. I'm
I
certain
agree.
of it.
Yes. Please, don't let my waifu die.
Quit it, Vigil. Look around you. Can you still claim that I'm not to blame?
I mean, you are to blame for some things, but I don't think you are to blame for the death of your friend.
Well, I can. And let me tell you, Teresa was much stronger than you say she was.
Liang turns to see Poitier helping Noire back into the wheelchair.
Yes, Teresa would cry often, but that made her no less determined of an artist. And before long she'd be at my door saying, "I made some edits. Take a look." You know that's what she was like. Do you seriously think she gave up dreams, her life, just because of a few harsh words? No, I could never have a coward like that as a partner.
Noire's face is twisted in a fury Liang has never seen before. It sets a fire in the woman beneath her glare, making her own frown in turn.
Whatever you say. Director or not, you can't tell me what to do anymore. I will have this ending.
I guess she's not really ready to listen to anyone else then.
Come on, officers. Finish the job. I'd do it myself if I had the strength.
Her voice is unwavering.
I've learned a lot these past years. If you want to save this city, you'll have to kill me. Those spirits will disappear, and everything will be back to normal. A perfect grand finale, isn't it? So what are you waiting for?
So it's come to this, has it?
No. Alden swears under his breath as he reaches for the gun at his waist. Qixing watches on, seemingly pleased.
Wait, sir!
Lightning shoots through Liang's body. Her feet, once nailed to the ground, suddenly feel weightless. She steps forward.
There's no guarantee that things will play out like Miss Qixing said. Please, let me try something. After all, exorcism is my and Qiangliang's specialty.
What about Anan Li? Isn't she supposed to be an exorcist as well?
Wait, what are you...
Before either Alden or Qixing can react, the film reel is already in Liang's grasp. Is she going to feed it to her tiger? That was my idea.
You out of your mind or something?
Yes, there are a huge number of evil entities bound within it.
But your tiger can eat them, right?
And this is probably the most formidable opponent Qiangliang and I have ever faced. But I must confront this challenge. Not to protect the honor of my family, or to mimic CO7 either. But because I want to. Because it's right. Every story has an ending. And I must act to create the best one for everyone. Sorry. I don't have any flower words or clever arguments. But if you're willing to help me, please, Qiangliang. My call.
This isn't good. Is this the best I get? Qiangliang?
幸有大贤方相使，受天子之托，向12摄提神请愿，得巫武之力，降服恶兽，收为己用，更名为显道兽。然而，显道兽意识能庇护的范围终究有限，一时人间仍有诸多邪祟诡异肆虐，非人力所能敌。但那时的百姓们却从未放弃过抵抗。因为他们知道，只要心怀希望与斗志到最后一刻，显道兽必将现身，逐除恶鬼，还人间一片太平。
Qiangliang, no!
Well, let me reduce the volume again. And there we go. Volume has been reduced to what it used to be. Well, so that just happened, I guess. I mean, I think that means the hot, villainous, non-villainous waifu is going to live. I think, probably. But we lost the pet tiger. Not gonna lie, I have less of an emotional connection to the pet tiger, so, you know. But I assume that for Liang, it's kind of a difficult thing to go through. And to be fair, it's even more sad than I am saying it as, because... So, Qiang Liang was injured, had to recover for 300 years, got called back by Liang, or Liang Yue, and now he's dead. So he spends 300 years, or it spends 300 years recovering only to come back and die. I mean, right now I'm assuming that it's dead, but it did seem like that. It did seem like it sacrificed itself for everyone else. And if you look at this, I do believe that this is indeed Qi Xing, right? Because this is Liang Yue, this is Noire, this is Poitiers, this is what's his name? Eldon, and Li with the 3D glasses. So the only one here that could be would be Qi Xing, something along those lines, right? And she's standing upright, so she's okay, I think, probably. Who knows? But okay, well, not the ending I was expecting. I mean, it's not done yet. We still have a couple more stages to go through. But yeah, okay. I mean, I'm kind of happy, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want her to die because honestly I would have found that really sad if that were the case. Just because, I mean, they were a group of 3 friends. One has already died. I didn't want a second one to die and Noire to be the only one left. So yeah, I'm kind of happy that she didn't die, but yeah, the pet tiger. It was nice knowing you for all 2 or 3 times that you appeared, I guess. Anyway, I can see that some ads are going to run in 12 minutes. And the thing is, in the span of 12 minutes, I am fairly certain we won't have the time to go through even one stage. So I'm going to trigger them manually. I need to run to the bathroom again, which is starting to piss me off. I don't usually go to the bathroom every time I have a break, but apparently so. Never mind. Earlier, I didn't actually go to the restroom. I got something to drink back. Perhaps that's why, because I keep drinking things. Anyway, I will run to the bathroom. I will trigger the ads manually now, a bit earlier, I know, just so that afterwards we have a complete hour of peace, because I don't think it will take us an hour to go through the last couple of stages. But at least, you know, that way we can go through the last couple of stages and end stream without having to worry about the ads. So, on that note, I shall be right back. And I am back. Let me switch scenes. There you go. My neck is hurting. The ads are not done on Twitch yet, so I'm going to wait the last 13 seconds until it is indeed done. But I have to admit, I am getting slowly but surely a bit tired because, you know, it's been 6 hours and 16 minutes, and I feel like by the time we end the stream, I will have streamed for almost 7 hours probably, which is not exactly typical for me. It's actually rather rare. But I do wish to finish the story, and I'm not going to stop now due to just two stages some other day, especially because, you know, we have the Wuthering Wave stream on Tuesday, exceptionally. So yeah, I don't want to cut things up, so we will finish things properly right now. Okay, yeah, the ads are gone, we can keep going, yay! Rescreen, but you'll always love the story, for it remains there unchanged. But what does that mean? And where is Xixing? She's not there. I don't know who that is. No, that doesn't look like Poitiers. Is it? Does it? That's Ananli, that's Elden Ring, that's Liang Wei, that's Noire. And I have no idea who's the guy in the middle, or the girl in the middle, I guess. But I don't see my hot villainous waifu, and I or rather I stand by my words. I do prefer Qixing with her short hair. Her short hair looks really good. She reminds me actually of a character from an anime. I don't think it's a really well-known anime. I believe it's named Inspector, yes, and there were a couple of seasons of that. And one of the characters was a female inspector. But she's not the main character, she is the ex-girlfriend of one of the main characters, but never mind that. And she kind of looked like Qixing. Short hair, she had green eyes, if I recall correctly, and I found her very pretty, not gonna lie. So likewise, Qixing was very pretty with her short hair, but yeah, I know being hot does not excuse being evil or doing evil stuff. Even though technically speaking, she wasn't doing evil stuff per se. Apparently, she was trying to control things around. So, you know, a bit more complicated. The storm clouds gradually disperse and sunlight streams into the ward. In the corner, the television broadcasts a news report.
Last night, the Chinatown Shuhu Parade drew hundreds, as tourists and locals gathered for the Eastern spectacle. These photos, shared by an enthusiastic tourist, show the enormous holographic images that were created on site using arcane skills to present a stunning performance of the Chinese folktale Zhang Liang's exorcism.
Yeah, it was definitely a holographic image. Yeah, of course.
The event has been deemed a well-organized success, with many promising to attend again next year. Locals have expressed their thanks.
Okay, many have promised to attend next year, sure, but I don't think we can perform the same trick next year. Because, like I said, I think Xiangliang is not doing so well.
One spokesperson said, "It's been wonderful to share our culture with people from all around the world. Chinatown is always ready to welcome new friends from both near and far." In other news, the arcane vigilante Night Piercer, who has perpetrated dozens of attacks across the city, has been apprehended by the DAA. Night Piercer was revealed to be Qixing, a former Hong Kong movie star. Some members of the public have expressed continued support for the vigilante due to the questionable backgrounds of her victims. Deputy Chief Eldon of the Division of Arcane Affairs gave his response.
Vigilante justice is incredibly dangerous to our society. No individual has the right to bypass the law and enact their judgment on others. Taking the law into your own hands will only lead to chaos, violence, and potential harm to innocent people.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I do agree with him. Despite the fact that I absolutely love Batman, the thing is, like for Batman or even for Qixing, you can think of them as doing something good because they are punishing what you might consider evil people, right? But what if someone decides that someone is evil, but that person isn't actually evil in your eyes? Then is that attack still justified? The thing is, you can't count on the fact that every vigilante will actually be doing something that you would agree with. So at the end of the day, if you allow vigilantism, then you risk indeed chaos, violence, and potential harm to innocent people. So yeah, I still love Batman though.
We urge the citizens of Los Angeles to place their trust in us as we continue to dedicate ourselves to maintaining a safer society for everyone. If you share our passion for justice, we encourage all citizens to direct their assistance and feedback to the Division of Arcane Affairs.
The LAPD has just announced a plan to add a number of positions for Arcane Affairs officers in the coming year to address the DAA's staffing shortage. The St. Pavlov Foundation's Vigils Bureau training program is also set to begin in the coming months. To apply, please dial...
Wait, what's the number? I want to call the number. Hearing this news, the woman hops up joyfully and turns to the man sitting up in bed.
Hey, they're hiring Arcane Affairs officers.
Oh, that's the woman whose husband went to the grocery store, then went insane and attacked the Johnny 3 times guy thing. I think.
Hasn't it always been your dream to don the uniform? Looks like they accept all the applicants too. Why don't you give it a shot when you are better?
Knock it off. I've been a greengrocer for 20 years. There's no way I could be a cop.
What is a greengrocer? I don't know that word. And he's still called Enraged Man. Is he still enraged? He waves off his wife, but as he does so, he turns to the man beside him with a nervous look on his face, expecting the idea to get shot down. But the reaction he gets is unexpected.
What are you staring at me for? If you want to do it, just do it. I'm sure the neighborhood will be glad to see you wearing the badge.
What happened to you, private investigator? You didn't used to be so nice?
Besides, I spent some time with the officers at the parade. I'm sure that you will be just as capable as them. You're gonna have to toughen up a little, though.
Liang, who has been watching the exchange, smiles.
Mr. Wan, you're strong, healthy, and have a natural talent for arcane skills. With a little training, I'm sure you'll become an outstanding officer. There's a lot that goes into being an officer, but I believe what matters most is the heart to pursue justice and the courage to protect others. The doctor said you can be discharged soon. You should seriously consider applying for the position.
Well, in that case, I'll think about it.
Thank you so much, young lady. I heard you were the one who got rid of the curse and saved everyone. You are our hero.
She clasps Liang's hand tightly in a warm grip. This time, her hand is steady. Liang returns the handshake.
You're too kind, madam. I was only doing my job, and I didn't do it alone. It was a combined effort.
Okay, but...
Well, that's that. No more cursed film crazies. Almost all the victims have recovered.
Okay, but what about the pet tiger? What about Xiang Liang? Is it okay? Is it dead? Is it just injured and need recovery? Like, could we get some answers about that? What about cheating? She seemed to be at her limit as well, apparently, so how is she? Am I missing anyone? Did Scott recover from her coma? Did she wake up as well? There are so many things I want to know.
Most of them have already been discharged too. Just a few poor saps who got hit hard are still around. But they should be out of here before long. Same goes for the victims in the parade. They've all regained their what's it called again?
At least you tried. I couldn't tell you. Annan gives a helpless sigh.
is 三魂七魄啊 madam. Just call it spiritual energy or something like that.
Yeah, let's go with spiritual energy. Somewhat chat hack? Ah. Never mind. I'll just keep calling it spiritual energy. I don't want to butcher her language and culture more than that.
I heard that those crooks who were taught by a thing or two by Keising has also recovered. Well, mentally lah. They are pretty physically messed up, so they will have to stay here for a while, I think.
Why does she sound so happy about this? I mean, they are crooks, they are criminals, sure. But come on.
So many victims and not a single death. That's a blessing.
Yeah, that's a blessing from the writers, I think.
Qixing pulled her punches, apparently. I guess deep down she wasn't the deliverer of justice she claimed she was. Well, no use wondering about it. Years on this job will quickly show you that the madness in arcanist blood always comes out in arcanist criminals. Trying to understand them is a waste of time.
That's very discriminatory. Discriminatory. Yeah. I think I ate one of the syllables at some point, but it's a not great thing to say.
That may be the case, but I think that if we look at each other as individuals, we can come to understand one another eventually.
She takes out the brick-sized mobile phone she has carried with her since she was 6 years old. But now its screen remains dark. No matter how much Liang tries to summon the spirit residing within, there is no response. Wait, but is it still residing within? Is it still existing?
If we'll try our best.
Holding on to hope, Liang tries a few different button combinations on the phone. Usually the screen would light up, but this time, there is nothing.
Still nothing from Xiang Liang?
Liang lowers her gaze and shakes her head.
Well, what did you expect? That huge spooky spookters was a nasty opponent on its own. Not to mention all the ghosts that were attracted by that film reel. It was creepy lah. All those ghosts in one place. It was more crowded than the Dai Pai Dong. I mean, the Chinatown food store on a Saturday night. What's worse, those specters drowned the someone part of innocent people. If that hadn't happened, then Qiang Liang wouldn't have had to say.
Anan cuts herself off. It would be too cruel to say these words in front of Liang.
Qiang Liang was lost because of my incompetence. I don't know how I'll be able to face my family now.
I disagree. I think your family will probably agree with that statement just because of the way your family has treated you, but I would disagree. Qiang Liang made a choice. It seems like the Qiang Liang is very intelligent and capable of making choices on their own. And yeah, it made a choice to protect everyone and do its duty, I guess, uphold his responsibilities, in the sense that it's supposed to eradicate all evil, right? And it did just that. You didn't order it to do it, it did it on its own. That's not incompetence, that's just, someone else making a choice.
And there's something else that's bothering me. When Qiang Liang pulled in the evil spirits, I thought I was going to die with it. But it looked at me and pushed me aside. It bore everything, all alone.
It wanted to protect you as well.
Why did it go to such lengths to help me? Because I'm its Zhenzi. The way it looked at me, I think it wanted to tell me something. But I didn't understand what. Qiang Liang had been by my side since I was 6. But I always saw it as a heavy burden or a double-edged sword. I never saw it as an independent individual or as a friend. I never tried to truly understand it. And now, I've probably lost the opportunity to ever understand it.
Liang sighs and falls silent. The other two exchange a glance and simultaneously pat her on the shoulders.
Come on, enough with the long face. Maybe Changliang will respond to you one day lah. You never know. And I'm here if you ever need my professional ghost busting service. Exclusive discount just for you
If she's really... God damn it, Annalie. Are you seriously trying to sell her your services right now when she's mourning the friend that she's lost? Well, friend, no, but, you know. God damn it. But she does have a point. Maybe one day Xiangliang will answer again, because maybe it's just injured very seriously like it was before. Unfortunately, if that's the case, then maybe he's not going to answer for another 300 years. And by that time, well, you know, Liang Ye will be, well, I don't think I need to say more, right?
Agreed. Isn't it a literal legendary beast that's existed for ages? No way it bit the dust just like that. I bet it's recharging in its lair or something. Then it'll come back when it's full of juice again.
Yeah, I guess we can hope.
I hope so.
She knows these are just comforting words, but their concern for her gives her the strength to move forward nonetheless.
Oh, Portier! There you are! And the ghost-busting girl in Liang! Great!
A familiar figure waves from the end of the hallway as she hurries over. Noticing Liang's slightly surprised expression, she slows her steps.
Oh, sorry. I mean Officer Liang. But if you don't mind...
What's going on?
Of course I don't. Just call me Liang.
Despite her swift response, Liang still feels a little bit surprised when she sees the officer extend her hand toward her.
Oh, where are my manners? Name's Jenny Carter. Just Jenny's fine. Unlike your instructor, I don't try to hide my appreciation of people. I gotta say, you've done an awesome job. Folks at the department have all been talking about it. We're proud of you. Please tell me there's some way to postpone the end of your field training.
This is the second hand Liang has shaken today.
Thank you. That's very kind. What brings you here?
Deputy Chief Eldon, of course. Who else? Foundation staff have arrived. They're gonna take over Qi Xing's interrogation and everything. They're gonna take the film reel back to their headquarters, too.
Okay, so my hot, villainous, non-villainous waifu is alive. That's at least good. We lost the tiger, but we maintained, we kept the hot, villainous, non-villainous waifu. 1-for-1 deal, I guess. So it's not great, but it's better than losing both, I suppose.
But your request has been approved. We can watch Reunion of the Three Swallows before they take it away.
Does that mean the movie's okay to watch now? I mean...
For crying out loud, the DAA isn't a movie theater. Where'd all these people come from?
I guess, yeah, Noire and Loggerhead or Latham both watched it and it was fine. Eldon scans the group before him.
My apologies, sir. I invited them. This may be the only chance for Teresa's last work to be shown to the public. I want as many people to see it as possible.
Right, because afterwards it will be confined to the Foundation's headquarters. Understandable. HSR is killing me. I'm at 70 PT for cast race. God damn. She really doesn't want to come home there. That's, she's kind of cruel with you. But you're about to hit soft pity soon, so hopefully she will come in the next 10-pole. Do you actually have another 10-pole to give her? I assume you're still trying to get whatever you can.
Every filmmaker wants their work to be shown to the world. I appreciate your understanding.
So far I've wished 159 wishes for her. Yeah, she's an anniversary unit. She's expensive. She's definitely very expensive. hopefully the next character that you will try and get will be less expensive. That's, I guess, all we can do is hope. Before Eldon can respond, Anan cuts in.
Come on, sir. It's no big deal. Everyone here knows what really happened. We just want to know what the theme's about.
Yeah, didn't you see something on TV about assistance and feedback? You'd be going back on your word if you ignored us now.
No, fuck that, I'm getting castrated and never wishing again until Kafka banner. Maybe she'll have a comeback in 3.4 since that's when she's supposed to get her buff. So maybe Kafka will get a rerun at that point. But I'm unsure. I mean, it's not that I'm unsure, I literally just don't know. It's just speculation. But yeah, understandable. You should definitely save as much as you can given the luck that you've been having here. I mean, on the flip side, you were very lucky in Genshin Impact, right? So that's good, right? Yay? Maybe.
Hey, don't you go talking circles around me again.
Even in this harmonious scene, the two men can't help but bicker. Poitier rolls her eyes. Luckily, the two are quickly interrupted by a woman in uniform, in a Foundation uniform. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Is it someone we know?
No need to worry,
never
Deputy
mind.
Chief Eldon.
I mean, I've seen her model before, but I have no idea who she is.
After thorough examination, we've determined that the film reel no longer possesses the ability to twist reality.
Okay, that's at least good.
It was our negligence that allowed the film to be taken in the first place. So, as Mr. Joe said, the people deserve to know the truth.
Yeah, speaking of the truth, I'm not talking about the truth of what's on the movie. I'm talking about how the hell did any of this happen? Because we still haven't resolved that mystery. Who was the one behind all of this? I assume it had something to do with Manus Vindictae, but I've got absolutely not a single shred of evidence for that.
Besides, every viewer is required to sign this confidentiality agreement before entering the screening room. Alright everyone, please hurry. The movie starts in 15 minutes.
All of my luck from HSR went into Genshin, winning 4 25/75s in a row, and those being my only 5-star weapon banner weapons. That's something. Yeah, I guess. So in one game you're happy, in the other one, let's not talk about the other one, right? Let's keep focusing on the game where you're happy.
Oh, I'm pumped! No way I'm missing this! Give me a pen!
Anna heads over to the desk, and the DAA officers and Chinatown private detectives follow suit. Liang and Noire, on the other hand, hang back. They already signed the confidentiality agreement. After all, they are the ones who drafted it.
You have my thanks, Vigil. If it weren't for you, I doubt Ah Sing and I would have had this chance to watch our good friend's swan song. I also have to thank you for helping me stop Ah Sing and for helping me keep my promise.
And by the way, what happened to Herujin? Was it really an accident? Was there something else at play? Likewise, what happened to Noire and her accident? Her car accident, I mean? Because they seem to be connecting everything together, and yet we still don't really have an answer.
Your promise?
Noire pats her hands on her thighs.
Yes, I swore on these two legs. In the past, all I cared about was making the best film. I saw everyone, even my actors and writers, as tools to reach that goal. But I was wrong.
Wait, but is there a point in swearing on the two legs that you can't use? No offense, but is there any meaning?
There's no such thing as a best film, only a better film. And to make a better film, I need a team around me. What matters most is the people who make the film, not the film itself.
She turns her head and looks toward the bolted door at the other end of the room.
But as long as we're living, there's still a future. Maybe I should hire a good lawyer for our Sing. They can probably secure a shorter sentence. When she's free again, both physically and mentally, perhaps we can make a movie together, just like old times.
It's nice that you would already think about that, but I think it's a bit too soon for now. But hopefully one day, maybe. Day 1 of saving for Mommy Fox in Genshin. Today I'm at 553 primos. Well, you're gonna need to save a whole lot more. Oh, and by the way, isn't she on the Chronicled banners? Oh, wait, I don't actually remember, but I know that the Chronicled banner is coming back next patch in Genshin Impact, and it's a Chronicled banner on the, with the characters from Inazuma, but I don't actually remember which character are on it. Is Yaemiko on it? Liang is momentarily stunned.
Are you sure? With all due respect, Miss Noah, that will probably be a very long time from now.
So, even if we're old ladies by then, as long as we can still move, I'm certain we can make movies. Speaking of which, you'd make an excellent addition to my crew, Miss Liang. Don't hesitate to contact me if you reconsider your career choice.
You're very generous, Miss Noah. But I think I'll stick to being a fan for the time being. I look forward to seeing what you do next.
You won't be disappointed. By the way, have you seen Miss Latham lately? I tried to invite her, but she didn't pick up the phone. She must have left it in her room again.
I hope she's okay, right?
Actually, I ran into her at the hospital earlier. Miss Scott just regained consciousness. She wanted to visit her.
Ah, nice, okay. And I hope that now Miss Scott is nicer to Latham, right? I hope. Noire's smiles fades slightly and a contemplative expression comes over her.
Miss Scott... Something tells me that there's still an unsolved mystery there.
Yeah, definitely.
You mean a truth hidden behind all these incidents?
Yes. We still don't know who did all of these things, right?
Yes, like a chessboard, where the pawns placed on the front line. Somehow, we've managed to fight our way out, escaping our planned doom. But who is the player who placed us there? They are still a mystery, watching us from the shadows. I don't like this feeling.
Well, we know one of the players is probably the Foundation, and I guess the other player would be Manus Vindictae, unless there is a new player in town that we don't know about yet. Yup, it's Yaemiko, both Kamisato siblings, Ito, Kokomi, and their weapons. Okay, so you'll be able to pull for Yaemiko then, I suppose. Although the patch is going to drop in a week and a half, so you won't really have time to save all that much, unfortunately.
I'll keep an eye on the matter.
Let's hope that your luck in the weapons banner will transfer to the character banner and that you will get her extremely soon.
I already made a detailed report to my superiors. If there's anything else going on, I'm sure the vigils will put a stop to it.
I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
Noire's expression does not ease. It seems the title Vigil's Bureau does not bring her much confidence. Before Liang can inquire further, Poitiers calls her.
Hey, you two! Get your asses in the screening room! We're all waiting for you!
On our way!
Nothing's more important than a movie that's about to start. Let's go, Vigil.
They exchange a smile and enter the okay. They enter the makeshift something. Wait, why are we seeing the end credit when, you know, we still have another stage, I think. So Liang Yue, Noire, Loggerhead, Aria Potier, Qixing, Constance Scott, Deputy Chief Eldon, Investigator Zhou. Oh right, that's the private eye. Assistant Wang Lin. Oh right, okay. Cameo Matilda Bueniche. Matilda is mentioned, yay! Sponsored by Miss New Babel's Critter Rehabilitation Center. This is work of fiction. Oh damn it. Miss New Babel is everywhere. Of course she will be here as well. The end. Okay, so yeah, we do have another stage. I'm gonna raise her up with my mewing streak. Okay. Good luck with that. Plus I already have 15 pity on the Chronicle banner. That's not much, but I don't want to disparage you, so hopefully that will be enough. And I guess we are going to get quite a bit of primos from, you know, the events and stuff, and the Archon quest as well, so, you know, hopefully that will be enough. Happy end? Yeah, maybe. I'm still waiting on what this last stage is before calling it a happy end, but for now it seems to be a happy ending indeed. After the show, exclusive interviews with cast members. Join the discussion. That morning, we lay amidst the ruins and Sis handed me a bottle of beer. Suddenly, I understood. I already had the whole world. I just hadn't bothered to look. You're right. If we cut out the chaotic, corrupted footage, this could be a great film. That line. It's so Teresa. A house can be rebuilt, and the gaps between friends can be mended. She always loved life. It's hard to believe, especially after seeing this, that Teresa like this would never have taken her own life. You're right. Miss Vigil, thank you. Her creation being restored to its original form is something I truly am grateful for, and it's all thanks to you and your team. About Xiangliang, I'm more sorry than you can imagine. This wasn't my intention, but ultimately, my selfish behavior caused this to happen. If there's anything I can do to make amends, there is no need for you to feel guilty, Miss Qixing. Purging the ghost plague is part of Xiangliang's and my duty. I know that you really liked those movies. I must have really let you down, eh, kid? I won't lie. I was a little disappointed. But it doesn't matter. CO7 is still my favorite character, and that will never change. Thank you. Wait a moment, Qixing. Before you and the officers leave, Miss Liang and I need to confirm one last thing. There's something in your testimony that has been eating at me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you're lying. The Vigil's interrogation experts confirmed that much. But even you probably noticed the sequence of events that led you to become the Night Piercer. You stole the reel and caused the incident in Chinatown, but your motives seem inconsistent. I feel like I'm missing a piece of this puzzle. It's almost like the memory gaps affecting Loggerhead, but your expertise in arcane skills surpasses hers. Perhaps you can recall something? I'm sorry. I really don't remember. I only recall how it all began. I got word that Reunion of the Three Swallows had found its way out of the Foundation storage and into the black market. I even got into the secret auction for it through some intermediaries, but unfortunately I didn't have the dough. So I asked myself, who else out there could be as fixated on the real as me? The answer to that was obvious. It's me. That's right, you're a public figure. Following you to Los Angeles wasn't difficult. I tracked down your intermediary, Pugdog, and for a bit of cash I got the time and location of your deal. I see. So the friendly advice Pugdog gave me back then was about you. What a guy. Zero professional ethics. Yeah, I would agree, because I thought Pugdog was warning Noire about Liang Yue and the others who were looking on their deal, but no, never mind. Okay. Oh, well. No wonder with a name like that. That night, my only objective was to take the reel from you. The question of who stole it from the Foundation wasn't something I even bothered to think about. But at the very last moment, a sliver of sense kicked in. It was a close call, but I managed to hold myself back. I think there was a moment when I really intended to kill that poor staffer, Miss Scott. Well, I mean, you did shoot a silver needle into her throat, so yeah. But I don't understand why I felt that way. And you know the rest. The player that placed us here. I don't like this. There is more. There is more indeed. What the heck is that? Is that Scott? I think that is Scott. And this is a member of the Foundation, but I don't recognize the guy in blue. Or the girl in blue, who knows. When I get Yaemiko, I'm going to do the Sigma team combo of Yaemiko and Tignari when I get him from the anniversary. Oh, right, yeah, I forgot that we get a free selector now from the anniversary. That's nice. And yeah, I suppose they do work rather well together. I have used them together and it is pretty nice. Indeed, indeed. Yep, there is more to the story. Anonymous visitor. A bouquet left by the comforter. Wilting away. Yeah, but why is there something broken here? I can see it. It's kind of hard to show because I can't move it more. But there is something broken up there or down there.
Scott's ward. Scott's ward. Did I take a wrong turn?
Ah, shit, is she lost?
Oh, excuse me, Doctor. Could you tell me where Constance Scott's ward is? I'm kinda lost.
You can remove the kinda. You're absolutely lost.
You're in the wrong area. You need to go straight forward this way, take a left at a corner, and a right at the next.
Forward, left, then right. Okay. I'll remember it now. Thanks for the help.
Sure.
Loggerhead makes her way down the hallway, muttering the directions to herself as she goes. But then she stops and turns back in confusion.
That's odd. Why do I feel like I talked to that doctor a few days ago?
Because you did, about your broken arm.
Must just be my bad memory. The lady last time was more friendly.
Maybe? Probably? I don't actually remember the exact exchange. She just really wanted to fix up your arm. Camera woman, yes, camera woman is indeed back. She tilts her head before quickly deciding to let it go.
Wait, which way did she say again?
Straight, then left, then right. Not really that complicated. But I see that she's directionally challenged.
It isn't time for the routine checkup yet.
You're right. But yesterday's medical report showed some concerning fluctuations in the patient's data.
Okay.
It's probably nothing serious, but we should conduct a clinical check on the patient, just in case.
I thought she had regained consciousness and was okay.
Please wait a moment. Let me verify this with your superior.
Of course, officer. You can never be too cautious, especially when the patient's involved in a sensitive case.
Yeah. Thanks for your...
The patient inside the ward hears the conversation outside the door come to an abrupt halt. She sits with her hands cuffed to the railing, turning her head away from the window and toward the closed door before her.
What's wrong?
There is no response from the other side. Several seconds later, the doorknob turns. Standing in the doorway is a doctor. She looks vaguely familiar.
Good afternoon, Miss Scott. How are you feeling today?
I have a bad feeling about this. Very bad feeling. Before the door is closed again, Scott catches a glimpse of the Arcane Affairs officer staring straight ahead. He doesn't so much as glance in her direction. Something is wrong. Scott shoots up straight.
Who are you? Someone brought you these flowers.
Flowers?
Only then does she notice that the doctor is holding a glass vase filled with pure white flowers, fresh and delicate.
No. Something's not right. I heard what you said to the officer. How are you supposed to do a medical check with a flower?
Ah, well, okay. The flowers are putting everyone to sleep. Wait, weren't those the flowers that were given to Miss Grace? Well, doesn't Miss Grace have some kind of connection to these flowers that put people to sleep or something? I don't know if I'm just tired and hallucinating things, but I think that there was a connection. Scott vaguely hears her own voice being swallowed, but somehow she doesn't care. All her attention is locked on the vase. Now, not the flowers, but the vase itself. At first glance, it looked like any other glass item, but now that it's under the sunlight, it's shimmering like crystal, refracting dreamlike colors around the ward. Nah, you're just being schizophrenic. I'm not going to exactly trust you on your knowledge of the story for Reverse 1999, Mihai.
Is this crystal?
A barrier blocking off her memory suddenly bursts.
It's you, madam. You said you wouldn't contact me unless something bad happened. Is there something wrong with the object you bought?
No, it is perfect. You have been of superb help.
It was my honor to serve you, madam. And I must say, you have incredible foresight. The vigils caught me, but they couldn't get any useful information because I can't remember any.
But you still seem to be in a rather precarious situation.
Is that Grace's voice? I'm not sure, because it's kind of distorted.
Yes. But you needn't worry. I can handle this myself.
No? Then whose voice might it be?
That is good to hear.
The other end of the communication incantation falls silent. If not for the light still refracting from the vase, she might have thought the other party already hung up.
By the way, I met Matilda not long ago. She was worried about you. Have you not contacted her?
Is this Matilda's mother? What the what the fuck? Wait, she's responsible for this? No, just wait and speak. You'll be shocked. Yes, I am shocked indeed. What the? But why? Plot twist. Yes, plot twist indeed. What the hell? But because the last time we saw her, something had happened to her in that cabin lost in the woods. Or, well, we actually don't know what happened because the game stopped the story there. It was a cliffhanger. And then... and now this. What the hell is going on?
That is not necessary. Were she more perceptive, she would have already discovered me herself. She will find me when she's ready.
But what does that mean? Who? Why? Who are you working for? Why are you doing this? So is there now a third player? Because earlier I said that one player must be the Foundation, the other player must be Manus Vindicta, and now we have Matilda's mother. I think her name is Lady Beryl, if I'm not mistaken, but... What the hell, man? The voice on the other side shows little interest in the topic. I see. So, another great parent. That's great, you know. That's just awesome. That means she's not interested in her daughter. Hell, nice. Why can't parents be good, you know? Where was I? And hello, DJ Vibe Man. Welcome to the stream. So that's Matilda's mom. That means she joined Manus Vindicta. We don't know that for now. what Beryl did is only related to ordering Scott to what she did. Yeah. All we know is that Beryl had some kind of plan and she orchestrated everything that we have seen so far, right? But we haven't seen a connection to Manus Vindictae. I thought Manus was behind all of this because usually they are the usual culprit, right? But this time around, we don't actually know. We don't know if she works for them, if she works for someone else. We know nothing. This is even more confusing than before. Game, you should have left me with my Manus Vindictae theory. At least it made sense. Now everything's out the window. Scott smirks to herself but struggles to find another excuse to prolong the conversation. That being said, that means that the mean things that Scott has said to what's her name, to Latham, to Loggerhead, she actually thought that. She wasn't being manipulated. She is in on it. She's part of this plan, and she is willingly doing this. So Scott is not good. She's horrible. She's been horrible to Loggerhead. I will mention that, unless I'm mistaken, but yeah, no. So I wanted to reserve my judgment on Scott, but it seems like I am about to pass it, and she's on the naughty list for me. Beryl is a third party with an unknown goal, and if she was Manus, Scott would have brought the film to Manus. Yeah, probably. I mean, the very fact that we haven't seen Manus Vindictae anywhere near this makes me question whether Manus is even involved in it. But her moment has already passed. The colors twist and her consciousness begins to spiral.
What was I doing again?
I am contacting you to express my gratitude. Merci beaucoup, Miss Scott. And please believe me, you are far more gifted than you think.
Maybe you should say things like that to your daughter instead of saying that to a stranger. I mean, I don't really know their relationship, but yeah, never mind. But she spoke French, so that is indeed her. I mean, unless there are other French characters that we know of. The woman's voice rings out from a particularly distorted and colorful spot in the room. It is elegant, dignified, and strangely familiar.
Who are you?
The voice does not answer.
However, those black dogs have a keener sense of smell than I thought. I am afraid our relationship has come to an end.
Okay. What black dogs is she talking about? The only black, or rather the only group of people that I associate with black in this game is Manus Vindictae.
Adieu, Miss Scott.
By the way, she said goodbye. I mean, they translated it as goodbye, but she said adieu, and adieu in French is more than just goodbye. It's like a goodbye forever.
Huh? Wait.
A bullet shatters the vase, shattering the dream and crashing her back to reality. At some point, the door was silently opened. A pair of black leather boots steps over the shards of the broken vase and comes to a stop at Scott's bedside.
Huh, they run fast, that's for sure. Looks like this fish is bigger than we thought.
Black Ibis? Who the hell are you? What the... Who are you, Black Ibis? And she looks like her Rujin, Noire and Qixing's friend. She has the same color as eye color. She has the same kind of, what do you call that, of haircut, I guess. Who are you? I guess maybe she's the black dog that Beryl was mentioning. But what is... Why are there so many new things now? Imagine we get Beryl as playable, a 6-star mother, while the daughter is 5-star. That could be nice. That could be a nice thing. And I hope that they would have some kind of synergy, you know, that would be really nice. She's talking about the vigils. Oh, okay. Oh, right. I forgot that Liang Wei's uniform is also black. Makes sense. Now they might gonna die, bro. Vigil Bureau leader Liang Wei's mentor. Ah, that's who this is. Oh.
Have you figured out what happened to the 2 officers?
So, quick question. When is she becoming playable, please? very much please, Bluepoch? The woman turns to her cadet. A man, also dressed in the same black uniform, is dragging the unconscious body of the doctor who visited earlier, besides that of the DAA officer who had been keeping guard outside.
They're under some kind of hypnosis. Caster's no amateur either. Arcane fluctuations are impossible to trace.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
She crouches down to pick up a shard of glass. As she examines it, her mouth curls into a smile.
Not bad. This is really bad. We already knew Scott was the culprit, but you just had to use her as bait to reel in the fish hiding in the darkness. Now all we have is Scott with no memories of what happened, and a stone-cold trail. Truly genius. And I still don't get why you're keeping all this from Liang. She's your cadet, and right here in the city. We should have had her join the investigation. I can't wait to see her face when she finds out what's been going on. And I'm not defending you this time either.
Well, you know, if what you call that? If Black Ibis did not want Liang to know, then she will probably keep keeping it from her. You know, it makes sense. Faced with her cadet's accusations, the woman feigns innocence.
Defending me? There's nothing to defend.
This generation is cooked. While my nephew was here, I heard him say Italian brain rot non-stop. Yeah, I think you're right. The generation is indeed cooked.
If we told her about our plan, she would have started acting differently and spooked our fish. Besides, the whole point of her field training program in the LAPD was to see if she could handle things on her own. And she's proven that she can. The Division of Arcane Affairs seems to adore her, so I'm sure the Deputy Chief will give her an excellent write-up. Everything's turned out great, hasn't it?
Well, not quite, but... yeah, no, not quite.
See? How considerate I am. How I always do things in my cadets' best interests. How could you make me out to be such a heartless, irresponsible monster?
She exaggerates a sorrowful expression, which only makes her cadet rolls his eyes in exasperation.
Oh, don't give me that look. Anyway, I think I've got an idea as to what's going on.
Really?
That please share. Please game. I'm warning you, game. Do not dare cut off here. You have to tell me. The woman drops her act and smiles knowingly.
Our big fish got away. Yes, but just confirming that a fish this big exists has already made this worth our time.
Okay, sure.
Now, back to the stolen arcane items. There are 5 in total, including the cursed film reel and the wind-up toy that the timekeeper shattered.
Okay.
Tell me, Bob, does our fish need all 5 arcane items?
It's Alan, not Bob. How many times do I have to tell you? And to answer your question, no. I don't think so. The wind-up toy has already been destroyed, and the film reel's been recovered by a fellow cadet. These items did cause a few problems, but I don't see any common thread between the incidents they caused.
Correct, Brian. Those 2 items were probably just decoys to divert our attention.
She really doesn't make an effort.
Again, it's Alan.
Ignoring her cadet's correction, she goes on.
夫藏木于林，人皆视而不见. Of the 5 objects, they probably only need 1. Take a guess, Buck. Which one do they need?
It's Alan. A-L-A-N. There isn't even a single B in it.
The cadet sighs, half in reluctance, half in realization.
Well, out of the three, which one is... Wait, could it be?
Just imagine my 5-year-old nephew playing GTA 5, suddenly saying Bombardino Crocodilo, because that's what happened. I'd rather not imagine that, you know? Yeah, no. Yeah, it's a sad time to witness things, sometimes. You should return to playing HSR or Genshin. Your time will be better spent than watching your 5-year-old. And wait, your 5-year-old nephew is playing GTA 5? Who the hell lets a 5-year-old play GTA 5?
Bingo!
From the way her cadet's face darkens, she can tell he has found the answer, but I haven't.
Does that mean the legend's real? It can really be used in that ritual?
It would seem so.
Okay, the only thing I would assume this means is that someone needs... Wait, but no. Because the first thing that came to my mind when they talked about a ritual, or the ritual, was the ritual that I assume is a ritual to bring back Arcana. Because that's still my theory, that Manus is working on reawakening or doing something to bring back Arcana. But the thing is that we don't know that Beryl is actually working for, what do you call that? For Manus. So why would she need something like that? Is she planning on bringing back someone else then? I mean, perhaps she's working on some kind of other, what do you call that? Other plan? His parents, of course. Yeah, I would assume so, but I question the abilities of your parents, or of your nephew's parents to parent, you know? The Arcana Revival Ritual in Antarctica. I didn't remember that it was in Antarctica, but I do remember that they are working on it, right? I think this means that Chapter 8 item Igor gave to Sophia, right? Could be. But yeah, Igor gave Arcana's Ash to Sophia, yeah. But the Arcana's Ash is something that he already had, right? Because he gathered them after bombing Arcana.
So, it's Manus Vindicte again.
Ah, okay, well. He speaks the name, his expression grim. But does that mean that Beryl is actually working for Manus Vindicte? Because that is what they are assuming, but there might be a third player that we don't know about.
They must have planted a mole somewhere among the Foundation's elites. Someone with clearance to the Arcanum Containment Department.
It seems our fish doesn't wear the black robe.
The woman taps her chin. This response makes the cadet's eyes widen in disbelief.
Huh? So you're saying there's someone behind all this who wants to perform that ritual, and somehow has the means to steal from the Foundation? There's just no way.
Stop calling it that ritual and please give us more concrete words. I think it's called a mother box. That reminds me of the mother boxes from DC comics, but that's something else entirely. That person could be Grace, but I thought that maybe Grace was the mold that the Foundation planted in Manus Vindicte. I had that, I think I read that theory online, or perhaps I came up with it myself, I don't remember. No, I think I read it online. But yeah, I thought that Grace was a mole for the Foundation in Manus Vindicte. Could she be a double agent, being a mole in both places?
The stolen items would probably go to the Manus eventually. But I have a hunch that our wily fish isn't totally on their side.
Ah, okay, so Beryl should remain a third party, an unknown third party, but she kind of is helping Manus, probably.
Manus Vindicte obviously considered the succubus a valuable asset before she got away, right? So if our fish was a die-hard loyalist, they would have delivered the wind-up toy to their master straightway. rather than letting it be passed around all over the place. While our fish is in collusion with Manus Vindictae, they are swimming in murky waters. They may be pursuing their own agenda.
Here in Romania, playing GTA is nothing that bad. I played GTA Vice City and San Andreas when I was 12. My father bought me a PS2, GTA 3 when I was 14, and a PS4 when I was 16. Yeah, but I mean, 12 is still kind of young, but it's okay. But he's 5, he's not 12. You were double his age when you first played GTA, right? So that's not the same thing, in my opinion. But perhaps Constantine stole them, or someone else under her orders from Constantine. Yeah, because there is still also I forgot the name of it, the Pax something, I think. The group that is above the Foundation, above Constantine, and the president, who is also sometimes talking to her. We don't know what their plan is, but they seem to know a hell of a lot more than we do. She curls her lips into a smile and flicks the shard of glass from between her fingers.
Things are starting to get interesting, aren't they?
I mean, yeah, but also kind of confusing.
Like I said earlier, not bad at all.
With that, the two figures in black vanish out the door. And I guess this is indeed the end. Well, right when the ads want to run in 5 minutes. So we do have 5 minutes to chat before ads run. I will try to end the stream before the ads finish or run. I do have a couple of snoozes apparently, so we can still chat a tiny bit about everything, you know. But okay, so there was one thing I was what would you call that? Surprised with is the fact that since 2.0 started, all the event stories had major developments or major connections to the main story of the game, whereas in 1.x we had less of a connection. Usually the what you call that, the events stories were rather self-contained, right? But ever since 2.0 started, we've had major connections to the main story. And I was rather surprised with this story that we just finished today, because it seems so disconnected from the main story. But this very last thing, this very last stage, showed us that it is actually indeed very much connected to the main story. And it's kind of a shame that it's just an event, in the sense that, once again, you know, it feels important. But it is interesting, and overall I like the story, I like the character. I'm much more interested in Noire than I am in Liang Yue. No offense to Liang Yue, but yeah, I prefer Noire overall. But yeah, no, the story was good, and I think that I'm probably not going to stream Liang Yue's story quest, her personal story, but I might stream a Noire story when it drops, which I assume will drop in like a couple of weeks, something along those lines. And I might even pull for Noire. We'll see. I'm not entirely sure about that yet, but we'll see. Anyway, oh god. When I turned 18 the next week, I was an accomplice to buying GTA 5 to my 12-year-old cousin. Like I said, 12 is better than 5, in my opinion. It's likely Grace, though, that stole them. Maybe. I mean, to be fair, I don't know exactly who else would be able to do so. So, we will have to wait and see, I guess. Yeah, that means that I am excited about the next chapter. But the question is, when does it drop? Do we know when the next main chapter is going to drop? I assume we do, because CN probably has gone through it. I don't want to get spoiled, I just want to know when it drops, which patch? 2.6? Oh, so it's the next patch. Okay. Because we are in 2.5 right now, right? So it is the next patch. Ah, nice. Nice. Because the thing that I prefer the most in Reverse is its main story. So I'm glad that we get another main story update next patch. But that means we have to wait a bit over a month. So yeah, because I mean, we just got this patch. But yeah, okay, nice. Thank you for answering. He asked me if I could go to the store with him. He would give me the money and I would buy the game. I made the cashier into thinking that my cousin was my adoptive son. Really? And it worked? Oh god. I mean, to be fair, you can often do these kinds of things. You can even buy alcohol. You can ask people to buy alcohol for you. I don't think it's legal, but I know it does happen. To ask someone who can buy something that you can't buy in order for you to get it. I will not advise you to do anything illegal. Anyway, because the toy never reached Menace leader's hands, and was just passed around and neglected. Fair enough. Yeah, it was. Yeah, but then if Grace stole them, why would she not make it so that the toy would reach Menace's leader? I have to admit, a tiny bit confused about all of this. Give me my rewards. Yay!
Will there be a guiding star in the suitcase? Watching over us every night too?
Stop, because if you start speaking, then I start not being able to speak. Let me snooze the ads for 5 more minutes. There you go. But, okay. We have so much. So much has happened. Does Loggerhead has any kind of story, by the way? I don't think she does, which is kind of unfortunate because I really want a story about Loggerhead. I like her. She's really adorable. That being said, I will say I was a tiny bit disappointed that Ann Lee didn't have a more prominent role in the story. I wish we had seen her more than what we did. Because she doesn't want Manus to succeed, so if she accidentally loses it, like it ending in Eternity's hands, then whoops. Fair point. If Grace is indeed a mole planted by the Foundation... wait, but perhaps Grace is a mole planted by the Foundation into Manus Vindicte, but not the Foundation itself, but the group over the Foundation. The one that Constantine keep talking to. But the rest of the Foundation might not be aware of that. Because the Foundation itself is very compartmentalized, right? They do separate who needs to know things. So it could be a thing as well. When I brought the game to the counter, the cashier started the whole speech of, "Sir, do you know that this game contains nudity?" Yeah. And I just said, yeah, I know. Just let me buy the game. While in my mind I was saying, gotta teach him young, you know. I mean, yeah. If your cousin's parent let him play the game, that's on them. I mean, you probably shouldn't have bought him the game, but at the same time, the parents have to parent. That's their role. But where was I at? Right, Grace. So much mystery about Grace. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave things off for now because my brain cannot compute anymore. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. That's not exactly my regular streaming schedule timing thing, right? Duration. So yeah, my brain is starting to fry. So I will mention once again that the next stream will not be on Wednesday but on Tuesday, because I will be exceptionally streaming Wuthering Waves for Zani's release, because I love Zani, that's it. There is no other reason. I want to pull for her on day 1, and we will probably start her story. We'll see if we have enough time to actually go through her entire story or not. If not, then we'll continue on the rest of the week until we are finished with that. At some point, we might get back to Zenless Zone Zero, because I do still need to catch up with ZZZ's story. I have Sambi's, S-Ambi's story to do, and Epilogue Part A and then Epilogue Part B to do. So I'll see exactly how I arrange that. And the week after that, we will have some Genshin Impact because we will have the new updated version and, more importantly, an Archon quest that seems interesting. I still don't know if I'm going to stream it in English or in Japanese because it will kind of depend on how many voices are missing. Because, yeah, if too many voices are missing, I might just stream it in Japanese, which is kind of sad. But at the same time, I don't want to spend my whole time reading everything, you know. Good night and rest well. See you tomorrow. I don't stream on Sundays, Deidara. I don't stream on Sundays. My off days are Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. But this Tuesday specifically, I will stream. But usually, I only stream on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So not tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will rest after the 7.5 hour stream today and the 5 or 6 hours yesterday. That's like 13 hours. In a couple of days, and before that I also stream, so yeah, I will need a bit of rest. I will need to let my vocal cords rest as well, yeah. But thank you for the good night. I will indeed probably have a good night. I will go eat because like right now it's 11 and a half. Well, that's not 11:30 p.m. I need to eat dinner now. On that note, thank you so much for watching. Thank you everyone. That was a lovely stream, a lovely story, a lovely everything. And is the PDST... What is PDST? Because I saw that you mentioned that in your post yesterday, but I don't know what PDST means. Is that just a time zone? Because if it is, then I have no idea what that is. Which time zone it is. Well, you... When I searched PDST, it's... the first thing I found was Professional Development Service for Teachers. I don't think that's what you mean, right? And hello, Sheriff. Are you ending? Yes, I'm about to end the stream. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, so right now I'm extremely hungry and tired. But it's good to see you. Still good to see you. Oh, I'm late. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could go on, but number one, it's getting late, and my neighbors at some point will probably complain about me. And number two, I am tired and hungry, so yeah, I guess that's 3 things, but yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, right. Next stream, exceptionally, on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Central European Standard Time, for some Wuthering Waves, and then we will see exactly how things happen. Anyway, on that note, thank you so much for watching. I wish you guys a great rest of your weekend, and I shall see you on Tuesday. It's about Trian? It's about Trian? Wait, what? What are you talking about, Deidara? What is about Trian? PDST? I am confused. Yeah, I am confused because Trian, the Tribi has already released. Trian, we know what happened to her. I am a bit confused. That being said, I really need to end this. PSDT? PSDT? Still doesn't help. What is that? PSDT. It's a type of... Oh, it's a Photoshop type of file. Are you trying to say PTSD? Is that what you mean? Like post-traumatic stress disorder? Is that what you mean? Or goodbye? Her goodbye. Her goodbye gives you PTSD? Is that what you mean? I am so confused. I think I am way too tired to make my brain work properly. And I can already feel... Let me grab a drink for a second. And there you go. I can feel my throat dying slowly. I am going to leave you on that note because some ads are going to run on Twitch, and I'd like to end the stream before the ads and, you know, have a proper goodbye, a proper farewell. I shouldn't say farewell. I'll be back on Tuesday. I'm not going away forever. But yeah, I'd rather, you know, say a proper goodbye without ads ruining things. So yeah, I shall see you guys Tuesday at 6 p.m. Central European Standard Time, CEST. There you go. On that note, once again, thank you very much for watching, and I wish you a great rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.